Chapter 300. Such a little fox, full of wildness and vigor. He really wanted to sit quietly like this, quietly watch, and then tease her. He wanted to see her face filled with the vigor that a girl of her age should have because of his words. She would be embarrassed. She would laugh. She would be flamboyant. She would be full of vibrant colors. There were hurried footsteps outside. Someone was coming towards the tent. Siat Jinyuan stamped his feet and stood up from the sheepskin blanket. I heard the footsteps. It should be Yang Jin's men. I will wait outside. Call me if anything happens. Yi Qian rubbed her forehead. In her previous life, she had been forced to observe others secretly and carefully avoid minefields. But Xia Jinyuan, she had never seen through him. Xia Jinyuan walked out and saw Principal Chun walking towards him hurriedly. When he saw him, he immediately asked, "Is Miss Jian injured? Where is the injury? Is it serious?" He asked a series of questions. It was obvious how worried he was. "The injury is on her back. She told me that she fell on her back when she was fighting. I'm afraid it's serious. As for where it is, I don't know. She's like a porcupine. She's afraid that I'll stay." Xia Jinyuan said helplessly, "I'll have to trouble this Tibetan girl to invite a herdsman's wife who knows a little. She won't refuse." When Headmaster Chen heard this, he stopped in his tracks. He gave some instructions to Yang Jin, who had already called people over, and then stayed outside the tent. He shook his head and laughed. This girl is really vigilant. When she goes to the front lines in the future, she won't differentiate between men and women. But it's good that she has some awareness. The herdsman's wife's scream came from inside the tent. Xia Jinyuan, who was about to say something, was so shocked that he lifted the curtain and rushed in. At a glance, he saw a bloody wound on the side of his waist that was facing away from him. That injury made his pupils constrict. He walked to Yi Jian, who was lying on the bed because of his intrusion. He pressed one hand on her smooth shoulder and said in a low voice, "Don't move." Then he immediately informed his team members, "Bring the first aid kit, including hemostasis, anti-inflammatory drugs, and normal saline over here. Hurry." "Is it serious?" "Right away." J5 was the first to respond. He took out his first aid kit and G3's first aid kit. "I'm coming." K7 also took out his first aid kit. Han Zheng said, "You're injured too. Save some. If it's not enough, I'll ask you for more." J5 position. "All right, I'll be right there." Han Zheng's crisp voice came through the earpiece. Not long after, the J5 rushed over with the first aid kit that Han Zheng had sent over. "Q King, come out and get it yourself." J5, who was already standing outside the tent but was blocked by Principal Chun, said in a low voice. Then he straightened his back and saluted to Principal Chun, "Sorry for making you worry." Xia Jinyuan had said that Uncle Chen had spent 6 years in the Tibetan area. As a soldier, he could tell at a glance that this retired veteran had a pair of eyes that were sharper than any of them. And his hands, they were a pair of hands that could hold a gun. He stopped J5 because he didn't want him to rush in. If her back was injured, she would definitely take off her clothes. This girl even resisted Captain Xia, who was familiar with her, let alone other male soldiers. He took the first aid kit and said in a deep voice, "You guys have worked hard. We're here, so don't worry. Let's deal with the herdsman first. Don't leave any disputes." Chapter 301. If there are any financial losses, you can write it down first. But remember, don't ask for compensation in person. They don't need money. Headmaster Chun gave a few more words of advice based on his experience. It could be seen that even though he had retired from the army, his heart would always remain in the army. The herdsman's wife came out to get the medicine. After taking the 3 first aid kits, She hurriedly returned to the tent. Her expression was serious. It was obvious how deep Yi Qian's injury was. The J5 nodded slightly, saluted again, and strode away. In the tent, Yi Qian was lying on the bed. His back was illuminated by the butter lamp. His uninjured skin was fair and delicate. The curve of his back was slender and beautiful. It rose and fell like a mountain range. However, such a perfect back was ruined by a bloody 5-centimeter long wound on the right side of his waist. It was like a landscape painting that was torn in half. Yi Qian closed his eyes. He didn't dare to look at Xia Jinyuan, who was bending over to check his wound. He bit his lower lip lightly. He was so embarrassed that his whole body was stiff. Xia Jinyuan took off his helmet, gloves, and even his multi-purpose combat vest. His expression was solemn. He said coldly, "Relax. If you're so tense, it'll shrink the wound. Not only will it hurt you, but it'll also cause you to lose more blood." Hearing his cold voice, Yi Qian gently exhaled. She was thinking too much. "I'm sorry to have troubled you in the end." He washed his hands in the Highland barley wine and put on the medical gloves in the first aid kit. Without looking up, he said softly to Yi Qian, "There's no need to apologize or say that it's troublesome. After all, you were injured because of us. Bear with it. I'll use normal saline to debridement and stop the bleeding." If it really hurt, Yi Qian felt that he was probably numb from the pain, so he didn't feel much pain. Her whole face was already as red as an apple. She nodded. She didn't even want to speak. Just now, he had rushed in like that. Luckily, she reacted quickly and threw herself on the bed. If she had been a second slower, her upper body would have been seen by him. But now, even his voice was so serious. It really saved her from embarrassment and helped her adjust her mentality as soon as possible. Yi Qian had the mentality of a little girl, but Xia Jingyuan's gaze had been fixed on her wound from the moment he rushed in. Such a long and bloody gash attracted all his attention. So how could he possibly look elsewhere? Yi Qian's body stiffened when the saline solution was poured on her. Her entire wound started to twitch. It was so painful that she had to bite her lower lip to stop herself from making a sound. "I'm afraid the bandage isn't enough. If it hurts, bite your sleeve tightly. I don't want to treat the wound on your lower lip after treating the wound on your back." Xia Jinyuan lowered his head to clean the wound. His handsome face was so calm that there was not a trace of emotion. He calmly faced the wound that was even more hideous after being cleaned with normal saline. Cleaning the wound was an essential process. In order to reduce infection and inflammation, it was necessary to repeatedly rinse the wound with normal saline solution until the bleeding was completely stopped. After the debridement, he would then start to suture the wound. Silk thread was suitable for suturing skin tissue. Without anesthesia, when the first needle pierced the skin, Yi Qian's forehead was dripping with sweat. She bit the corner of her shirt tightly and endured the immense pain. After a while, Yi Qian's face was as white as a sheet. Chapter 3:02. 3 more minutes. Amidst the excruciating pain, Xia Jinyuan's voice was like a morning bell, carrying the power of encouragement through the heavy fog. Yi Qian, who was in a trance, gently blinked his eyes, murmured, "MHM." He waited for the 3 minutes to pass. Field bandaging, field suturing, and wound management were all skills that every member of the Snowfield Brigade had to learn. Yi Qian originally wanted to remind him to use the simple interrupted suture technique to close her wound, but when he started stitching, he could feel that he was using this technique. The procedure was simple. Every stitch was tied individually, which was the most suitable for her current wound. 3 minutes later, Xia Jinyuan used cotton dipped in saline to disinfect the wound again, covered it with sterile gauze, and fasten the gauze with a bandage. The whole process took about half an hour to complete. It's about 6 centimeters long and 2 centimeters deep. You can see the texture of the skin. Little fox, oh little fox, you can really endure it. He took off the blood-stained gloves and put away all the medical equipment. He sighed to Yi Qian, who was still in a daze. The male soldiers in the army don't seem to be as tolerant as you are. Come, tell me the truth. Did you reject my help just now because you don't like to be helped? Or because you don't like my help? Yi Qian closed his eyes and answered with silence. How was she supposed to answer? Both. But if she really said it out loud, based on her understanding of Xia Jinyuan, he would probably get angry. Her intuition told her that angering a dangerous man was not a good thing, so it was best to keep silent. It was rare for her to be so shameless. Plus, she was injured and in pain for so long. Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips and didn't ask any more questions. He had enough time to wait for her answer. There was no way to put on the clothes again. Xia Jinyuan, who had tidied everything up, took a look at the environment of the tent and furrowed his brows. She couldn't move, nor could she put on her clothes. Even if she covered herself with a blanket, she couldn't cover her wound. If everyone slept in the same tent, they would more or less notice her naked back. There's no way to put on clothes. When Uncle Chun and the others come in, I'll sit in front of you and block them for you. Xia Jinyuan could only choose to use his body to block Yi Qian's smooth, jade-like, but flawed back. Girls should be more careful. At this time, he was reminding her that girls should be more careful. What was he thinking when he was on top of her and didn't get up? Xia Jinyuan, who was about to wipe her sweat with a bandage in his hand, found it funny that she was still silent. What do you mean by not saying a word? Are you giving me full authority to handle this, or do you don't need me to block? His body had already gently leaned down, and his slender body perfectly covered her jade-like back. Then, do you want me to go out? Xia Jinyuan, I'm injured right now. Yi Qian, who was completely covered by his body, was so embarrassed that her pale face turned an abnormal shade of red. In the past, she could have pushed him away, but now she didn't even dare to touch him. Moreover, her back was still bare. After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Yi Qian exposed her back in front of a man. Her embarrassment greatly pleased Xia Jinyuan. This humorous man only felt that it was his fortune to be able to see her embarrassment. Chapter 303. After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time that Yi Qian had exposed her back in front of a man. Xia Jinyuan, who was humorous and witty, felt that he was lucky to be able to see her shyness. He was glad that he was there during her most youthful years. His body temperature spread to the skin on her back through his combat uniform. It was hot and scalding, as if his scent had seeped out of every pore on her body. Yi Qian, whose expression was completely unnatural, closed his eyes. After he steadied his breathing, he calmly said, "Can you stay a little further away from me? Even if you're trying to shield me, you don't have to use such a method. Captain Xia, aren't you afraid of being misunderstood?" Misunderstood? How so? Under the illumination of the butter lamps, Xia Jinyuan could clearly see that Yi Qian's ears were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed. The bandage used to wipe her sweat was gently pressed against the side of her forehead. His deep and magnetic voice sounded like the strings of a zither. "What misunderstood? I'm just wiping your sweat so that you can sleep more comfortably. Don't think too much, little fox. How old are you? Why do you always think too much? Don't think too much, mature too early, and grow old too early." It took a lot of effort to make her remember him from time to time. Eating away at her shyness every day would probably make her unable to be shy in front of other men in the future. she would be able to maintain her cold and arrogant composure. Major Xia had indeed put in a lot of effort to make sure that Yi Qian would think of him when she was alone. For the time being, he couldn't say that he loved her. Love was equal, it was waiting for him, and it was loyalty. He couldn't afford to ask her to wait for him. He just needed her to remember that if she really wanted to find a boyfriend, the first person she would think of was Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian knew that he was teasing her again. She decided not to say anything and let him wipe her sweat. In her heart, she was secretly pondering whether she should go back to the bookstore to buy a few books on men's psychology to read, so that she wouldn't be at a loss when facing such a man. Xia Jinyuan knew when to stop. She fell silent and put away the teasing look on her face. She said sternly, "You can't get out of bed for the next 3 days. I will keep an eye on you at all times. If you need anything, you can call me anytime within 24 hours, including going to the toilet. Gao Yuan is injured. This is the most dangerous thing. I need to protect your safety at all times. After 24 hours, you can ask Yang Jin to help you. After 72 hours, you can slowly move around by yourself. 7 days later, I'll send a car to pick you up and leave the no man's land." 3 days later, he would rush back to the army to report on the completion of his mission. He would stay for 1 day in between, and on the 7th day, he would drive back just in time to pick her up and leave. After he finished speaking and wiped off his sweat, he stood up and allowed Yi Qian to take in a long breath of air that was free of his scent. If she could, she really wanted to run out and get some fresh air. "I asked Uncle Chun to come over. The guys in my earpiece also said that they wanted to come over and take a look. Lie down and don't move. I won't be responsible if you're exposed." His stern tone only lasted for a while. Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief, but she heard him teasing her again with a half-smile. Yi Qian raised her eyes and gently closed them again. She had an idea and smiled coldly. "I won't let you take responsibility. I'll take responsibility for myself. You worked hard just now. I wanted to help you, but I didn't expect to cause trouble for you." Chapter 304. "No, I don't think you're causing trouble. You left the wound to me without any hesitation. Little fox, I should be the one thanking you for trusting me." Xia Jinyuan had already sat down elegantly. He faced the tent and hid his gentleness, revealing a cold expression. "I'll ask them to come over and take a look. You can sleep. As for taking responsibility, do you think I'll take responsibility?" Yi Qian couldn't hold back anymore. She turned her head and stared at the man who had reverted to his old ways. She glanced at his arrogant sideburns and smiled. "Then, Major Xia, are you willing to take responsibility? If you're willing to take responsibility, I've already shown you my back. You'll have to take responsibility." Little Fox was starting to argue with him again. Not bad. She completed the suture without anesthesia and still had the energy to stay calm and argue with him. Very good. At least she was in good spirits. Although it was ungentlemanly for a man to argue with a woman, what could he do? Little Fox was the only girl that he was interested in teasing both with her words and her actions. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. "You can make a guess. Whether I'll take responsibility or not depends on your guess. Are you trying to turn the tables? TSK, TSK, TSK. Little Fox, you're still too inexperienced." He lifted the quilt and placed it under Yi Qian's waist. Then he picked up a blanket and gently placed it on her shoulders. Only her waist, which was wrapped in a white bandage, was exposed. Even so, before Xia Jinyuan let Han Zheng and the others in, he sat up straight. When they wanted to check on the wound, he immediately blocked them. This made the other 4 little friends dumbfounded. What a shameless behavior. He didn't even see the wound and he chased them away. Was this what you call a visit? A man's head and a woman's waist. Even if Yi Qian is a student, she's still a female student. Just one look is enough. Looking at her more than once won't help her recover. His explanation was so dignified that his friends were speechless. Case 7 chuckled and gave Xia Jinyuan a meaningful look before leaving the tent. Outside, Principal Chen and Uncle Ziza were talking. Case 7 came out and joined the conversation. He was good at Tibetan and had no difficulty communicating. Soon, Uncle Ziza patted him on the shoulder and welcomed him to come back next time. A dog that bites doesn't bark. I bet Case 7 said something bad after washing socks for a week. I bet Uncle Chin will talk to Q King when he comes out. As a former instructor, J5 was very familiar with this tactic. The first step was to snitch, the second step was to provide examples, the third step was to distance oneself, and the fourth step was to sacrifice one's friends rather than oneself. Based on the current situation, K7 was in the fourth step. G3 put on the combat gloves he had taken off and slowly said in a gravelly voice, "What are you best at when you're a forensic doctor? So, don't be surprised." He turned around and glanced at the tent with a faint smile in his eyes. She was indeed an extraordinary woman. No wonder Q King treasured her so much. If she wasn't injured that night, Yi Qian wouldn't have felt sleepy. When he told her to sleep, she actually fell into a deep sleep. Usually, she was so alert that she would wake up at the slightest movement. Now, she was so asleep that she didn't even know when Han Zheng and the others came and left. Chapter 3:05. Yang Jin blew out the oil lamps one by one, plunging the entire tent into darkness. She slept on the new blanket, not daring to sleep with the injured Yi Qian. Outside the tent, Xia Jinyuan said with a cold expression, "Uncle Chin, Yi Qian's injury is not suitable for him to move. I will watch over him tonight, and let Yang Jin take care of him after 24 hours. Although his injury is serious, he has a good physique. As long as the wound is not inflamed, he will recover quickly. Okay, I can rest assured that you will take care of him, but..." Principal Chen glanced at Han Zheng and the others who had not left and said to them directly, "I want to have a private conversation with him. You can all go and rest." It was definitely not convenient for them to listen in on private conversations. Moreover, they could vaguely guess what the topic was. Han Zheng smiled and patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. Before he left, he said softly, "Extreme joy begets sorrow, young Master Xia." He was hugging a little girl and calling her my little fox, as if he was declaring his sovereignty. He was afraid that they would take a second look. Just now, his gaze accidentally fell on Yi Qian's exposed shoulder. Damn! He was sitting by the bed and glanced over as if he wanted to eat someone. His expression was one of prioritizing love over friendship. He had to let Uncle Chun teach him a lesson. What Principal Chun wanted to say was indeed related to Yi Qian. As for what he said, Han Zheng and the others did not know. Even Yi Qian did not know. It was already past 1 in the morning. Although the temperature outside was very low, it was still very warm sitting in the tent. They were not at Uncle Ziza's house now, but at another herdsman's house. The master and mistress had both gone to Dima's house, leaving the 3 children to be taken care of. Principal Chen promised to take care of them until the master's family returned. There was a fire in the fireplace, and it was burning brightly. Sitting by the fire, they felt so comfortable that they felt lazy. Xia Jinyuan did not speak. He waited for Principal Chun, who wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with him, to speak first. "You have other thoughts about Jian Yiling, don't you?" Principal Chen did not beat around the bush. After sitting down, he directly cut to the chase. I can see that Major Xia is interested in Jian Yiling. If it's a spur-of-the-moment thing, Major Xia, I advise you not to provoke an orphan. These words were a bit harsh. However, it was true that he truly cared about the little fox, which was why he was so direct in protecting her. June Yen smiled and said calmly, Uncle Chen, I have no intention of provoking Yi Qian. It's not a spur-of-the-moment thing moment. In the past year or so, although I've been outside, I've been thinking about myself and Yi Jian the most when I calm down. But thinking too much, it doesn't mean I have a relationship with Jian Yiling, Yi. I think you also know that Yi Jian is still too young and is still a high school student. Even if I have feelings for her, I will prioritize taking care of her. I will not have any improper thoughts. Moreover, she has always been very vigilant, especially when interacting with foreign creatures. Occasionally, she would show an expression that would hurt people. This is similar to social anxiety. A year ago, her situation was considered serious. Now, it seems that she has improved a lot. However, she is not good at handling relationships with the opposite sex. This is her weakness. You and Uncle Jen want to send her to the military to develop. With her ability, she will not be assigned to a place with many female soldiers. After many rounds of selection, she will definitely be sent to the front lines. However, if there are any obstacles in her path, it will greatly affect her military career. It had to be said that Xia Jinyuan was an excellent lobbyist. He was also very good at analyzing and thinking from their point of view. Everything he said just now was exactly what Headmaster Chen wanted to hear. Chapter 306. Xia Jinyuan would never fight a battle that he had no confidence in winning. He was already prepared to talk to Principal Chen and Uncle Jen at any time. Therefore, every sentence he said now was watertight. Every word he said was from the bottom of his heart. When he saw that Principal Chen's originally cold expression had eased, he knew that he had hit the nail on the head. He also understood that as long as he was considerate of Yi Qian, neither Principal Chen nor Uncle Jen would stand up to stop him from getting close to Yi Qian. With a heavy gaze, he calmly continued, Also, Yi Qian is too outstanding. In the future, she will definitely meet all kinds of outstanding men who will be attracted to her. I have to walk around her more in advance so that she will be more picky when choosing a boyfriend in the future. He was just short of saying, who told her to be so picky that Xia Jinyuan is the most suitable boyfriend for her? Headmaster Chen, whose expression had softened a little, instantly darkened when he heard this. This Major Xia was really scheming. No matter how intelligent Miss Jian is, she may not be his opponent. She will definitely be at a disadvantage in front of him. No wonder when he was in Fujian town, as long as he was around, Miss Jian would definitely spar with him or be his sparring partner. So this was his plan. Even if Miss Jian wanted to find a boyfriend in the future, she could only look for him. Captain Xia, do you think you are suitable for Miss Jian? She is an intelligent but simple-minded girl. Do you think she will think you are the most suitable? Principal Chen was not an ordinary person. Thinking about Yi Qian's personality, he was able to pinpoint the crux of the problem. Xia Jinyuan did not immediately speak. His lips curled up into a smile. His elegant and handsome face was as calm as ever. He sat there casually, his deep eyes looking at the flames in the fireplace. His gaze and the fire intertwined and burst out with scorching heat. He raised his head and smiled at Principal Chen, who had a cold expression on his face. He slowly said, I don't know if she will like me, but Uncle Chen, what I can tell you is that I am definitely a man worthy of her. Moreover, I am a soldier who has fought for the glory of our country all my life. There's only one Xia Jinyuan like me in this world. That kind of Yi Qian, smart, patriotic, loyal. That's the kind of person she needs in life, Xia Jinyuan. In front of the elders, Xia Jinyuan had always been gentle and elegant, and rarely showed his strong side. But this time, Xia Jinyuan instantly showed his oppressive side. His eyes were smiling, but they were arrogant and awe-inspiring. His expression was calm, but it was extraordinary. Even if he was smiling, it made people feel that this man was really dangerous. Principal Chun, who felt a chill in his heart, narrowed his eyes. Then he looked over with a deep and probing gaze. It was as if it was the first time he had seen this gentle and elegant young major in front of him. He wasn't refined at all. He was clearly a wolf with deep thoughts and extremely strong patience. The wolf had already made its move, but it still depended on whether the prey would take the bait. Moreover, Miss Jian was a girl who did not like to be the prey. She was very ambitious. However, it was undeniable that there was only one Xia Jinyuan like him in this world. His ability was also very admirable, and he usually took care of Miss Jian very carefully. Principal Chun, who seemed to have thought of something, moved his eyes slightly and revealed an unfathomable smile. Captain Xia, oh Captain Xia, you really don't show off. I have known you for more than a year, but this is the first time I know what the real Captain Xia is like. Chapter 307. I will not interfere with your relationship with Miss Jian. Just as Captain Xia said, Miss Jian is still young and should focus on her studies. She is not suitable for a relationship at all. She is an underage student. Even if Captain Xia is interested in her, he can only give up. It had to be said that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Xia Jinyuan could always inadvertently hit the nail on the head. Wasn't that right? Would a soldier dare to pursue an underage student? Commander-in-Chief Xia was the first person who would not let Xia Jinyuan off the hook. Xia Jinyuan's deep eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. He sighed and said, "So, I have to ask Yi Qian to raise her standards for finding a boyfriend in advance. This will effectively prevent her from being seduced by a little boy who has nothing while she is still in school. If she is more focused on her studies, you and Uncle will be more at ease." In the end, he just wanted to prevent Yi Qian from being seduced by other boys when he was not around. Principal Chen laughed and made the fire burn brighter. He said to Xia Jinyuan, "We have been out for more than 10 minutes. We will have to trouble Major Xia for the night." The conversation seemed to have ended just like that, but Xia Jinyuan knew that this conversation was just a test. "Uncle Chun, you are too polite. Yi Qian has never been a problem to me, and she will not be a problem to me." Xia Jinyuan stood up and bowed politely to the world-class sniper, who had immediately set up a small trap for him. "I won't disturb your rest. I will take good care of Yi Qian. Don't worry." Trouble? How could taking care of his little fox be trouble? He was more than happy to do so. He was definitely not afraid of trouble. Principal Chen had indeed set up a small trap for Major Xia. If he dared to show any signs of being afraid of trouble, then he would really have to trouble him to take care of Yi Qian for the night. Tomorrow, he could forget about taking care of Yi Qian. At night, as soon as Yi Qian moved slightly, Xia Jinyuan, who was guarding beside her, immediately opened his eyes. He patted her shoulder gently and used his gentleness to drive away Yi Qian's struggles in her dream. This was the second time she had killed someone. Yi Qian's dream was still a sea of blood. The roar echoed in her mind, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She was in a very restless sleep. She murmured something vaguely. Xia Jinyuan stood up and leaned close to her. He was shocked after hearing what she said. She murmured, "Captain Xia is right. Captain Xia is right. She repeated it over and over again, as if it would calm her down. My little fox, you're also right. In front of the greater good, your choice is very normal. He patted her shoulder gently and whispered in her ear in a calm and gentle voice. He drove away her fear, drove away her nightmares, and returned her to peace. There was only one Xia Jinyuan in this world, and there was only one Yi Qian in this world. No matter who fell in love with who, all they saw was an evenly matched contest. The next day, Yi Qian woke up to the sound of bells ringing. It was the herdsmen driving their property, the yaks, into the mountains. The crisp sound of the bells seemed to come from ancient times, waking her up to the arrival of a new day. You're awake. She still had her eyes closed, unwilling to wake up from this tranquility. A low voice with a faint smile suddenly came into her ears. Yi Jian was so shocked that she opened her eyes abruptly and saw Major Xia with his upper body naked. Yi Qian didn't know if she should scream or fly into a rage out of humiliation. Her biggest reaction was to widen her dark eyes. She didn't know what to say or do. Chapter 308. In the past, when she worked in the security company, she often saw the special bodyguards training, and these special bodyguards were often topless. In the army in Fujian town, she often saw topless male soldiers training. Not only was she able to look straight ahead, but even if she did, she was very natural and not shy at all. However, when it came to Xia Jinyuan, there were always some things that were out of her control. What should she do to be more natural? What should she say to avoid embarrassment? It was rude to keep her eyes open, but if she closed them, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? Moreover, she was still sleeping in the tent, so why was he changing while she was sleeping? Did he not consider that if she woke up, it would be awkward? In the end, it was Major Xia's bad taste again. Yi Qian, who had originally wanted to close her eyes, decided to open them instead. If he dared to take them off, how could she not dare to look? But this time, Yi Qian was overthinking things. Major Xia, who was pulling up his pants with both hands, wasn't familiar with Tibetan men's attire. When he saw Yi Qian wake up and stare at him with a confused expression, he raised his eyebrows slightly and explained, I can only leave in 3 days. It's too obvious to wear a combat uniform, so it's better to wear a Tibetan attire. Oh, yes, it's better to wear a Tibetan attire. Me too. Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lifetimes, was in the same room as a topless man who was changing clothes. Although they were in a tent, but this was still a room. In the past, even if she saw a topless man, it was always a few of them, and she wasn't facing him alone. In terms of relationships, Yi Qian, who was as pure as a piece of white paper with a foreign man, replied awkwardly in a dry voice. Then she realized the problem wasn't that she dared to look at him even if he dared to take them off, but if she opened her eyes and didn't look away, it would be indecent to look. After she realized what was happening, she immediately closed her eyes in shock. Xia Jinyuan, hurry up and put on your clothes. I'm still sleeping. Why are you changing? These words were clearly meant to be humiliating, but just by listening to the literal meaning, there was something wrong with it. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan's sexy, thin lips curled into a perfect smile. He was originally standing in the middle of the room to change his clothes. When he walked over, he stopped right in front of Yi Jian. She could see his slender legs, his lower abdomen, his abs, and his strong chest. She could see his sexy body with her own eyes. Yi Jian looked up at Xia Jinyuan. His deep and mellow voice sounded doubtful. Little fox, why do I feel that something is not quite right with your words? You're still sleeping, so why should I change? Are you saying that I can only change my clothes when you open your eyes? She could already hear the hint of a smile in his voice as he said lazily, "I'm sorry. It's my fault. I should have changed when you were awake." "Nonsense. I didn't mean anything else." "No, I didn't mean it that way at all." Yi Qian had closed her eyes tightly when he came closer. Now that she heard him spouting nonsense, she opened her eyes in embarrassment and anger. She looked up at the man who was looking down at her and said, "Don't misunderstand me on purpose." She even dared to open her eyes. She had improved a little, although it was an accident that she woke up in the middle of changing her clothes in the tent. It was still a pleasant surprise. Chapter 309. He wanted to avoid her for a while, but when he saw her shy expression, he decided not to. In Fujian town, the little fox would spend her summer and winter holidays in the army. There were plenty of half-naked male soldiers training in the army. She spent her days in the army and had seen the upper bodies of countless male soldiers. The only one she had never seen was him. He was confident in his figure and wasn't afraid that it would be worse than the other male soldiers in the army. He had already taken it off, and it wasn't like he did it on purpose in front of her. It was fine to let her admire his figure. He had to let her know what a man's figure was. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sometimes he felt ashamed of his dark heart. In order to improve Little Fox's taste and mate selection, he was even using his looks in front of a 15-year-old girl. "Commander-in-Chief Xia. Oh, Commander-in-Chief Xia, I hope you won't get so angry that you'll have a heart attack when you find out." After Yi Qian finished speaking, she suddenly realized that Xia Jinyuan was standing too close to her, and she was still looking at him with her eyes wide open. Even when she hurriedly closed her eyes, her gaze still swept across his muscular chest. When she closed her eyes, her gaze fell on his sexy abs and his beautiful green pants. Yi Qian closed her eyes tightly, and her heart trembled. She knew that her face was burning hot. She steadied her voice and said softly, "Xia Jinyuan, why are you standing in front of me? Even if you're wearing clothes, you should wear them far away from me. Also, don't misunderstand me." "Misunderstand? Little Fox, are you saying that I misunderstood you?" "Sigh, sometimes you have too many meanings and it's too hard to guess. So, I can only guess from your literal meaning." Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and took the Tibetan robe from the rack. "I'm not standing too close to you. That Tibetan girl put the Tibetan robe I wanted to wear on the rack beside you. So I had to come and get it. If I didn't come and get it, I would have been half naked, and you wouldn't have dared to open your eyes." She was really adorable. It was not like she had never seen a male soldier shirtless, yet she was still so shy. How did she get along with all the male soldiers in the army? Xia Jinyuan, who was laughing in his heart, took the clothes and lowered his head to look at Yi Qian, who had her eyes tightly shut. He was so close that he could see her long and thick eyelashes clearly. When he saw that her face was abnormally red, he frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Why is your face so red?" As he spoke, he had already bent down. His right hand was holding the Tibetan robe, and his left hand was already reaching out. The back of his slightly cold hand gently pressed against her forehead, and his brows furrowed even tighter. "You're having a fever. Do you feel any other discomfort? What about the wound? Does it hurt? Do you feel any nausea, vomiting, or powerlessness?" He closed his eyes to hide the uneasiness in his heart. Yi Jian's body stiffened again, as she was not prepared for it. The hidden awkwardness and shyness instantly gushed out from her heart like spring water. At this moment, not only was her face burning hot, even her body was burning up. She subconsciously raised her hand, wanting to push his hand away from her face. Before she could raise her hand, he placed the Tibetan robe in his right hand to the side and quickly pressed down on her wrist. "Don't move. I just stitched up the wound." Do you want it to split open again? His voice was cold and deep. At this moment, half of his body was above Yi Qian's head. He had taken a shower with cold snow water before coming back to change his clothes. At this moment, not only did he have the refreshing scent of mint, but he also had the coldness of snow. Chapter 3:10. Wisps of it drifted to Yi Qian's nose and melted into her chest. Yi Qian realized that she couldn't breathe normally. Her hands were held down, and all she could breathe was his scent. Even her shoulders could feel his body temperature. She tried her best to calm herself down and said slowly, "I won't move. Please move away from me." Also, although the sun is out, the temperature is still very low. Major Xia, I suggest you put on your clothes to prevent catching a cold. You know that it's dangerous to catch a cold on a plateau in no man's land. As he spoke, Yi Qian felt herself gradually calming down. Soon, the temperature on her face dropped. "I'm fine. I don't have a fever. I'm just not used to you being so close to me. The wound is very good. You treated it very professionally last night. I can feel that the wound is not inflamed. There's no nausea, vomiting, or weakness. It's because you're too close to me." She explained it clearly. Only by explaining it clearly could she gradually calm down. When Xia Jinyuan felt the back of his hand on her face gradually cooling down, he looked at her again. Her eyes were closed, and the corners of her lips curved slightly. He naturally retracted his hand. For a man who always knew when to stop, he wouldn't anger his little fox so easily. Looking at her beautiful face, which was like a blooming hibiscus, he smiled casually and said, "I was too worried. I took a shower by the river just now. It wasn't convenient to change outside, so I had to go back to the tent. I wanted to quickly change while you were asleep, but who knew?" Before he could finish speaking, Yi Qian, who still hadn't opened her eyes, hurriedly interrupted. "I know. Captain Xia is a gentleman. He definitely didn't do it on purpose. Xia Jinyuan's character was absolutely guaranteed. It was just that, sigh. He always liked to show that vague ambiguity, which made her a little unable to handle it. Let her fight with him. It would be more satisfying." Xia Jinyuan, who had already been praised, slightly raised the corners of his mouth. His smile deepened. He was a gentleman. Towards others, he would definitely be a gentleman. However, towards his little fox, when she grew up, he would no longer be a gentleman. As a man, he had to take the initiative and never let the woman he fancied be snatched away by other wolves. "Very good. It's good that you didn't misunderstand. Give me 3 minutes. The Tibetan robe is a little complicated. I need to fumble around before I can put it on." Xia Jinyuan took the Tibetan robe in his hand again and began to figure out how to put it on while trying to put it on. It had been more than a year since he came to the snowy highlands, and this was the first time he was wearing a Tibetan uniform. Unlike wearing the combat uniform, which could be done in 1 minute, this would take a little more time. When he was a few steps away, Yi Qian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Elegant men always exuded calmness and confidence. That kind of Xia Jinyuan would always inadvertently make her heart pound. Stay away from dangerous men. You must stay away from them. Yi Qian felt that his breathing had become much smoother after he left. There was not enough oxygen in the highlands, so he felt much more relaxed. However, an even bigger problem had arisen. There were 3 exigencies in life. Earlier, when she was shocked by his naked upper body, she didn't think of the 3 exigencies. Now that she had calmed down, Yi Qian began to feel a little anxious. "Are you done? Hurry up." This time, Yi Qian's little face was tense. His voice was a little hurried. 3 minutes have almost passed. Are you done yet?" She was very anxious. She was in a hurry to release her bladder. Chapter 3:11. Xia Jinyuan, who had his back to her, did not notice her predicament. He was thinking about which piece of Tibetan clothing to wear first and which to wear later. The Tibetan girl was holding the lei rue that Tibetans usually wore, which was also commonly known as labor clothes. "Little fox, I'm stumped by the clothes of my fellow Tibetans. I'm wearing a white shirt, but the left lapel is big and the right lapel is small. Come, help me see if this is how I should wear it." Xia Jinyuan turned around and tugged at the white shirt. "I can't imagine how much time my fellow Tibetans spend on clothes every day. You have to give me some pointers. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how long I'll have to wear this in the tent." Just now, he and the others had taken a snow bath by the river. Now, he was changing his clothes alone in the tent and hadn't gone out yet. He didn't know what those guys were thinking under Han Zheng's intentional influence. When Yi Qian heard this, she had no choice but to open her eyes. When the scenery in front of her came into view, Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. Even though she had already calmed down, her eyes still swayed. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a white silk brocade shirt that reached his waist, was several times sexier than before. The wide lapel of his shirt was open, revealing the beautiful texture of his chest. The white shirt was translucent, and it vaguely outlined the outline of his strong and narrow waist. When he breathed, his chest rose and fell slightly along with his sexy abs. One was moving, and one was still, and the other was moving. Yi Qian felt that the frequency of her breathing was rising and falling along with his abs. "Put on the chuba, which is this cotton and woolen robe with wide sleeves. Put it on." Yi Qian gently raised her finger and pointed. Her smooth and slender arm, which was as smooth as jade, glistened under the sunlight that penetrated the tent as if it was covered in a layer of lustrous pearls. Xia Jinyuan's gaze gently slid over her bare arm. He thought to himself, it was indeed a good choice to cover her up last night. He had too much foresight. The little girl's skin, under the high-altitude ultraviolet rays, it was as tender as a peeled egg. It was so tender that it was truly beautiful. Retracting his gaze, he began to put it on under her guidance. "Then, tie that rainbow-colored ribbon around your waist." "Yes, that's it." Chuba. Xia Jinyuan picked up a red, green, cyan, and purple long belt made of different colors and said with a smile, "This is beautiful. I used to think that I could bring one of these back after I went down the mountain." "Art piece, hurry up." Yi Qian wasn't in the mood to chat with him, so he urged, "Tie the chupa around your waist and tie the sleeves behind your waist. The drooping part of the long skirt is at your knees." Inside the tent, Yi Qian was instructing Xia Jinyuan on how to put on the Tibetan uniform, from the inside to the outside. He taught him which one to put on first and which one to put on later. Outside, Han Zheng and the others, who had already put on their clothes, gritted their teeth and rubbed their fists as they waited for Q King, who didn't even know how to put on clothes, to come out. "I don't believe that he doesn't even know how to put on clothes," J5 said with a smile, but no matter how one looked at it, his smile looked sinister. "The four of us are already dressed, but he alone still needs a student to teach him. Isn't it embarrassing?" The four of them had come to bid farewell to Xia Jinyuan. The matters in the village had already been settled. The herdsman who had been killed had been brought to a forbidden area that only Tibetans could enter for a sky burial. They would immediately set off for the military station and report all the information they had. Chapter 3:12. This time, they discovered that the mercenaries weren't just mercenaries. The person who was killed by Yi Qian's sniper attack was an active duty soldier from another country. If they hadn't found the identification badge in the soles of his shoes during the body search, they wouldn't have known that the person who was killed was an active duty soldier. This was something that needed to be investigated. An active duty soldier from another country had appeared in China with a group of mercenaries and killed one of our soldiers. What did this country want to do? And what did they want? They needed to investigate further in secret. The Snowfield Brigade didn't need to worry about how to investigate and how the military would deal with it after the investigation. Early in the morning, they showered together and went back to the tent to change. The four of them had finished packing, but the Soldier King was still putting on his clothes. What was he trying to do by dressing so slowly? The sound of teeth grinding outside was like that of wolves grinding their fangs, occasionally accompanied by the sound of hua hua. Xia Jinyuan, who had finally put on his Tibetan clothes, didn't wait for Yi Qian to admire him and said in a low voice, "I'll go out for a while. The others are outside." Yi Qian couldn't wait for him to go out quickly. When he heard this, he immediately urged him, "Go, go, they must have something to tell you." At this moment, Yi Qian didn't even think about what kind of psychological experience the Snowfield Brigade soldiers outside went through when she taught Xia Jinyuan how to put on his Tibetan clothes. After Xia Jinyuan went out, Yi Qian, whose bladder was about to reach its limit, gently turned his body so that his injured waist was facing up. Then, he supported himself with one hand on the bed and slowly got up. After supporting himself, he slowly placed one foot on the ground and stood up very slowly. The whole process seemed to be in slow motion until he stood up completely. After sleeping on his stomach for the entire night, Yi Qian stood up and let out a long, comfortable sigh. She didn't dare to delay at all, because she was now the one who was topless. It didn't matter if a man was half naked, but a girl was definitely not. In particular, Yi Qian had already developed. Although she was still young, her curves were already exquisite. The two balls were white and tender, just like a pair of cute little bunnies. Even though there was a bandage around their waists, they were still so slender that they could barely be held. Unable to put on any clothes, Yi Qian took out a large ethnic shawl from his bag that he had bought from an old man in the Tibetan area. It covered him from his shoulders to his hips. Once his upper body was fully covered, he slowly squeezed his feet into his shoes and moved out in small steps. As soon as she walked out of the tent, she saw four soldiers standing in a row about 30 meters away. They were dressed in combat uniforms and deep combat boots. Both their aura and height were the same. When Yi Qian looked over, the first person she saw was Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a gorgeous Tibetan uniform. He looked handsome and masculine in his masculine appearance. Even without his military uniform, he was still the center of attention. "I will return to the army in 3 days. The four of you should be careful on your way back. Uncle Chun has borrowed some yaks from the herders. After you get out of this no man's land, release the yaks on the grassland. Someone will bring them back to the village." In front of his comrades, Xia Jinyuan had a cold expression on his face. After he finished giving instructions, he saw Han Zheng pouting at him and laughing. "Your little fox came out to take a look at us. Where is she going?" "TSK, TSK, TSK. She was indeed a little fox. She even managed to tame Xia Jinyuan, the wolf. However, she was indeed a little girl who was worth waiting for. In her simple world, she could clearly distinguish between good and evil." Chapter 3:13. While Han Zheng reminded Xia Jinyuan, he also reminded the rest of his comrades. They all looked towards the tent. They saw a slender figure wearing a skirt and a shawl moving forward with small steps. Although it was slow, she didn't stop at a single step and kept walking forward. Just like this young lady, She didn't admit defeat and didn't give up easily, no matter how difficult it was. As long as she could persevere, she would definitely persevere. Q King, you have good taste. J5 retracted his gaze and gave him a thumbs up. This young lady is very outstanding. It's just that she's still a little young. If you really want to do something, you'll have to wait. He used to be an instructor. Even though he was now a frontline Special Forces soldier, he still couldn't change some habits, such as constantly reminding his comrades to remember military rules and military discipline. The young lady was indeed admirable. When facing the enemy, she was really an outstanding soldier. She could fight side by side with them, and they could trust her with their backs. Therefore, it was completely understandable that Q King and young Master Xia wanted to make her his. After being reminded by his comrade, Xia Jinyuan turned around and looked behind him. He saw that the person who covered himself up was moving slowly step by step towards the shadowy direction. Over there was Xia Jinyuan's pursed lips curved slightly. Over there was the direction where the Tibetans went to relieve themselves. No wonder she kept urging him to hurry up. It turned out that there were 3 urgent needs in life. The most dangerous time had passed. Now that she could move step by herself, it was obvious that her wound had recovered well. Walking slowly was actually more beneficial for the recovery of her wound. The man who was still cold just now instantly smiled and said to the 4 of them, "I'm fine here. I'll return to the army on time in 3 days. Q King, can you please give your comrade a little bit of a spring breeze drizzle? The class difference is obvious. I'm going to protest." Han Zheng saw and felt depressed. What a big difference, and such an obvious one at that. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. His sexy thin lips curved into a smile like a spring breeze drizzle. "Why don't I smile like this when the girl you like comes next time?" There was a deep meaning behind it. The 4 of them were all smart people. They instantly understood what it meant to be an all-round soldier king. Even K7 gave him a thumbs up and said, "Awesome." As expected of the all-round soldier king, this kind of deep battle is indeed deep enough. In the future, whenever we meet a girl that our comrades like, we'll put on a black face the whole time to set off our comrades' spring breeze drizzle. Han Zheng was very smart. He immediately understood what it meant to prepare for a rainy day. He also guessed what Xia Jinyuan meant. Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes had a slight flicker of light. He chuckled. "Brother, there are some meanings that can only be understood but not explained in words. You understand? They were all smart people. As long as they understood it in their hearts, there was no need to say too much. Sometimes it'll lose the fun if I say it out loud." "Thank you for your advice." J5 bowed and said with a pained expression, "Only now did I King understand why I've been single all this time. It wasn't that the hardware wasn't good enough, but that the external environment hadn't been improved. If I had Q King by my side, I'm afraid my wife and children would already be on the bed. Q King, I'll leave my marriage to you in the future. Also, help me ask around and see if Yi Qian has a girl who's the same type as her. I'll book her in advance." Chapter 314. G3 kicked him in return. There's a first come, first served rule for everything. You back off. My life's most important event has yet to be resolved. You go away. After coldly scolding J5, he said to Xia Jinyuan in a pleasant manner, "Q King, I'm counting on you too. When my child is born, he will acknowledge you as his godfather. Count me in." It was rare for K7 to join in the fun. His thin but handsome face was absolutely serious. "I also need to resolve my life's most important event." One after another, Xia Jinyuan smiled elegantly. The revolution has yet to succeed. We still need to work hard. Once I succeed, it'll naturally be easier for us to settle down." The four of them nodded solemnly, indicating that they would support the all-round Soldier King in all aspects. At the same time, they also made a long agreement with a wolf that was good at attacking people's hearts. They would fight in all aspects and set up an inescapable net just to lock down one fox. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He just didn't know how Little Fox would react when she found out. However, no matter what kind of reaction she had, he would deal with it accordingly. Waving his hand, Xia Jinyuan bid farewell to his comrades and hurried towards Yi Qian's direction. He didn't rush over rashly, as he was afraid of alarming Yi Qian. Instead, he found Yang Jin and asked for her help. Yang Jin was making yogurt. After hearing his request, she tilted her head and looked at the handsome soldier with a high-nose bridge and wearing a lotus-embroidered Tibetan uniform embroidered with peace and blessings. She smiled. "You look very masculine in your Tibetan uniform. You look like a man from the grasslands." "Thank you." Xia Jinyuan smiled. He realized that the girls who could talk to Little Fox were all straightforward girls. "I'm worried that she won't be able to handle it herself. Please look after her, for me." Standing below, Xia Jinyuan waited quietly. Yi Qian was so embarrassed by Yang Jin's gestures that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Why does he know everything? Since he already knew, what else did she have to hide? When she came back, she saw him standing in front of her, waiting for her to go over. Yi Qian groaned in pain. Why was she so embarrassed every time she saw him? However, as soon as Yang Jin heard her cry out in pain, the kind-hearted Tibetan girl was so scared that she thought something had happened. She raised her voice and shouted. The Tibetans living on the plateau not only had a strong lung capacity, but they also had a golden voice. Xia Jinyuan could hear Yang Jin telling him to hurry over from afar. Yi Jian, who had yet to understand what was going on and had yet to recover from the awkward pain, saw a tall and straight man running towards her. His figure was vigorous like a swimming dragon, and his footsteps were steady as if he was flying. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. Did the wound split open again? "Don't move, I'll carry you back." He sprinted over without even catching his breath. As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt down in front of Yi Qian. With his broad back facing her, he said in a deep voice, "Come up, let's go back to the tent and take a look." Yang Jin also thought that Yi Qian's wound had opened, so she immediately helped her up. She carefully sent Yi Qian onto Xia Jinyuan's back. "Stay close to me, don't put any weight on your waist. Wrap your arms around my shoulders, and don't place your center of gravity on your hips." Xia Jinyuan waited for her to stick close to his back and calmly instructed her. Then, he slowly and gently got up. He was worried that Yi Qian would lose her center of gravity, so he intentionally leaned his body forward, so that her entire center of gravity could be on him. His hands were not supporting Yi Qian's hips, but rather they were holding Yi Qian's thighs in a gentlemanly manner. Chapter 3:15. To understand a person, he had to use his attentiveness to resolve her awkwardness and make her relax in front of him. Xia Jinyuan had no experience in love, but he understood Yi Qian and knew how to get close to her heart. Yi Jian was not a bashful person. She had already carried him on her back. If she was going to come down for no reason, she might as well thank him. She pursed her lips and said softly, "I was fine just now. Yang Jin misunderstood me. You don't have to worry too much. I always know how to take care of myself. In a situation where there is no one to take care of you, you can only take care of yourself. But now, I am here to take care of you. You don't have to feel burdened. Take care of yourself, and I can rest assured." Her words made Xia Jinyuan sigh softly. His love for her grew even stronger. His heart ached for this little fox. She really made his heart ache. She had been strong for so long that she had forgotten that she could rely on others. His words made Yi Qian fall silent. She had always been used to taking care of herself and knew how to take care of herself. She knew that there was no one else in her life that she could rely on other than herself. But she could not refute Xia Jinyuan's words. He had good intentions, so he should not be treated like a needle. Yang Jin saw that there was nothing else for her to do, so she said something to Xia Jinyuan and skipped away happily. The gunfight last night did not leave a shadow in this warm and generous Tibetan girl's heart. He carried her on his back all the way, avoiding sharp rocks. His steps were steady without any bumps. His back was like a mountain. He used all his strength to give Yi Jian support, but at the same time, he embraced her like the sea. Yi Qian's face was gently pressed against his back. When she felt his body temperature, her expression was a little unclear. She thought that Xia Jinyuan was special in her heart. He was so special and so dangerous. She wanted to run away as far as she could. She did not need kinship or love. What she needed was to be strong and brave. She needed to rely on her own efforts to stand high and far away. She needed to crush those who had bullied her with her own hands so that they would never have the chance to bully her, and humiliate her in this life. Yi Qian was a girl with a firm mind. She had even gone through a death tribulation, so she was able to maintain her original heart. Even if she had wavered before, she was able to quickly correct her mindset. When she returned to the tent, Xia Jinyuan did not ask her why she went out just now, nor did he mention that she could tell him in advance if she needed to go to the emergency room the next time. He knew very well that these words of concern would only embarrass Yi Qian even more if he said them out loud. Occasionally pretending not to know was also a way to protect the other party's dignity. Slow down. Don't use too much strength. Xia Jinyuan gently squatted down until Yi Qian's feet could touch the ground naturally. He used his strong waist to support her body weight, then slowly let go. I'll let go now. Stand up slowly. Don't rush. Yi Qian wanted to recover as soon as possible, so she did not dare to be too careless. As she stood up slowly, her hands had to keep the shawl from slipping down. When she lowered her head to cover it, Xia Jinyuan's helpless voice came clearly from above her head. Don't cover it. I'll close my eyes. I won't take a second look. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat, but because of his words, her hands tightened around the shawl. Chapter 3:16. After that, Yi Qian felt that she had overreacted. Fortunately, Xia Jinyuan closed his eyes in a gentlemanly manner and did not notice her overreaction. After exhaling softly, Yi Jian said, "Please forgive me. I'm a little unnatural, and I'm not used to being taken care of by others. That's why I sometimes overreact. Please forgive me, Captain Xia." Yi Qian felt that it would be easier for her to talk about her discomfort, and that it would be easier for her to face him. Moreover, she didn't think that her abnormal behavior could be hidden from Xia Jinyuan's eagle-like eyes. He saw it clearly. That was why she chose to close her eyes and choose not to ask to resolve the awkwardness. Instead of pretending, she might as well tell him clearly and let him know that she was such a person. You are indeed a little fox. After opening his eyes, Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and flicked her forehead with his slender finger. I know you're not used to it. I believe you can see it too. I'm trying to get you used to it. It was natural that she was not used to it. So he needed to work very hard in this short period of time to leave an impression on her, so that when she calmed down, he would appear in her mind. Comrades in arms help and assist each other. When you are injured, I will take care of you. This is not a process that you need to get used to, but a process that you must accept. In the future, you will not only take care of yourself on the battlefield, but also take care of the brothers who are fighting side by side with you. Remember, little fox, you are not alone. I, Dad, and Uncle Chen are all people that you can rely on. Yi Qian lowered her head and looked at her toes. After he finished speaking, she slowly said, Grandpa Jen and Uncle Chen are indeed family members that I can rely on. As for Captain Xia, she raised her head again, and a sly look flashed across her starry eyes. She smiled and said, As for you, Captain Xia, I am not one for the time being. One day, when I put on a military uniform and become a real soldier, I will think that we are comrades who can rely on each other and help each other. Right now, we can only be considered as soldiers and civilians. Against Xia Jinyuan, she had no choice but to stall for time. It would take at least 3 years for her to wear a military uniform. 3 years, a few hundred days and nights, was enough to change many people and many things, including forgetting. The meaning behind her words made Xia Jinyuan fall silent for 3 seconds. Then his thin lips curled up and his elegant and handsome face was as calm as the wind and clouds. Now, you're just short of a military uniform. You've worked with us 3 times, right? Not only do I think of you as our comrade in arms, even Han Zheng and the others unanimously think of you as our comrade in arms. In our hearts, those who have fought side by side are comrades that we can rely on. All right, my little comrade, I need to check your wounds. Now, please be obedient and lie down gently. Uncle Chen, oh, Uncle Chen, now I understand why you had that mysterious smile on your face before you left last night. The person who stopped him from being with the little fox was not Uncle Chen or Uncle Jen, but the little fox herself. She had always wanted to cut ties with him, and even said that they could only be comrades after she put on a military uniform. It would take at least 3 years for her to wear a military uniform. 3 years, a few hundred days and nights. She was thinking that as time passed, their relationship would fade. Chapter 317. Little Fox, oh Fox, you're so smart. I really have to deal with you at any time. Yi Qian knew that he had seen through her. She pursed her lips and sighed softly in her heart. She really wanted to ask, Xia Jinyuan, what's going on in your heart? Look at him now. Who knows what he's thinking? Comradeship, deal. Since he said they were comrades in arms, then they were comrades in arms. It was exactly what she wanted. Comradeship was the relationship she wanted the most. Next time, if he dared to do anything ambiguous or say anything ambiguous, she would just solve it with violence. Outside, Principal Chen had his hands behind his back and was whistling a Tibetan song. He had a cold smile on his face as he walked towards the yak herd. Captain Xia, oh, Captain Xia, no matter how fierce a wolf is, it has to tighten its claws when it comes to someone who can make it soft. What's more, Miss Jian isn't a prey that's easy to hunt down. She's smart. With Xia Jinyuan around, Yi Qian didn't have to rely on anyone else. The first day, after checking her wound and changing her bandages, he taught her how to speak Tibetan and occasionally mentioned some interesting things that happened in the army. During the winter break of my 2nd year at the military academy, I was sent to the army. The place was even more remote than Fujian town. The soldiers in the army only received 1 letter from home every 1 or 2 months. On the 15th day, I was there. There was a letter from the army. A squad leader took the letters from a few classes to the field and told me and a few other classes that if they thought it was from their girlfriends, they should do 50 push-ups. When the recruits heard this, they all rushed to do push-ups. I didn't do it at the time. There were about 10 people doing it together. The squad leader had 4 letters in total, so only 4 people had letters. If the others didn't have letters, wouldn't they be doing it for nothing? Yi Qian listened to these interesting stories with great interest. Seeing him stop, he smiled and said, "Why don't you do it? What if it's from your girlfriend?" It was normal for such an outstanding and eloquent Captain Xia to have a girlfriend in school. "Of course I won't do it. If I don't have a girlfriend, it would be for nothing." After 50 were done, the class leader asked the recruits to come up and pick up the letters. He asked each recruit, "Is she your girlfriend?" 2 of the recruits answered, "Yes." The squad leader put on a fake smile and said, "Since it's such an important letter, then make a few more." After he finished speaking, he asked the other recruits how many would be suitable. Under normal circumstances, it should not be less than 200. Later, we heard that the class leader didn't have a girlfriend, so he felt unbalanced. Yi Qian was laughing so hard that her shoulder blades were slightly undulating and her slender waist was trembling slightly. Xia Jinyuan, who was lowering his head to change the sterile gauze on her, couldn't help but laugh. "Is it that funny? Then I'll have you to laugh at." Fearing that she would laugh too much and open up the wound that had already begun to heal, he raised his head and reminded her. Just as he raised his gaze slightly, his deep black eyes instantly darkened. In front of him, her slightly undulating back glowed like a pearl under the sunlight. Her undulating lines were perfect and graceful. It was a gentle beauty that no words could describe. Her shoulder blades, which looked like they were about to spread out and take flight, gently trembled. He could faintly see the little white bunny in front of her chest as she crawled. It was also gently trembling with her laughter. He inadvertently raised his head and discovered her beauty. Suddenly, it fiercely crashed into his heart. From then on, it left the deepest, most beautiful, and most gentle memory in his heart. Chapter 3:18. This kind of inadvertent beauty was often the most direct and most memorable. Xia Jinyuan almost panicked and shifted his gaze away from her beautiful back. When he lowered his head, his sexy Adam's apple bobbed up and down slightly. He steadied his breathing and said, "Don't laugh so hard. Your wounds are starting to heal. You can't open them again." If this went on, he felt that he would become more and more of a beast. But when it came to matters in the army, Yi Qian was completely open. Her eyebrows curved like crescent moons as she laughed and said, "I realized that every big shot in the army is evil. Wasn't I in the army during the winter break last year? When a recruit joined the army, the regiment commander went to the capital for a meeting. When he came back, he was wearing casual clothes. When it was time for dinner, the regiment commander went to the cafeteria to get a green onion and prepared to dip it in sauce. Uncle Tongjian and I were making dumplings in the cafeteria when a recruit from Sichuan sneaked in and bumped into the regiment commander with a green onion in his hand. The recruit whispered to the regiment commander, 'Sir, do me a favor. Bring me a cigarette when you deliver the food tomorrow. Just one cigarette to relieve my boredom.' The regiment commander was afraid that I would say something, so he gestured to me with his hands behind his back, indicating that I should just watch from the side. He pretended to ask questions and clearly asked which platoon, squad, and class the recruit was from. As you can imagine, the platoon leader, captain, and squad leader led a group of recruits out to run with weights the entire night. Before the regiment commander gave the order, he only said, 'I know you guys are too bored, so I'll relieve your boredom.' After running with weights, the regiment commander, who had slept the entire night, stood at the entrance of the camp and waited for the platoon leader, captain, and squad leader to return with the recruits. When he saw them, the regiment commander smiled and said, I'm just a delivery man, so I still have the authority to control you recruits. Until now, the platoon leader and the others still don't know which insensible recruit treated the regiment commander as a delivery man. I didn't say anything either. I just secretly laughed behind their backs. When it came to matters in the army, Yi Qian's entire demeanor changed. Like the rising sun, he was full of vitality. She spoke happily, but she didn't realize that she was like the most beautiful painting slowly spreading out in front of Xia Jinyuan. His body, his heart, and his eyes could only see her beauty. After going through so much, she was the one he was looking for. The sterile gauze was gently covered. Xia Jinyuan looked up slightly and stared deeply at it. He lowered his head, closed his eyes sincerely, and kissed the gauze gently with his warm lips. It was an extremely light kiss, like a feather brushing past, but it only caused ripples in his heart. It did not startle Yi Qian in the slightest. "Are you done, Captain Xia?" Yi Qian didn't move when he felt Yi Qian put on the gauze. He was caught off guard and asked with a smile, "You don't have any more bandages? Why don't we just use tape? It should work too." "No, I'm thinking about whether I should tie a beautiful knot on the gauze," Xia Jinyuan replied calmly and asked very seriously, "What do you think?" Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. "No matter how beautiful the knot is, I won't be able to see it, so there's no need for that." She didn't know that he kissed her, even though there was a layer of gauze between them. For Xia Jinyuan, this was the first time he had intimate contact with Yi Qian. After he kissed her, Major Xia, sadly, realized that it wasn't him who left a good impression in front of Yi Qian. His little fox didn't do anything. In the end, she didn't stay by his side that night and started thinking about it before she even fell asleep. Chapter 319. When Xia Jinyuan opened his eyes again, he got up with a bitter smile. Fortunately, he didn't need to take off his Tibetan clothes in the middle of the night, so he didn't need to tidy up and go out directly. When he walked out of the tent, he consciously walked towards Yi Qian's tent. Just a few steps away, he saw a faint red flickering under the bright moonlight. Still not resting? Headmaster Chun had already seen clearly who came out of the tent. He joked, "With Yang Jin guarding tonight, Captain Xia can have a good night's sleep." Xia Jinyuan smiled bitterly and walked to Principal Chun, who was smoking. He sighed and said, "I finally understand why you smiled that night. You know Yi Qian well. It's not easy to win her heart. Captain Xia, you have to know that the older the wiser. As for me, I'm 2 rounds older than you. The amount of salt I've eaten is no less than the amount of rice you've eaten. She's not an ordinary girl. She's very powerful. Previously, there was a boy named Gao Yang. I could tell that this boy was interested in her. His family background was also very good. However, little Jian didn't have any feelings for him at all. In her eyes, family background isn't an advantage, and it's not worth it for her to waver. Captain Xia, you're on your own now." After that, Principal Chun smiled and patted Xia Jinyuan on the shoulder. He said earnestly, "Uncle Jian and I both hope that little Jian is a responsible and independent girl. If she is really easily won over by you, then she won't be the little Jian we like." This was the reason why Principal Chen and Uncle Jian didn't stop Xia Jinyuan at all. The truth was that they knew from the beginning that Yi Qian was not easy to win over. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. After a bitter smile, he revealed a calm and confident expression. "It's good news for me. She doesn't like Gao Yang, and she doesn't like Xia Jinyuan. One is rich, and the other is handsome. Well, the little girl has high standards. It's really something to be happy about. Ha ha ha, you're right. As Captain Xia said, I really don't have to worry about little Jian falling in love at such a young age." Principal Chen laughed even louder. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his laughter. Good luck, Major Xia. Falling in love with little Jian? This was a test of one's patience. If he really persevered, it would be a good thing. Both of them were in the army. At least they could walk side by side and understand each other. Under the starry night sky, Xia Jinyuan smiled calmly and said elegantly, I never change my mind about the things I've decided on. No one will interfere. Not even my family can influence my decisions. This was to tell Principal Chun that he was definitely not doing this on the spur of the moment. Moreover, his family background was not a problem. That was why Xia Jinyuan was said to be a very reassuring man. He would always be the first to speak out other people's concerns. The certainty in his words made people feel his sincerity. Every word he said was powerful and resonant. Principal Chun did not immediately express his opinion. He would not be swayed by a few words from a young man. Distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. A person's heart was the most fickle. It was better to wait and see. On the third day, under Xia Jinyuan's care, Yi Qian's injuries had recovered to the point where he could walk with lighter steps. He no longer had to worry about inflammation every day. Chapter 3:20. Yi Qian had been hoping for her wound to heal quickly, so she was especially careful. Now, she didn't need to lie on the bed and let Xia Jinyuan change the sterile gauze. She could sit down so that it would be more convenient for him. After changing the gauze this time, you don't have to change it again. Although the wound is healing, remember not to move too much. After changing the dressing, it was almost time for Xia Jinyuan to leave. Before he left, he reminded her in more detail, don't touch the water or climb the slope. If you want to go outside to get some fresh air, walk around the tent. Today is the third day. After the seventh day, I'll drive over to pick you and Uncle Chin up. After changing the gauze, Yi Qian put on a shawl to cover the curves from her shoulders to her slender waist. She smiled and said, I'll be careful. Don't worry, I also want to leave as soon as possible. I have to report to school in a few days. Her high school life was about to begin. She was looking forward to it. Number 1 middle school is not bad. So far, there have been a few students from military schools. However, there are none from the National University of Science and Technology. If you can get in, you'll be the pride of the school. Xia Jinyuan found out from Principal Chun that she had given up on the provincial number 1 middle school and chose number 1 middle school because it was closer to Fujian town, and she could come back anytime on Saturday and Sunday. High school is much more important than junior high school. You should take care of your studies while training. Otherwise, if your grades drop after training, it will be as difficult as getting into a military school. This time, there was a 1-month break after leaving the mountain. He would see if he could send her directly to number 1 middle school. Xia Jinyuan made up his mind and did not stay in the no man's land for long. After giving a few instructions, he stood up without hesitation. I'll be leaving first. Take good care of yourself for the next few days. When he stayed, Yi Qian really wanted him to leave quickly. Now that he was really leaving, she felt a little uncomfortable. She stood up quickly and turned around. She saw that his mountain-like figure had already walked to the curtain of the tent. Just as she was about to catch up, Xia Jinyuan stopped abruptly. He lifted the curtain with one hand and looked back with a deep gaze. Bon voyage, Captain Xia. All of a sudden, Yi Qian felt a little uneasy. Under his burning gaze, he said softly, return to the military depot safe and sound. Xia Jinyuan was about to take a step out of the room, but when he saw her looking at him with sparkling eyes that seemed to be filled with reluctance to part with him, his heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly turned back. Yi Qian was startled by him turning around. Dai Qing furrowed her brows and looked nervously at the man, who was striding back. She couldn't help but purse her lips. His gaze was too scorching, bursting with light like the sun. The heat was so great that it seemed as if the slightest bit closer would cause one to turn into ashes. This feeling made her unable to get used to it. What a sly little fox! She always took a step back just as he was about to take a step forward. When he took a step back, she would carefully take a step forward. This kind of advance and retreat was really sweet torture. Xia Jinyuan walked closer with a faint smile on his thin lips. He was so close that she could feel his breath on her jade-like face. When he saw the faint blush on her face, he smiled and sighed. "Oh, you," the word, "you," was filled with inexplicable helplessness and endless affection. His slender and strong arms gently wrapped around her shoulders and pulled her gently into his embrace. "I'll be safe and sound, too. You too. Rest well. You're still young. Don't think too much." Chapter 321. I wanted to leave in a more natural manner without looking back. Who knew that when I turned around, I would see a little fox looking at me with teary eyes. So forget it. I'll just come back and comfort my little fox for a while. Yi Qian's body had been stiff ever since he suddenly pulled her into his arms. When she heard what he said, she immediately lifted her head and looked up. She was both angry and amused. "Captain Xia, your eyesight is really bad. I just wanted to send you off to show how much you've taken care of me these past few days." "Why, oh, it seems that I misunderstood again." He smiled and interrupted Yi Qian. "A sweet misunderstanding. Little fox, if you really want to thank me, don't say anything in 3 seconds." His kiss fell softly along with his words, landing beside her forehead. His thin lips pressed against her skin, bringing a warmth that could make one's heart tremble. He paused for about 3 seconds before leaving. His voice was as clear as water as he smiled and said, "I'll come to pick you up soon. A kiss goodbye as a way of thanking me." Yi Qian's body became even stiffer. Even after he left, she was still stiff in the tent and didn't move for a long time. Her eyes were still wide open in shock. Obviously, she still hadn't come back to her senses. A kiss as a way of thanking him. What a twisted logic. She raised her hand and wiped her forehead. Yi Qian was once again defeated by Major Xia's shamelessness. A kiss as a way of thanking him. She didn't want to use this method of thanking him at all. Yi Qian's hand stopped on her forehead. After standing there for a while, she slowly walked out of the tent. She saw Xia Jinyuan walking far away with a few herdsmen. He wasn't wearing his combat uniform. He was still dressed in his gorgeous Tibetan clothing. When he walked with the herdsmen, he looked like a noble young master. He had an imposing appearance, and his every movement was incomparably noble. She didn't see the expression on Xia Jinyuan's face when he left. His elegant and handsome face always had a faint smile like the moon. When he was chatting with the herdsman, the smile in his eyes never disappeared. His gentle and elegant expression made his features even more exquisite and handsome. His mind was filled with the image of Yi Qian's confused expression after he kissed him. Yi Qian's wet eyes were wide open, and he looked so adorable that he wanted to kiss him a few more times. Unfortunately, he could only give her a little taste. If he kissed her again, it wouldn't scare her silly. Instead, it would make her angry. This time, Xia Jinyuan was much faster than when he came. After riding out of the no-man's land, he immediately contacted the members of the Snowfield Brigade. Soon, he got into the jeep sent by the military station and rushed back to the base. On the 7th day, Yi Qian did not see him. He only saw a jeep from the military depot. The driver was a motorized soldier with 8 years of driving experience in the Tibetan region. He was a motorized soldier sent by the military station and was also the soldier that Xia Jinyuan had arranged to pick up Little Fox. Why didn't he come? Yi Qian didn't ask. If he couldn't come, he must be out on another mission. When he returned to Fujian town, there were still 3 days before the start of school. This time, he didn't go back to Yi Qian's base. The wound on his waist didn't need gauze anymore. After the military doctor from the base examined him, he smiled and said, "Captain Xia's skills are good. The stitches are done well. There will be a scar, but it's not a big problem. You don't have to worry about taking a bath. It won't affect the start of school." When Uncle Jen heard this, a smile appeared on his face. "That's good. Thank you for coming here." Chapter 3:22. Yi Qian hadn't returned yet, but the military doctor from the platoon had already arrived. It was as if he knew that Yi Qian would return today and had been waiting at home for a long time. When the military doctor mentioned Captain Xia, Yi Qian knew that he had specially arranged for this to happen. He wasn't there, but his presence was everywhere. "You're welcome. This is what we should do." The military doctor tidied up the simple medical kit and reminded him with a smile, "Yi Qian, don't come to the platoon for the next few days. The male soldiers in the platoon don't know how to hold back. Also, you still have a few days before school starts. Rest well at home." He looked at her and started joking again. "You've been missing for a month. The regiment commander and the political commissar have been nagging about why you haven't come to the platoon. Is it because you guys secretly roasted pheasant last time? They criticized you so harshly that you didn't dare to come over. As for me, even if I stayed in the infirmary, I was still nagged about it. The regiment commander kept nagging about me, and I really didn't dare to go. The first time I was caught secretly roasting pheasant, I was already traumatized." Yi Qian put down his t-shirt and smiled. "I'll return to the platoon after the regiment commander completely forgets about this incident. Thank you for your hard work today." Everyone in the platoon knew who Yi Qian was. A little girl like her was even more hardworking than the male soldiers. Her shooting accuracy was the highest in the platoon, and she dared to compete with the elite soldiers. This little girl was born to be a soldier. Even the soldiers in the kitchen recognized her. Hearing this, the military doctor laughed and said, "I'll definitely pass on your message. Oh, right, I almost forgot about this." As he spoke, he took out an envelope from his medical kit. "This is the pension from the military. You're the orphan of a martyr, so you'll receive a pension every year until you graduate from university. Here's $2,000. It's not a lot, but it's enough for your living expenses." When it came to money, the military doctor spoke quickly, afraid that Yi Qian would refuse. The political commissar said that if you have any objections, you can talk to him personally. Anyway, what he means is that he has fought with all kinds of soldiers for more than 10 years. He doesn't believe that he can't deal with a little girl like you. Yi Qian knew that they were doing this for her own good. She took the envelope and smiled. "Okay, I got it. I won't let the army down." What she needed was not gratitude, but hard work. Only hard work would not disappoint her. "We can all see that you are a good kid. Do your best." When the military doctor saw that she accepted it so graciously, he was even happier in his heart. The army had fought for it for her, so naturally they hoped that she would accept it. If she rejected it, the army would probably not fight for her in the future. The little lass had always been able to differentiate clearly. It was no wonder that the commander thought highly of her. Yi Qian really needed the money. Her high school tuition and miscellaneous fees were waived, and the school gave her 100 renminbi a month for her living expenses. However, she still needed to pay for her study materials, especially since she needed to finish her high school studies within a year and a half. She needed countless materials and test papers. Don't feel burdened. This is the Army's affirmation of you and their training for you. After the military doctor left, Uncle Jen looked kindly at Yi Qian, whose eyes were slightly red. Good kid, don't treat this money as a burden. Treat it as motivation. Work hard and walk steadily step by step. This is what the commander and the political commissar expect of you. Back then, the army gave a pension to Yi Jifan. More than 10 years have passed. No matter how much money there is, Sun Dongqing will calculate it until there's not a cent left. Moreover, she might even say that she's been paying for it. That's why I haven't mentioned it. You don't have to think about it either. Just know what you're doing. Chapter 323. Yi Qian nodded. I'll listen to you. These aren't things I should care about. They're not worth my time. Don't worry. I know what I need. After a slight pause, she smiled. Actually, Sun Dongqing didn't take much of the money. Most of it was given to my aunt's family by my grandpa and grandma. A few years ago, when they came back, I only mentioned the money. My aunt cried, threw a tantrum, and threatened to hang herself. She said that my niece was forcing her to her death. These things, I won't hide it from Grandpa. General, I'll remember them. I won't get involved with my dad's relatives. Now that I've moved out, I don't want to have anything to do with them. Uncle Jen remembered what happened a few years ago. Yi Jixiang, the woman from the Yi family who took away all of his sister-in-law's pension and didn't come back for a few years, sneaked back to the village on New Year's Eve. He didn't know what happened. She beat Yi Qian up and left him outside. If the village chief, Zhang Food, didn't pick up Yi Qian on the way home from drinking, the girl in front of him would have been dead. That year, he was in the army for Chinese New Year. When he came back, it was already the 4th day of Chinese New Year. Yi Jixiang's family had already left the village. Since then, he didn't go back to the army for Chinese New Year. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Girl, think about the future. Think about your future. Think about your future. Uncle Jen tapped his opium pipe on the ground. Behind the smoke, his eyes were cloudy. You live your life, and they live theirs. Let's mind our own business. Yi Qian narrowed her eyes. Her hand that was rolling the cigarette for Uncle Jen paused. Her eyes gradually darkened. She looked up and saw Uncle Jen leaning to the side and smoking. It seemed like he didn't want to talk about the Yi family. Yi Qian wanted to ask about Yi Jixiang's family and her uncle, but she didn't know what to say, because every time she mentioned the Yi family, Uncle Jen didn't want to talk about it. Forget it. She shouldn't think too much about the Yi family's matters. She wouldn't even ask about tuition fees or living expenses. To Yi Qian, money was not her main concern, but to Sun Dongqing, money was her life. Ever since she found out that Yi Qian had returned to the village, she had been packing her luggage at home, preparing to return to town early the next morning. Ying, quickly call your father and ask him to send a car to pick us up tomorrow. You talk to us every day about being incorruptible, but in the end, you only know how to enjoy yourself. I heard that wretched girl, Yi Qian, has returned to the village. I wonder if she came back to ask for tuition fees. She's born to be a debt collector. I won't give her a single cent. During this period of time, Ying was very popular in the village. As the only junior high school student in the village who was admitted into the province's #1 middle school, if it weren't for the fact that her father was the mayor and needed to maintain his integrity, he would have held a banquet. Hearing this, she looked up from her English book and said coldly, Didn't Dad give the money to Grandpa? Now that Grandpa, Grandma, and Auntie are living in the big city, even if Yi Qian comes to ask for living expenses, just tell her that Grandpa and Grandma took the money. Wouldn't that be enough? Those two old farts are enjoying themselves outside. When did they ever come back to see you, their granddaughter? If you say that they took the money, the first one to jump at you is your father. You wouldn't understand, even if I told you. Ying, remember this. You can mess with anyone, but never make your grandpa and grandma angry. When Sun Dongqing mentioned her parents-in-law, even a shrewish woman like her was a bit scared. Chapter 324. Yi Ying did not have much of an impression of her grandparents. She had only met them a few times. If they had not been brought up today, she would have forgotten that she had them. What can I do to provoke them? I'm enjoying my life with my aunt's family. In their eyes, only my aunt's son is their grandson. What am I? Provoking them? Puffed. I still want to live for a few more years. Yi Ying recalled what had happened a few years ago. She could not help but shudder at the memory. At that time, she used to bully Yi Qian as well. However, compared to her aunt's family, it was nothing, especially her aunt's husband. He looked like a fiend and kicked Yi Qian away as if he was an enemy. However, no one dared to step forward to stop him. Her grandparents even said, "Jinx, you're a good-for-nothing. At least you're dead." After shivering, Yi Ying grabbed Sun Dongqing's hand and said in a low voice, "Mom, let's not provoke my aunt's family. If anything happens, let's push Yi Qian out." "Do I need you to tell me that? I know what I'm doing." Sun Dongqing looked at her daughter proudly. Daughters were their parents' sweethearts. This saying was not wrong at all. If she really comes over and asks us for her living expenses, I'll just tell her that the money is for your grandparents. If she wants it, she can call them herself. Based on how much your grandparents and your aunt's family hate Yi Qian, they'll come back and beat her to death. When Yi Ying heard this, she frowned in confusion. Hate? Why would my aunt's family hate Yi Qian? I remember when I was in the 5th grade, Yi Qian was almost beaten to death by my aunt's husband. Also, how did my aunt's husband become blind in his right eye? Why have I never heard you mention this to Dad? At this point, a trace of panic flashed across Sun Dongqing's face. She brushed her hair to cover it up and said, "You're a child. Why do you care so much? Just remember, don't provoke your aunt's family. Let those two old farts live outside. We'll be happy to have some peace and quiet." Yi Ying, on the other hand, was cautious. It seemed that things were not as simple as they seemed. Her aunt's family didn't come back for years. When she was in the 5th grade, they came back in the middle of the night. After the Lunar New Year's Eve, they left again on the first night of the Lunar New Year. Back then, he was young and didn't think much of it. Now that he thought about it, it was quite abnormal. 2 days before school reopened, Yi Zhifan drove a small sedan back to Shuku. He came back to pick up his daughter, Yi Ying. The next morning, he personally drove his daughter to the provincial high school to study. That night, Yi Zhifan reminded his daughter a lot of things. The gist of it was that she had to keep a low profile when she went to the province. She shouldn't be like the eldest daughter who didn't know how to deal with people. He had inquired about the provincial first high school. The sons and daughters of the provincial leaders were all studying there. He was just a small town mayor. If something happened, don't expect him to step in. Yi Ying wasn't scared, but Sun Dongqing was scared. She stuttered. "Why don't we not let Yi Ying go to the provincial high school? What if they're a bunch of bullies? How can we make decisions for Yi Ying?" At this moment, Sun Dongqing realized that studying in the provincial high school wasn't a good thing. "Mom, don't talk about making decisions for me. I know how to get along with them. Yi Ying pouted unhappily and said to Yi Jifan, Dad, tell me everything you know. I know whose son and daughter are. Chapter 325. More than a year had passed. Yi Qian was not the only one who had grown. Yi Ying had grown as well, and she had grown according to Yi Jifan's arrangements. In comparison, Yi Qian was much calmer. After having dinner with Uncle Jen, they drew many detailed pictures of famous guns from different countries under the light before climbing into bed to sleep. The next morning, Yi Qian arrived at the entrance of the village at 6:00. She waited for the boys from the same village to report to number 1 middle school. She did not ask Uncle Jen to send her off. Instead, she woke up early and waited for them at the entrance of the village before Uncle Jen woke up. There was still half an hour before the appointed time. Yi Qian sat by the road at the entrance of the village. She did not feel bored. She listened to the morning birds and quietly waited for the boys from the same village to arrive. The sound of a car engine came from the village. After a while, Yi Qian saw a black car coming through the mist. Yi Qian did not get up or look at it. She sat there leisurely. In the car, Sun Dongqing sat in the passenger seat and sighed. This car is so nice. When Ying is on vacation, we'll drive this car to pick her up. It's comfortable, and we don't have to squeeze into the train. Jifan, remember this. We'll use this car to pick Ying up every month. Mom, this is a government car. Do you really think it's our family's car? Yi Ying sat alone in the back. It was spacious and very comfortable. She put down the car window, and the morning breeze blew in with the mist. It was indeed much more comfortable than squeezing into the train. Yi Jifan looked at Yi Ying from the rearview mirror and praised her. Ying, you've grown up. Remember what Dad said. When you get to number 1 middle school, you need to have your own circle. No matter what other people's identities are, you're all students. This identity is your biggest advantage. You don't have to suck up to them. You have to think of a way to make them want to stay away from you. Remember the names Dad told you last night. They're all bad students. They all got in because of their family's connections. You, on the other hand, are a top student. If you want to get along well with them, you have to start with your studies. Is there a need? Yi Jifan, who was preaching attentively, suddenly slammed on the brakes. Yi Ying, who was listening attentively, was caught off guard. Her whole body slammed into the back of the seat. Sun Dongqing, who was also caught off guard, was also thrown forward by the inertia of the brakes, and then fell back heavily. She was shocked and hurriedly said, "What are you doing? Why did you stop?" As they spoke, they stopped as well. The couple looked at the figure sitting on a rock at the entrance of the village about a meter away from the car. Sun Dongqing had already unbuckled her seatbelt. She pushed open the car door and rushed over aggressively. "Hey, you wretched girl." No wonder he didn't see anyone when he came back. He must have planned to get stuck in a traffic jam early in the morning. Let me tell you, there's no way. When the car stopped abruptly, Yi Qian naturally saw who was driving. When Sun Dongqing rushed over, she also got up from the rock. Yi Qian looked coldly at Sun Dongqing, who had nothing good to say. She lowered her eyebrows slightly and looked down at her. "The road is so wide. Just drive your car. What does it have to do with me if you stop? Auntie Sun, don't ask for trouble in front of me, okay?" At this moment, Sun Dongqing realized that Yi Qian, who had been calling her a wretched girl, had grown a lot taller after not seeing her for a summer break. She was now half a fist taller than her precious daughter. Yi Jifan also got out of the car, followed by Yi Ying, who appeared victorious. Chapter 326. The father and daughter walked over together. Yi Ying was the first to speak with a smile. So, it's sister. Why are you sitting here, so early in the morning waiting for us? Mom, it's rare to see sister. Just give her something. 2 days ago, a beggar came to our house asking for rice, and you gave him 50 cents out of kindness. You can't be too stingy with sister. Just give her 1 yuan. She was treating Yi Qian as a beggar who was easy to get rid of. Yi Qian glanced at Yi Ying, who was acting all high and mighty in front of him. He sneered and said indifferently, "You've done too many bad things. Even if you occasionally show kindness and accumulate some virtue, it's useless. Am I right, Mayor Yi? You damned girl, Sun Dongqing could tell that he was mocking her. She was instantly enraged and raised her hand to slap Yi Qian's face. She had just raised her hand when Yi Zhifan fiercely pressed it down. She heard him say in a low voice, "You've suffered so much at her hands. You still dare to mess around." Sun Dongqing suddenly remembered what had happened in the past. She immediately withdrew her hand from Yi Qian's hand. However, she was unwilling to give up and scolded, "I'm her aunt. I'm still her aunt. What, can I teach a disobedient thing a lesson? Your daughter is here. You can teach her a lesson however you want. Also, Auntie Sun, don't try to claim kinship here. The next time you dare to reach out, you can see who's more powerful." Facing Yi Zhifan's family, Yi Qian would never be soft-hearted. He glanced at them coldly and stopped at Yi Ying. He said slowly with a faint smile, "You can see who's the one who's going to be taught a lesson." These words were full of threat. Yi Ying, who had a smug smile on her face, suddenly shivered. She asked in shock, "What do you want to do?" "What I want to do depends on what Auntie Sun wants to do." Yi Qian smiled coldly and looked at Sun Dongqing, who was scared by his words and didn't dare to speak. The coldness in her eyes was like 1,000 feet of snow, and only a frightening chill could be seen. Not to mention Sun Dongqing, even Yi Zhifan couldn't help but shiver. Frowning, Yi Zhifan said with a gloomy face, breaking the bones and connecting the tendons, "Yi Qian, don't go overboard." "Am I going overboard? Mayor Yi, since you've received benefits from me, you'd better behave yourself. The reason why I don't want to settle accounts with you is not because I'm afraid of you, but, Mayor Yi, you're so smart, so you should know what I mean." Her words made Yi Zhifan's heart skip a beat. He suddenly remembered that his niece had a monstrous memory. He had originally wanted to suppress her with a few words, but now he gave up. When Yi Ying heard that her parents had been forced into silence by Yi Qian's words, she gritted her teeth and said scornfully, "What are you so proud of? Just you wait, Yi Qian. I will make you inferior to me for the rest of your life. Let's wait and see." Yi Qian raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on his face. He had an indescribable wildness. "I'll wait for you for the rest of my life." "Yi Ying, I've told you to wait. Just wait for me for the rest of your life." Someone who can't even get into the provincial first high school dares to compete with me. Ha! You overestimate yourself. When Yi Ying heard this, it was as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. She giggled, "You've been inferior to me since the beginning, and now you want to compete with me? Dream on." Hearing this, Yi Zhifan saw Yi Qian's smile gradually deepen, as if there was an indescribable meaning behind it. He didn't stop him, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. He then heard Yi Qian say calmly, "The school that you treat like a treasure is a school that I can do without. With it, it won't be the icing on the cake. Without it, I will still be me." Chapter 327. Yi Ying, you're still as ridiculous as ever. You've wasted Mayor Ye's painstaking efforts on you. After Yi Qian finished speaking, Yi Zhifan finally realized why her smile was so deep. To his daughter, the provincial first high school was a treasure, but to Yi Qian, it was a worthless place. This was the difference, the biggest difference. She could easily get it, but she could also easily give it up. But his daughter, Yi Ying, couldn't, because the provincial first high school was her goal. Yi Ying also reacted. Her delicate face instantly twisted, and she screamed, "Yi Qian, don't even think about surpassing me. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. Hurry up and take her to the car." Yi Zhifan clenched his jaw. He looked at Yi Qian's calm expression, then looked at his daughter's hysterical expression. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. After Sun Dongqing dragged Yi Ying into the car, the scheming Yi Zhifan sneered. "Yi Qian, you're still too inexperienced. If you want to compete with Yi Ying, you'll have to see if I agree." He originally wanted to threaten Yi Qian, but who knew that when he turned to get into the car, he heard a voice behind him that was deeper and colder than his own, with a hint of murderous intent. "Behave yourself, Mayor Yi. Don't provoke me." The voice was cold and murderous, instantly making Yi Zhifan's footsteps quicken. He turned his head and stared at the little girl who repeatedly threatened him, the mayor of a town. He saw that the smile on her face was still as calm as ever, and her posture was straight. She was clearly still a child, but she had an aura that made him tremble in fear. And her eyes were dark and cold. She wasn't joking. She was seriously warning him not to provoke her. On the way to the car, the gloomy Yi Zhifan's mind was still filled with this meaningful sentence. It was filled with a threat that only he could understand. She must know something. He turned his head and looked at his daughter, whose face was full of unwillingness, and said in a low voice, "Ying Ying, remember, you must keep that jade pendant well. Don't take it out for others to see." Sun Dongqing, who had always been taken advantage of by Yi Qian, got into the car with a straight face. At this moment, she was about to vent her anger on her husband. "You gave me a fake. Mom, can you keep your mouth shut?" Yi Ying, who was being dragged into the car, shouted, "If you didn't get out of the car, I would have been humiliated by Yi Qian, right? You don't have a brain. Don't implicate me and me." Yi Zhifan, who was driving, was livid. It was not because of Sun Dongqing, but because of Yi Ying. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and shouted, "Yi Ying, who gave you the guts to scold your own mother?" Yi yes Yi, Ying, Yi and Ying and Ying. Yi Qian's mood was not affected at all. The boys from the same village arrived at 6:30 sharp. Compared to the boys' excitement, Yi Qian was much calmer. When the car drove onto the winding mountain road, Yi Qian's line of sight towards the village suddenly froze. She saw Uncle Jen standing at the entrance of the village where the children often played, waving his hand. Yi Qian's tears flowed down her face. She stretched her hand out of the car window and waved at Uncle General, even though she knew that he was too far away to hear. Yi Qian still shouted, "Go back quickly. I'll come back to see you soon." Chapter 328. Number 1 Middle School was the best middle school in Anyang City. It was divided into junior high school and senior high school. For the people of Anyang City, being admitted to number 1 Middle School's senior high school was equivalent to being admitted to one of the top universities in the country. In addition, 6 students from number 1 Middle School had been admitted to Hua University and Shi University, which made the school even more famous. It was also because of this that number 1 Middle School's enrollment this year was so strict that it was almost harsh. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, many students who were originally studying at number 1 Middle School did not get admitted to number 1 Middle School. And those who did get admitted had to retake the exam and be assigned to different classes based on their grades. Yi Qian had been in the Tibetan area all this time, so he had no idea that number 1 middle school had caused a big commotion recently. Parents whose children were studying at number 1 middle school's junior high school, but did not get admitted to number 1 middle school's senior high school, all gathered at the school gate on the first day of school. They held up red banners to protest the unfairness of this enrollment. Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law? Our children are studying at number 1 middle school, but they are not allowed to go to high school. Protest, protest, protest against the school's completely inhumane enrollment. Being assigned to different classes based on grades is clearly harming the students. All of us parents are protesting. These parents were not the only ones causing trouble at the gate of number 1 middle school. Some people who wanted to stir up trouble also joined in. Someone threw an egg at the school sign of number 1 middle school, and then the whole school gate became even more chaotic. As long as someone had something in their hands, they threw it at the school to show the unfair treatment of their children. Before Yi Qian and the boys from the same village could enter the school gate, the bus that was supposed to stop at number 1 middle school was stopped by the police. A policeman wearing a light green 95 police uniform walked up and glanced at Yi Qian. "Student, your parents didn't send you to school?" The boys from the same village had never dealt with the police before, but they had grown up in a village with an army, so they had some guts. Hearing this, he walked over and shielded Yi Qian behind him. He was a little scared, but he maintained his composure. His voice was a little tense as he replied, "No, both of us came here by ourselves. We didn't have any parents accompanying us. We are students from the town. We don't have an adult to send us off." When Yi Qian saw this, he gently patted the boy's tense shoulders and said with a smile, "Did something happen at school?" "I think," she pointed outside the bus. "These students didn't go to school. They're all standing outside. Something must have happened at school. What could possibly happen at school?" In 1996, other than the return of Hong Kong, there didn't seem to be any major events that happened. However, the internet was still not developed in 1996. If something big really happened, it was normal for her not to know. Usually, it was the parents who asked if something had happened at school. Now that a student took the initiative to ask him, the policeman who stopped the car smiled and said, "You're quite smart. No wonder you could get into number 1 middle school. As he said this, the policeman looked at Yi Qian. Why did he look a little familiar? Where did he see him? A criminal? Definitely not. But he did look familiar. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before. "Come on, student. Get off the bus with him. Remember to take your luggage." The policeman had an occupational disease and did not intend to let Yi Qian get off the bus just like that. Instead, he motioned for her and the boys from the same village to get off the bus with him. Chapter 3:29. The boy from the same village had the surname Zhang, and his name was Jingyi. Shuku village was a village with the surname Zhang, so there were quite a lot of people with the surname Zhang. When he saw that he still had to follow the police, he was still a high school student. No matter how brave he was still a young high school student. When he heard this, his legs went weak. Why do I have to get off the bus with you?" He was stuttering a little. When Yi Qian saw this, he turned around and smiled at him. "You're still a student. Nothing bad has happened. What are you afraid of? Something must have happened at the school. They're here to protect the students and their parents. Girls are more meticulous than boys. Your classmate is right. Hurry up and get off the bus. Don't waste the bus driver's time." When the police heard this, they turned around and smiled. "It has nothing to do with you students. Get off the bus. It has nothing to do with the students. Could it be the school? And their parents? Yi Qian's gaze froze for a moment. Encountering such a situation at the beginning of school was indeed not something to be happy about. After getting off the bus, Yi Qian and Zhang Jing went straight to a convenience store on the road. The store was supposed to be a grocery store, but the police had temporarily recruited them to be on duty. There was also a group of students and parents outside the convenience store. The police walked quickly through the crowd and entered the convenience store. They lowered their heads and said a few words to their colleagues on duty. When they came out again, they waved at Yi Qian, who had not yet entered. Come, come, come. The sun is bright outside. Come here and enjoy the fan. Also, the two of you pass the admission notice to Teacher Fu. Let him help you with the registration procedures. It turned out that the school could not handle the normal admission procedures. In order not to delay the start of school, the registration could only be done by 2 police officers and a school teacher outside. This was one of the registration points. There were 2 more registration points outside. The parents were causing trouble at the school entrance, but the school's normal admission procedures were still carried out. It was not much of an impact. Yi Qian took out the notice from his bag and handed it over. The policeman took the notice and opened it to take a look. His gaze immediately fell on the name, Yi Qian. He then looked up and passed the notice back to Teacher Fu. You don't have any students with the same name, right? Yi Qian, this girl is here to report. Although they were communicating in a low voice, Yi Qian had undergone hellish training after all. For someone like Yi Qian, who was close to the level of a world-class sniper, even the slightest movement could not escape her eyes and ears. Not to mention, the teacher and the police were talking right under his nose. How could he not hear them clearly? I'm Yi Qian, Teacher Fu. Is there a problem? The indifferent Yi Qian smiled and asked politely, I'm reporting according to the date on the notice. I've already prepared all the other materials for the report. She did not want to ask too much, but she remembered Yi Zhifan's harsh words early in the morning. Yi Qian, you're still too inexperienced. If you want to compete with Yi Ying, you'll have to see if I agree or not. These words clearly showed that he did not want her to have an easy time at number 1 middle school. Now that she asked one more question, if she could find out something, she might as well not go to number 1 middle school. Teacher Fu looked at Yi Qian. Her expression was slightly dark and unclear. She stood up with the authority of a teacher and said, Go and sit on the side. I'll call the school management. The change in her expression was only a matter of a few breaths, but it made Yi Qian's eyes darken instantly. Based on the current situation, there was an 80% chance that he did something. Chapter 3:30. Especially when Teacher Fu took away her acceptance letter, Yi Qian instinctively took a few steps forward and blocked Teacher Fu's way, with a smile. Teacher, you should pass me the acceptance letter. You can help me with the process after you finish your call. Zhang Jingyi was dumbfounded. Yi Qian had guts. She was really brave. She even dared to block the way of a teacher. Yi Qian, you... He didn't know what to say. He only felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he subconsciously called out. Then he went silent. The students and parents outside didn't notice anything strange. They were still squeezing in front of other teachers to complete the process. The police officer who brought Yi Qian in was also a little confused, but he knew the importance of an acceptance letter to a student. He smiled and said, Teacher Fu, go ahead. I'll take the acceptance letter and let my colleague register it. No, you don't have to register it for now. Wait for me to call back. Teacher Fu probably didn't expect a student to dare to block a teacher. After the initial shock, She panicked a little when a police officer joined in. She stuffed the acceptance letter into Yi Qian's hands and hurriedly said, "Wait here." Holding the crumpled acceptance letter in her hand, Yi Qian sighed softly in her heart. It seemed like there were some things that she couldn't decide. Yi Jifan's ability had once again exceeded her expectations. He was actually able to extend his hand into the city. In her previous life, Yi Jifan was a successful government official. He was promoted to the position of deputy governor. If he wasn't capable, how could he become the deputy governor of a province? Moreover, Grandpa Zhen repeatedly reminded her not to go against Yi Jifan. She only needed to give him a proper warning. It was clear that Grandpa Zhen also knew about Yi Jifan's ability. If you don't listen to your elders, you will suffer. Yi Qian was glad that she hadn't fallen out with Yi Jifan to the point where they would be at each other's throats when they met. Number 1 middle school. She definitely couldn't stay. Zhang Jingyi, you go ahead and register first. We were so focused on rushing to school that we didn't even call home. I'll go out and make a call first. After Yi Qian made up his mind, he completely gave up on the idea of studying at number 1 middle school. He then said to the policeman, who was still confused, "Hello, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back later." Although the police officers didn't understand what was going on, they had a vague feeling that something was wrong. They didn't stop Yi Qian. After he left, they asked their colleague who was in charge of registration, "What happened?" "I'm not sure. A person who looked like the head of the school came over at around 9 o'clock. He said that if he saw a new student named Yi Qian registering, he told us not to worry. He said that there were some problems with her exam. The police officer in charge of the registration didn't know what happened either. He shook his head and said, "The school's matters are not something we can figure out. Everyone had their own duties. If it weren't for the parents protesting against the school today, these civilian police officers wouldn't have been able to register the students for the school." The police officer who brought Yi Qian over frowned. "There's such a thing? How could they send the notice if there were problems with the exam? Hey, don't you think that girl just now looked a little familiar? She's the girl that Sister Zhang mentioned before. She's very good. She represented the country in the Australian Mathematical Olympiad. She's the only Chinese student, Yi Qian. Of course you'd recognize her. We've all seen her in the newspapers. She's quite a good student. How could she have problems with the exam?" Chapter 331. While the two policemen were discussing in low voices, Yi Qian ran to a supermarket in front of them and called Principal Chen. "Uncle Chen, I'm afraid I won't be able to study at number 1 middle school. Yi Jifan has reached out to number 1 middle school, and there's a problem with the registration process." "Tell me more details." Today was also the first day of school in Fujian town, so Principal Chen was very busy. However, when he received Yi Qian's call, his expression turned cold, and he put all his work aside. "Don't worry, tell me slowly." Yi Qian told him about his temporary guesses, one by one. He chuckled and said, "No wonder Yi Jifan said those harsh words to me this morning, saying that I can't compare to Yi Ying. It turns out that he's been waiting for me for a long time. Since he had frequent contacts with the city's leaders, it was indeed possible for him to reach out and tamper with her enrollment. His hands are indeed long. Girl, you should continue with the registration process and find out what's going on and what they're trying to do. Also, I'll call the leaders of number 1 middle school and report your enrollment first." Principal Chen still didn't know that Yi Qian wasn't even considering number 1 middle school. As he spoke, he took out his phone book and looked for the leaders of number 1 middle school. Yi Qian pondered for a moment, then pursed his lips and said, Uncle Chen, since Yi Jifan is forcing me to not be able to study peacefully, I don't plan on letting Yi Ing be peacefully anymore. Don't call the leaders of number 1 middle school. If they've tacitly agreed to this, then it's useless even if you call them. Are you sure? Principal Chen had always respected Yi Qian's decisions. He said in a low voice, if you miss this registration, you might not even have the chance to attend high school this year. Her words were meant to remind Yi Qian to reconsider, but who knew that when Yi Qian, who was frowning slightly, heard her words, a light flashed across his eyes. His dark eyes suddenly shone like stars. If I don't study this year, next year, I'll retake the exam and directly enter year 2. What do you think? There was silence on the other end of the line. After at least 3 minutes of silence, Principal Chen laughed out loud. Little Jian, do you know what you look like? In the northern underworld, there is a fish named Kuan. The Kuan was so huge that no one knew how many thousands of miles it was. It transformed into a bird, and its name was Peng. The rock's back was thousands of miles long. It flew in anger, and its wings were like the clouds in the sky. You, are this Kuan. In the future, you will be the Peng that hits 3,000 miles in the water and flies 90,000 miles in the air. I don't have any objections. As long as you think you have the ability to train while completing high school, I don't have any objections even if you take 2 years off from school. His deep, powerful, and kind laughter rang out. Yi Qian also laughed along. With the support of an elder, she had the right to be willful. After laughing, Yi Qian's expression gradually became more serious. Although her clear voice was soft, it was sonorous and powerful. In 1 year, I won't be worse than them. I definitely won't. Taking a year off from school was indeed not a difficult thing for her. Don't call first. Wait for me to confirm things on my end. Then I'll come back and tell you. In any case, I have to let some people know that the things they do are not a threat to me at all. With someone supporting her, Yi Qian's voice became lighter. If they want to control me academically, they can dream on. By they, she was naturally referring to Yi Jifan. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qian returned to the small store. At this time, she saw a middle-aged man wearing a shirt, a bow tie, and a pair of glasses. He looked like a school leader standing under the shade of a tree and looking around. Chapter 332. After Yi Jian glanced at him, a faint sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. This was the vice principal of number 1 middle school. She had seen him in the photo before and recognized him at first glance. Even the vice principal was here. Her application was quite interesting. Yi Qian was not in a hurry, so she did not push her way in. Instead, she waited in line for the parents and students in front of her to register first. What was the hurry? Zhang Jingyi, who had finished the registration, came out and saw Yi Qian still in line. He was sweating profusely as he pulled her out. Yi Qian, why are you still waiting in line? Hurry up and go. I saw the vice principal. He's waiting for you. Then he said, enviously, you're still the best. It's good that your grades are good. Even the vice principal is here. Don't be envious. My instincts tell me that my application today is not going to go well. Yi Qian handed her luggage to Zhang Jingyi. Help me look after this. Go rest under the tree. I'll be out soon. It was better not to let him know about her relationship with the school. It was not a good thing anyway. Why should she ruin his impression of the school? Zhang Jingyi thought she was joking. He took her luggage and said, okay, I'll wait for you outside. The application is quick. All you have to do is hand in your acceptance letter, your photo, and fill in the application form. It'll take a few minutes. It might take a few minutes for others, but not for Yi Qian. After she sat down, Teacher Fu immediately stood up and asked the vice principal, who was also sweating profusely, to sit down. She even gestured for Yi Qian to take out her acceptance letter. Take out your acceptance letter. The vice principal will speak to you personally. For the vice principal to speak to you personally, it meant that you should feel honored. In front of the school teachers, Yi Jian had always been a well-behaved student. Hearing this, she took the notice without hesitation and maintained the courtesy of a student to a teacher. She first greeted the teacher, and then said, "Principal, if you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. I came alone, without my parents." "It's like this." The vice principal cleared his throat and looked at Yi Qian sternly. "After we sent out your acceptance letter, the school received a call reporting that you helped someone cheat in the exam. Student Yi Qian, your actions have already seriously violated the code of conduct that a student should have. Through our investigation, combined with the descriptions of several students who were around your seat at the time, we can completely confirm that you have indeed violated the exam rules. However, due to your excellent grades and the fact that you have won a gold medal in the World Mathematical Olympiad, our school has decided to make an exception and admit you. However, the vice principal's voice was as serious as that of a judge in a courtroom. His one word could decide Yi Qian's life and death. He paused intentionally, but when he saw that the student sitting opposite him had no change in expression and even had a slight smile on his face, the vice principal's intentional pause became somewhat awkward. What were students most afraid of hearing? The number one thing was cheating in exams. That was even more frightening than skipping class. Therefore, when he said this, Yi Qian should have been afraid and should have been quite anxious. After all, this had to do with whether or not he could enter high school. However, Yi Qian did not panic and even smiled. This was not something the vice principal could accept. Chapter 333. What? Do you think I'm joking? The vice principal tapped his clenched fist on the table. His expression was solemn as he rebuked, "This is not a joke. If it weren't for your good grades, the school would have taken back this admission letter, and your grades would be nullified." Yi Qian was unmoved, but the parents lining up behind him were shocked. What was going on? Good grades. How could they be nullified? Copied? Discussions broke out as they looked at Yi Qian inquisitively. Some people began to point at him and even stopped the registration process. But this was not the result the vice principal wanted. He didn't want to scare the other students or parents. He wanted to scare Yi Qian. "This is not a joke, Yi Qian. We know that your grades are good, but your actions have discounted them. After discussion with the school, we have decided to be lenient with you." Yi Qian raised his eyebrows slightly. She didn't say a word and looked much calmer than the vice principal. At the very least, in the eyes of the police officers who were helping with the registration process, this girl had a faint smile on her face. She was even calmer than a leader. The vice principal felt his back drenched in sweat after hearing her raise her eyebrows. He wanted to drink some water to moisten his throat, but his hands grabbed empty air. This was not his office. Naturally, there was no cup of water on his desk. Yi Qian, who hadn't said much the entire time, chuckled softly when he saw this. Finally, he showed mercy and said, "So what's the result?" As if a noble had opened his mouth, the vice principal let out a sigh of relief and immediately said, "The result is that you will still be accepted by our school, but you will only be an auditing student. The preferential treatment that the school gave you will also be nullified." So this was the result of the punishment. It did sound very lenient. The expressions of the police officers changed slightly. This sounded like preferential treatment, but in reality, it was too unfair. The status of an auditing student would make the student unable to raise his head in front of his classmates. The school's method of punishment was worse than directly rejecting the student. Their gazes fell on Yi Qian. Now it was up to this student to see what he thought. If he wanted to stay and study, he could only accept it. After the vice principal finished speaking, a confident smile appeared on his face. For a student, he had no choice but to accept such a method. Not only would the school not lose an outstanding student, but it would also give the leaders an explanation. It was the best of both worlds. When the parents and students who were listening in from behind heard this, their faces immediately showed expressions of disdain. It was disdain for Yi Qian. His ancestors must have done a lot of good deeds to be able to become an auditing student at number 1 middle school with his good grades. Countless people outside wanted to enter number 1 middle school, but they couldn't. Everyone had calculated everything well, but they had overlooked Yi Qian. Would she accept it? Oh, so that's how to deal with it. Yi Qian smiled slightly and stood up. Then he lowered his eyes and looked down at the vice principal like a high and mighty god. He said slowly, "The way to deal with it sounds pretty good. At least I can still study at number 1 middle school." The vice principal thought that she had agreed. When he heard this, he immediately said, "That's right. This is the biggest exception that the school can make for you. You have to cherish this rare learning opportunity. In the future, Chapter 334. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw that the notice that was supposed to be on the table was already in Yi Jian's hand. With a tearing sound, the notice that represented a student was allowed to enter the school was directly torn into 2 halves by Yi Jian. "What should I do? Do you think this method is helping me? Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Vice Principal, I'm not interested anymore." Amidst the gasps behind her, Yi Jian smiled brightly. Her dark eyes were filled with disdain. She used her actions to reject this so-called generosity. "I'm not interested in number 1 middle school. I can even reject the capital's experimental number 1 middle school and the provincial number 1 middle school, let alone a small number 1 middle school. Don't be angry. I'm a talent. Isn't it a little arrogant? I've always been humble. Today I'm being arrogant. It feels pretty good." The notice wasn't just torn in half. Under the vice principal's wide eyes and everyone else's incredulous gaze, Yi Qian tore the notice to the point that it couldn't even be pieced back together. With a light wave of her hand, the notice turned into a paper butterfly. With a blow from the fan, it scattered everywhere. She giggled and said, "I'm not coming to school anymore. As for the books, I'm not going to study anymore. Don't be surprised. I'm definitely not an impulsive person. Don't be angry. Although I'm a student, I've always made my own decisions. Don't glare at me. If the school can frame a student like this, I really don't want to study anymore." After the notice was torn and blown by the fan, the parents and students were dumbfounded. This was too much. Why was this child so impulsive? "Aya, you're too impulsive. Everything was fine. Where are your parents? Quick, get them here. You've already been admitted. If the school wants to talk to you, you should get your parents here. How can you tear the notice yourself? Vice Principal, shouldn't you discuss this with the students' parents? How can you tell a child directly?" Once the notice was torn, the parents' reactions weren't normal. Thinking of their own children, the parents were worried. If something happened to their children and the school didn't look for the parents, then wouldn't it be a mess? The vice principal didn't know that Yi Qian had such a trick up her sleeve. No one expected this. At this moment, it wasn't the school forcing Yi Qian, but Yi Qian forcing the school. Yi Qian didn't care so much. She smiled and said calmly in the midst of the discussion, In the exam, they said that I was copied by other students. Vice principal, why don't you call all the students around me to come here? Zhou Yong, Lu Yong, dying, and Jiao Jiao of dying, and dying middle school, and Jiao Jiao was taking a math exam at 11:13 in the morning. She did hint at me to copy her answers, but the invigilator soon found out and warned me at 11:15. That teacher is Mr. Song from Chengtang Middle School. Other than that, no other students have asked me. Because we've checked their answers before, it's a piece of cake for them to get into number 1 middle school. If I'm not wrong, they'll definitely come to school today. Why don't we confront them? She was truly amazing. She remembered everything so clearly. She could even remember the time and names of the people. No matter how one looked at it, she seemed to have come prepared. Chapter 3:35. The vice principal, who had finally stopped sweating, was now sweating profusely. Seeing that Yi Qian still dared to force him, he slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "How dare you? Do you still want to study?" "Yes, of course I do." In the face of the angry vice principal, Yi Jian's smile was still so indifferent. When she answered, "Yes," the vice principal snorted and pointed at the torn letter. He said angrily, "You want to do it? You still know how to think. Look at what you've done." "I do want to study, but even if I do, I definitely won't study at your school." Yi Qian was not in a hurry. She spoke slowly, and with a smile on her face, she replied slowly, "So, I really don't plan to study. I'm really sorry to trouble you to come here personally. I don't need the school to make things so difficult for me. I won't study, and I won't enter the school. Everyone will be happy." After saying that, Yi Qian winked playfully at the vice principal. She turned around and left the vice principal's line of sight in a path that automatically opened up for her. This outcome was really something that no one could have expected. By the time the vice principal, whose face had turned the color of pig liver, chased after her, Yi Qian had already disappeared. As for the people behind him, he received the adoration of Yi Qian from the students. What a character! She tore the notice and didn't want to study in high school. How could she be so cool, so unique? If it were them, no one would dare. It's that girl who won the gold medal in Australia. Oh my God, so awesome. No wonder with her results. Only she has the right to choose the school. If I were that good, I could also say something so unique like, "I won't study," but I didn't. I tried so hard to get into number 1 middle school. She even rejected the provincial number 1 middle school and the capital's number 1 middle school. The vice principal, who had not left yet, almost vomited blood when he heard this. A student tore the notice and even said she didn't want to study in front of him. This. How was he going to explain it when he got back? "Principal, this is a little troublesome." Yi Qian directly tore up our school's acceptance letter and directly said in front of the students and parents that she didn't want to study. Standing under the scorching sun, the sweaty vice principal immediately called the principal, who was in a discussion with the city leaders. "This matter is completely out of our school's expectations. What do you think we should do?" The principal of number 1 middle school was already very busy at this time. When he heard this, his head hurt even more. Why doesn't this child listen to the teacher? So what if she became an auditing student? She could enjoy all the educational resources that the school should have. I'm still in a meeting here. When I'm done, I'll come and persuade her personally. Tell her first that the school has its own difficulties. We can only try our best to fight for her. The principal of number 1 middle school was also helpless. Of course, he wanted to keep a good student, but the higher-ups had secretly given the order, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only do this. The main point was, he was the one who got the auditing student. The vice principal's expression became even uglier. She left. When I chased after her, she was already gone. Yi Qian, who had made up her mind to leave, of course would not let the vice principal find her. She found Zhang Jingyi and said to him in a carefree manner, "I'm sorry. I can't stay with you in number 1 middle school for the 3rd year of high school. I'm going to take a break from school. Study hard, Zhang Jingyi. I have faith in you. All the best." Chapter 336. The boy from the same village. Zhang Jingyi, who was standing outside, did not know what had happened. He saw Yi Jian carrying her luggage as if she was stepping on hot wheels and directly jumping onto a bus that was going somewhere. Goodbye. She was not afraid of not studying. She was afraid that she would be in trouble if the vice principal caught up with her if she did not walk faster. Yi Jifan, "Oh, Yi Jifan, I will grant you your wish this year." She did not want to study in high school for 3 years. Yi Qian had never wanted to be too far away from Principal Chen, and Uncle General she had enough excuses to take a year off from school. That night, she happily returned to Fujian town. She did not know that she had once again become the biggest news in the city. She tore up the notice in front of so many classmates and announced that she was not going to study anymore. She had to have the right to be arrogant. Coincidentally, Yi Qian had the right to be arrogant again. In an instant, the entire Anyang city was in an uproar because of Yi Qian. Number 1 middle school, which was already at the center of the storm, was once again suppressed by public opinion. When Secretary Wu found out about this, he smashed 3 cups and even broke a chair in his office. Corruption, corruption, bureaucrats, bureaucrats, incurable, incurable. All their efforts were in vain. It was a huge setback to the education system in the city. It was no wonder that Secretary Wu was angry. Principal Chen took Secretary Wu's call and said, "Secretary Wu, I was worried that the child would be ruined if she went to school. I am relieved that she did not. This girl is smart. If she does not go to school this year, then so be it. It will be the same next year." There was an arrogant Yi Qian. She had to have a family behind her to support her. Secretary Wu had nothing else to say. He sighed and said, "It was my fault. I almost caused Yi Qian to fail." There was no mistake. At least Yi Qian was happy to take a leave of absence, so it was not considered a mistake. Secretary Wu was not the only one who called. The next day, Principal Chen received a call from Principal Chow of Provincial First High School. The moment he opened his mouth, the principal questioned, "Old Chen, what the hell is going on? Did number 1 middle school have an explanation?" He even forced a good student to drop out of school. He tore up the notice on the spot. There must be an explanation for this. Their Provincial First High School had gritted their teeth and swallowed their blood to let go of a good seedling. Who would have thought that the school that had accepted her didn't cherish her and actually forced her to drop out? Get Yi Qian to report to the Provincial First High School in the next 2 days. Our school's doors will be open to her unconditionally. Principal Chow had seen Yi Qian's abilities with his own eyes. He had even personally sent her to Beijing before going overseas to participate in the competition. He had 100% confidence in Yi Qian's character. He firmly believed that Yi Qian was worth waiting for. When Principal Chen heard this, his eyes were full of smiles. He said in a clear voice, "Old Chow, I'll stop here. Thank you very much. As for where this child will study next year, we haven't decided yet. To tell you the truth, this summer, Yi Qian went through all the high school textbooks. I also gave her a test. A typical key university won't be a problem for her. So, it's not a big deal for her to take a leave of absence for a year. I'll thank you on behalf of that child. After listening for a while, Principal Chow asked tentatively, so Yi Qian wanted to take a leave of her own accord. You guessed right. I just found out that this child doesn't want to study for 3 years in high school. She thinks it's a waste of her time. As for me, I support her. Principal Chen did not hide anything and chatted with Principal Chow with a smile on his face. After hanging up the phone, Principal Chow leisurely took a sip of herbal tea. TSK, TSK, TSK. On such a hot day, a sip of herbal tea is really cooling and comfortable. Chapter 337. There was a call from the provincial government, followed by a call from Dean Li in Beijing. Like Principal Chow, they hoped that Yi Qian could report to their school within the next 2 days. The examinee's file had to be entered into the education system as soon as possible. Once the time limit was over, it could not be submitted again. Principal Chen's answer was still, let Yi Qian take a year off from school. If there was anything else, they could talk about it next year. Who was the happiest about this? Naturally, it was Yi Zhifan's family. Yi Zhifan, who was still handling the admission procedures at the provincial first school, received the call. He suppressed his happiness as he bought daily necessities for Ying. Instead, he said sadly, this child, hey, I just wanted her to admit her mistake. Who knew that she would be so rebellious and disrespectful to the teachers? She even dared to tear up the notice. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will definitely apologize to you when I get back. It's really, hey, I didn't think that she would be so presumptuous. He sighed and apologized as if he was really heartbroken. After the call ended, Yi Zhifan laughed heartily as he paid the bill. This little girl dared to compete with him. This time she will remember. Yi Ying still could not believe it. Dad, are you sure she really tore up the notice? Really? Really? Of course, why would I lie to you? Yi Zhifan placed the toothpaste and toothbrush on the table and said to his overjoyed daughter, Ying Yi Qian was never your opponent. You don't have to treat her as your opponent. You see that? I usually don't do anything. Once I do, I will directly destroy her future. Remember, Ying, if you don't do anything, you must plan. If you plan before you act, that is the best plan. You were the only one who suffered losses in the past. His words were much more profound than Sun Dongqing's. It also made Yi Ying more convinced. Yi Ying was so happy that her entire face was flushed red. She said excitedly, I know. I will listen to you, Dad. Yi Qian, what right do you have to fight with me? Ha, what right do you have? I am now studying at the provincial first school, and you can only quit school. Ha, you want me to wait? Fine, I'll wait. I'm waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. I'm waiting to see you live a life worse than a pig or a dog. His smile was not only sinister, but also ferocious. It was as if she could already see Yi Qian's miserable days in the future. She would be the king, and Yi Qian would be her slave. Work hard, Ying. Dad can help you now, but you have to rely on yourself in the future. Yi Qian is no longer a threat. She didn't even study in high school. No matter how good she is, she can only live at the bottom of society. Yi Zhifan constantly reminded Yi Ying that she needed to use her own means to get the life she wanted. Don't always think about Yi Qian. You need to become someone that she can never match up to. When she thought about how Yi Qian would never be as good as herself, Yi Ying felt that the haze from before was swept away. She hugged Yi Jifan's arm and said coquettishly, "Dad, I know. Don't worry. I used to throw tantrums because of Yi Qian, but I won't anymore. She was already inferior to me, and she will still be inferior to me in the future. I will work hard for you. I definitely will." Sun Dongqing, who was hanging the clothes outside, didn't know about this. When she found out that they had returned to Fujian town, Yi Shifan told her. She knew, and not long after, the villagers of Shuku village found out. They all felt sorry for Yi Qian. He was such a good child, and he had a bright future, but he ruined himself. Chapter 338. 2 months after school started, the news of Yi Qian's suspension from school still hadn't died down. Yi Jifan, who had always been cautious, asked around for 2 months and confirmed that Yi Qian's name was not in any of the high schools in the city, nor Yi Qian's name in any of the high schools in the province. He was still worried and used his connections to check Yi Qian's household register. It was only when he found out that Yi Qian was still in Fujian town that he truly felt relieved. Yi Qian didn't repeat his studies, nor did he enter any of the high schools. It was as if he had completely disappeared. In October, the principal Chen of Fujian town resigned due to health reasons, and the position of the high school principal was handed over to another veteran who could continue to guard the underground oil depot. In October of the same year, Uncle Jen, who had lived in Shuku village for more than 20 years, said that he was going to look for his relatives in Sichuan province. He left Shuku village with the village chief, Zhang Difu. Yi Qian, Uncle Jen, and Principal Chen's figures faded out of Shuku village and Fujian town. Even the people in the army didn't know where the 3 generations had gone. They only knew that they had gone to wherever the hardships were. Heavy snow was already falling. In one night, the entire Anyang city became a world of silver and white. Winter of 1996 had arrived. Anyang city of the southern province welcomed its first snow of the winter. Children were happily having snowball fights in the snow. The children's laughter added the most vibrant colors to the entire city. Drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians were all very careful for fear of accidents. Only a jeep suddenly appeared at the intersection. It sped up again, stirring up waves of snow, and disappeared around the bend in the road in the blink of an eye. The driver's deep black eyes contained a faint smile. His elegant and handsome face contained a smile like the spring breeze in March. He steadily drove the car to the entrance of number 1 middle school. "Hello, I'm looking for Yi Qian from grade 1 class." A tall man in a military coat casually rested his arm on the windowsill of the guard post. He took off his gloves, revealing a pair of slender hands that were as long as a pianist's. He picked up the ballpoint pen used for registration and wrote down his name stroke by stroke. He smiled at the guard at the door. "Yi Jian, grade 1, class 1. The guard at the gate was a security guard in his 30s. When he heard this, he glanced at the young man in a military coat. When his gaze landed on the man's military cap, his eyes flickered slightly. Xia Jinyuan put down the ballpoint pen. He could see something strange from the other party's expression. There was a hint of seriousness in his soft voice. "What's wrong? What happened to her?" "Comrade, this Yi Jian?" The guard opened his mouth, awkwardly. After thinking for a while, he lowered his voice as if he was afraid that someone would overhear him. "She didn't come to our school. Why don't you go outside and ask around? Ask around at the small store in front. I'm just a security guard. There are some things that I can't say. If you ask someone else, they will know." "She didn't come to school?" Xia Jinyuan clenched his fists. He said, "Thank you." Then he strode away. He started the car and stopped in front of a roadside convenience store in the blink of an eye. He stopped the car and bought a pack of chewing gum. He fiddled with it without eating it. Looking at the shop owner, who was sitting by the fire, bored, Xia Jinyuan pointed at the stove and smiled. "Brother, let's go to your store to warm up. I'm waiting for someone." In his military uniform, he took off his military cap and naturally placed it flat in the palm of his hand. He then fastened it to his waist. His actions were indescribably dignified and masculine. Seeing this, the shop owner laughed loudly. "Whatever. Do you want some hot tea? I'll make you a cup." His action, dressed in military uniform, won the shop owner's favor. Chapter 339. There's no need to trouble yourself. I'm just waiting for someone. Class is about to end. Xia Jinyuan sat down. Even his sitting posture was a habit of the army. His hat was gently placed on his knees to maintain his military posture. He was always cautious that he was a soldier and would never spoil his military image outside. More importantly, this was also a characteristic of physics. When one's hands were placed on his knees, it formed the most stable triangle. When one stood up, it was easy to immediately exert force to stand up. Xia Jinyuan's plan was to leave immediately after asking about Yi Qian. The shop owner warmly poured tea and came over. When he sat down and saw Xia Jinyuan's appearance, he subconsciously straightened his back and started to chat with him. Number 1 middle school is really good. This year, 6 students from Tsinghua University and Western University took the college entrance examination. Now that it's famous, all the students outside are squeezing their heads to get in. Everyone wants to go to number 1 middle school and enter the top universities. The shop owner was bored guarding the shop alone, so when a soldier came to chat with him, he warmly introduced number 1 middle school while drinking hot tea. Xia Jinyuan wanted to know what exactly happened to Yi Qian here, so naturally, he deliberately guided the shop owner around number 1 middle school. Hearing this, the shop owner smiled and said, "Not everyone wants to study at number 1 middle school. I just went to the school to look for someone and heard 2 parents delivering clothes to a student outside. They heard a student named Yi Qian. She seems to be Yi Qian. This little girl was a celebrity in Anyang City some time ago." Since they were talking about other people's affairs, the shop owner described the scene that happened that day in detail. "It's a pity for the little girl. It's really a pity. I even specially looked up last year's People's Daily. She was really the little girl who won the gold medal in the mathematical Olympiad. She was stingy with the school and left as soon as she tore the notice. Say, why are children nowadays so temperamental? It wasn't easy for her to get into the school. Since the school didn't cancel her results, they still admitted her. So what if she's an auditing student? As long as she's studying at number 1 middle school, it's fine. Tore the notice? Didn't cancel her results? Auditing student." Xia Jinyuan, who had grasped the main point, asked in detail what had happened. After listening to him, his handsome face turned cold. His little fox was being treated so unfairly. How could someone as prideful as her be broken by a basin of groundless, dirty water? It was even more impossible for him to be a mere auditing student. After drinking the tea, Xia Jinyuan was clear about the ins and outs of the matter. After he left the snack bar, he took out a black and white mobile phone that had been popular in Beijing recently and was worth more than 10,000 yuan. He dialed a set of numbers. "Help me investigate someone. Yi Qian, she just turned 16. Find out which school she's studying at in Nan Province. I'll give you a call in 10 minutes. After the phone call, Xia Jinyuan who had not slept for several consecutive nights, closed his eyes and rested. He did not panic, for he knew very well that it was impossible for his little fox to drop out of school. If she wanted to be admitted to a military academy, she had to be studying at a high school. Regardless of high school or junior high school, as long as she was in school and her student ID was there, he would be able to find her. In less than 10 minutes, the phone rang. The person on the other end said something, and Xia Jinyuan, who had a calm expression just now, suddenly opened his eyes. His voice was as cold as the snow outside. Have you checked all the schools in the province? Chapter 340. The person on the other end of the phone was a woman with a gentle voice. She was dressed in an expensive suit. She was wearing a suit and a pair of black heels that were at least 8 centimeters high. She leaned against the desk and said calmly, "I did. Her student ID hasn't been changed, and her file is still in the province. In other words, she's suspended from school. She didn't attend high school or repeat her 3rd year of junior high school. She's suspended from school to retain her student status." Suspended from school to retain her student status. After hearing this, Xia Jingyuan's tense nerves were all relaxed at once. Uncle Chun leaving Fujian High School, Uncle Jen leaving the village, and Little Fox suspending from school. All of this made sense. The 2 old revolutionaries didn't take any action and left immediately. This meant that they supported Yi Qian's suspension. Now that they left Fujian town together, it looked like 3 generations of people had agreed to go on a trip together. His thin lips curled into a smile. She was really daring. She could even do something like taking a leave of absence. Little Fox, what medicine are you selling in your gourd?" With Uncle Chen's abilities, weapons, Little Fox, and Uncle Jen, the 3 generations of people wouldn't have to worry about anything. He bet that she would only suspend from school for a year. After a year, his Little Fox would definitely return. "Help me investigate what happened with Yi Qian. Just investigate Yi Zhifan. There's no need to investigate anyone else." He didn't believe that Little Fox's admission to school was simply because she cheated on the exam. Someone must have done something. There wasn't a second suspect. Yi Zhifan was the only one. The woman on the phone obviously had a good relationship with Xia Jinyuan. She laughed when she heard this. "Young Master Xia, you seem to care a lot about this young lady. Aren't you going to chat with me?" "Miss Xia, as a career woman, you're not suitable to talk about this. Old Master Xia is still waiting for you to bring back a brother-in-law." Xia Jinyuan finished speaking lazily. As he started the car, the woman said coldly, "Goodbye." He tossed the phone onto the passenger seat, and the car dashed into the heavy snow. This time, the speed of the car was much slower than before. It did not exceed 30 kilometers per hour and steadily drove out of Ice City. Xia Jinyuan already knew the reason for what he wanted to investigate even before the car left Ice City. "You want to ruin Little Fox's future? Mayor Yi, oh Mayor Yi, the military already has Little Fox's file. Do you think you can destroy it just because you want to? She's a little fox that the country wants to nurture. What ability do you have to destroy her?" But what was the little fox going to do? Did he need to make a move? Xia Jinyuan, who had been driving the car out of AY City, could not make up his mind. It would be convenient for him to make a move, but he could not figure out what Little Fox was thinking, so he had to be more cautious. It was better to wait until he got in touch with Little Fox. It would be easier for him to make a move once he knew how she was doing. After driving for a few hundred meters, the car stopped by the roadside. Without turning off the engine, he picked up the phone again and dialed a group of numbers. This group of numbers was to find out where the 3rd generation was. "Brother, check on the 2 elders and the girl." I'll give you their ages and names later. Photos? Yes, but I have to wait until I have a computer. As his clear and lazy voice rang out, a man's joyful laughter could be heard from the other end of the line. Chapter 341. The man said something that made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows. You're full of nonsense, aren't you? Goodbye then. No, I'm scared of you. I was just talking too much. Send it to me, and I'll check it immediately. The man on the other end of the phone panicked. Who would dare to reject Mr. Xia? He was a ruthless character. He looked gentle, but when he was ruthless, he had single-handedly destroyed a hooligan's nest, and the hooligans had to thank him for it. Xia Jinyuan chuckled and looked outside. Thank you, brother. It's not convenient for me to show my face now. I'll thank you when I get back to Beijing. All right, with Mr. Xia's words, I'll go through fire and water for you. The man on the other end of the phone agreed, without hesitation. His tone was familiar, and it was obvious that he was close to Xia Jinyuan. With Mr. Xia's ability, it was easy for him to find out where Yi Qian and the others were. Even though the internet was not developed in 1996, and there was no real-name system for buying tickets, it only took half a day to find them. At 4:00 in the afternoon, the snow in Anyang City was getting heavier and heavier. The snow was so heavy that the pedestrians could not see the road clearly. Xia Jinyuan, who had already received news, knew that although it was snowing heavily in the southern province, the place where his little fox was located was scorching hot. 3 generations had gone so far away. The training arranged by the world-class sniper was indeed hellish training. After leaving the highlands and arriving at the desert, he admired the little fox's perseverance. It was unrealistic to go to the desert with only a week's leave. Xia Jinyuan returned to Beijing for 2 days of leave and invited the friends who had helped him out for dinner. On the 5th day of leave, he returned to the Snowfield Brigade. Damn, you came back early. You should have given me the extra leave. When Han Zheng saw him appear at the base with his luggage, he said bitterly, I feel like I haven't rested enough and I have to report back. Hey, how did you come back early? Seeing Xia Jinyuan's expressionless face, Han Zheng took a closer look and frowned. That's not right. You didn't look for your little fox. F***CK. Little fox is ignoring you? You guys broke up? Ha ha ha. Did they really break up? From puzzlement to schadenfreude, it only took a few seconds. When have I ever dated an underage girl? If there's no pursuit, how can there be a breakup? Xia Jinyuan, who had been ignoring him, finally glanced at him and sneered. Do you think I'm like you? When you return to Beijing, 3 girlfriends will break up with you. Young Master Han, the news about you has spread all over the capital. F***CK. Who the F***CK is spouting nonsense and ruining my reputation. What do you mean by breaking up with me? I'm the one who doesn't want them. Han Zheng's face was a little pale, especially when he heard Xia Jinyuan's chuckle. His self-esteem took a big hit, and he jumped up to explain. Damn it, I've always been the one to dump people. When have you ever seen me being dumped by a woman? Xia Jinyuan chuckled at Han Zheng's explanation. He didn't care about this kind of thing. Before he returned to the dormitory, J5, who was dressed in a training uniform, walked towards him. You're back at the right time. There's an important meeting at 7 p.m. Someone from the top is here, a big shot. The mission is A-level in hearts. A-level in hearts represented a mission within the country. Okay. Xia Jinyuan looked at the time. There were still 46 minutes to 7 p.m., which was just enough time to check the map. Chapter 342. After putting away the luggage, Xia Jinyuan took out a map and looked at it carefully. They were looking at military maps, which were very detailed and accurate. He ran his finger across the map, took out a pen, and wrote down a few places Yi Qian might go next month. Hey, little? So fast. Who told you? G3 asked from behind him, took out a pen from the desk, and ran it across the map. This is a flight mission. We will depart from Machadi at 77 degrees 28 minus 79 degrees 05 east longitude and 38 degrees 25 minus 39 degrees 22 north latitude. We will cross the entire Taklamakan Desert and arrive at Ruoqiang at 86 degrees 45 minus 93 degrees 45 east longitude and 36 to 41 degrees 23 north latitude. As for the specific aircraft type, it is top secret. Choosing a desert was like choosing Area 51 in the United States. There was nothing but secrets. Xia Jinyuan picked up the map, slowly turned to look at G3, and raised his eyebrows slightly. G3, I was wondering why you immediately dragged us to flight training before we came down from the plateau. So you were waiting for us here. Don't look at me like that. I just found out too. The Snowfield Brigade is always at the forefront. You should have known on the day you joined that we take priority in everything. G3 smiled, his low voice full of pride. Let's have a meeting. We will depart in 3 days. All the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade were all-rounders. They had to be trained in fighter jets, tanks, and even naval combat. Be loyal to the motherland, surpass yourself, challenge your limits, and win every battle. This was the Snowfield Brigade's slogan. At 7 o'clock, the Snowfield Brigade's 2 teams had a meeting. It was not held in an outside conference room, but in an underground conference room. They turned on electromagnetic shielding and tracked the radio waves of unknown origin to prevent the meeting from being eavesdropped. Xia Jinyuan's gaze was cast on the screen. He watched as the red laser light swept across the sky and the flight path that the fighter jet had to pass through. His thin lips were already smiling slightly. He and his little fox were really fated to meet in the same place, even though they were thousands of miles apart. 3 days later, when Xia Jinyuan set off, Yi Qian was lying on the sand that was scorched by the sun. The endless yellow sand was the only scenery she had seen in the past month. Other than the flying yellow sand, she would occasionally see cactus in the desert. She was now in the Taklamakan Desert, and it was the golden season to cross the desert. What she needed was not to cross the desert, but to train here. Just as Principal Chun had said, he had brought her across the plateau, desert, plains, and across forests. Now, they were undergoing desert training. They did not have a fixed time, but they could leave when they wanted to leave. The beautiful golden scenery of the poplar leaves did not enter Yi Jian's eyes. In her eyes, she was sniping Headmaster Chun, who was hiding in a golden world. The sound of a camel ringing a bell came from the sand dune. Yi Jian looked ahead through the scope and saw a group of desert explorers carrying backpacks. They climbed over the sand dune and slowly walked towards them. Hetian, their target was Hetian, he who was behind her. The Hetian River was one of the 3 main sources of the Darim River in China. It originated from the Kunlun Mountains, and the Karakoram Mountains flowed north into the Darim Basin, passed through the Taklamakan Desert, and joined the Darim River. Yi Qian began to wriggle in the yellow sand with her body. She did not get up. If she got up to avoid these travelers, Principal Chun, who was in hiding, would not hesitate to shoot. Chapter 343. Yi Qian's body wriggled like a snake, and soon a human hole appeared. She then used her arm to rub against the sand. As the layers of sand covered her, Yi Qian's entire body was hidden under the yellow sand. Her gun was also hidden under the sand, under the protective cover. Not a single foreign object could enter the gun, not even a grain of sand the size of salt. Protecting the sniper rifle in her hand was also protecting her own life. Soon, the group of 12 people walked past one by one under Yi Qian's nose. Her anti-dust glasses were stained with sand from the traveler's footsteps. She even smelled the smell of the camels. It was a little unpleasant, with the smell of urine. After passing through 2 more sand dunes, we'll reach the Hetian River. My dear, walk faster. God, I see a huyang tree. Quick, look, a huyang tree. A huyang tree whose leaves are like gold. This was a group of foreign travelers. They had passes that allowed them to enter China, so their identities were travelers. Yi Qian held her breath and didn't move until she finally couldn't hear their footsteps anymore. Then she slowly revealed her body from the sand dunes. They were also the only travelers that Yi Qian had seen in the dozens of days that she had been here. It was as if they had suddenly broken the silence of the entire desert, breaking the cold isolation of the world, and instantly pulled her back into the crowd. If it weren't for the special circumstances, she thought that she would have rushed forward to give them a warm hug and welcome their arrival. Being happy was only a matter of time. Soon, hiding, moving forward, the same thing happened again. Yi Qian, who had already learned how to remain calm and collected in the cold, stayed parallel to the sand so that she wouldn't be exposed to the sniper's range. Learn to search in the cold. Learn to calm your heart in the midst of the bustle. You need to be above your emotions and allow yourself to fully adapt to the environment. This was the true meaning that Yi Qian had learned in this desolate desert. The footprints left behind by the travelers on the yellow sand were blown away by the wind. Yi Qian, who had been there just a moment ago, also disappeared in the wind. The little girl escaped. Not long after, Principal Chen's figure appeared. He stood where Yi Qian had been hiding and laughed. Not bad at escaping, with something hard pressed against his back. Yi Qian said with a smile, I didn't run away. I just changed my position. Uncle Chun, you've lost this time. This sniping training lasted 46 hours. At this time, she and Principal Chun were covered in yellow sand. If they used their hands to scrape their faces, they could scrape off a layer of sand. His lips had not drunk any water for 46 hours and had been supported by the cactus juice. Not only were his lips bleeding, but they were also covered in white scabs. It was cactus juice stain. Not bad, 46 hours. It's 5 hours earlier than before. You've made some progress, girl. Uncle Jen handed the military water bottle to Yi Qian and took the sniper rifle from her. I'll take care of the gun. You guys rest. The old man in his 70s resolutely accompanied Yi Qian and Principal Chun on this arduous training journey. Beside their feet was the Hetian River. Yi Qian lowered his head and used his hands to wash off a layer of yellow sand. His small face was red from the sun. He said to Principal Chun, Uncle Chun, you rest for the endurance test tomorrow. I'll be fine by myself. No matter where they were, Yi Qian had to carry out the endurance test, crawling backward, navigating obstacles, fully armed stealth, completing a 2,000-meter race in a fixed time, and so on. Yi Qian had to carry out all of these endurance tests. Chapter 344. There was no time to rest. It had to be done in one go. Yi Qian was worried about Principal Chen's stamina, so he proposed to do it alone at night. You want to try it alone? After washing his face, Principal Chen smiled as he looked at Yi Qian, who was as tenacious as a vine growing on a cliff. he used his stable roots to dig into the crevices of the rocks step by step. His gaze was kind as he asked, "You plan to do it alone at night?" Yi Qian knew there was hope. He winked playfully and smiled optimistically. "I can't always have you by my side. I need to learn how to face the darkness alone. I'll bring the compass with me. I won't get lost." "Okay, then Uncle Tong Jen, and I will wait for you here." Her courage and perseverance made Principal Chen feel that no matter how hard and tiring it was worth it. Here, Principal Chen not only trained Yi Qian to be a world-class sniper, but he also trained him to be a Special Forces soldier who could join the Special Forces directly after graduating from military school. Now, he was training Yi Qian to snipe on the ground. When it was over, he would bring Yi Qian to the jungle for training next spring. Night fell. The night view in the desert was even more pure than in Tibet. Yellow sand stretched under his feet, but the sky was filled with twinkling stars. Yi Qian used his binoculars to look at the Milky Way. The sky was so vast and magnificent that he felt like he was just a drop in the ocean. The sky was like a mirror among the twinkling stars. He could even see shooting stars whizzing past, leaving behind the most beautiful scenery. With only a few minutes to admire the beautiful night sky, Yi Qian dove into the desert and began his endurance test. Stars twinkled in the sky. Yi Qian, who was admiring the night view, didn't know that Xia Jinyuan was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, ready to go. Under the command of Xia Jinyuan, the jet rose into the night sky at an angle of 60 degrees, then flew parallel to the finish line. Under the command of the control tower, he and his 4 comrades from the Snowfield Brigade, as well as 5 pilots, flew the 5 newest fighter jets and began a series of maneuvers and drills, simulating the dropping of a bomb, rushing up at an angle of elevation, and rapidly descending at an angle of elevation. These were all things that they had to use their lives to practice and complete. When Yi Qian, who was lying prone in the desert, heard the rumbling of the fighter jets, he couldn't help but pick up his binoculars and look up at the sky. In her eyes, she saw several airplanes flying over her head at an extremely fast speed. In Xia Jinyuan's eyes, he knew that he was in the desert, and he didn't know where he had met his little fox. The difference was that he was in the sky while she was on the ground. At the same time, at the same place, they would definitely meet. As for her, she would hear the sound of fighter jets. No matter which one it was, his figure would always fly past her, pass through the Hetian River, and complete the defensive roller. His voice couldn't reach Yi Qian's ears, but it was clearly transmitted to the control tower. The test flight of a fighter jet was full of unpredictable dangers, but he still maintained a calm and unruffled composure. Yi Qian didn't come back that night, and Principal Chen and Uncle Jen didn't sleep the whole night. They sat there until the sun rose. In the ground line, Yi Qian appeared with the sun, with his back against the rising sun, walking over the sand from afar. She saw 2 black dots standing in the distance. They were her closest family, the elders she respected the most in her life. What she didn't know was that someone had met her at a certain moment last night. After staying in the desert for 4 months, in February of the following year, the 3 generations of people arrived at the vast forest in the southern part of the Xi province. This was a place full of legends and dangers. Yi Qian began his 4-year training program, which was originally in the middle of the 3rd year. Chapter 345. On the day that Yi Qian arrived in the western province, a farm vehicle drove 70 yards through the narrow roads of Magadi County. With a loud screech, it stopped at the entrance of an old bus station. The car door was slammed shut. Xia Jinyuan, who was covered in yellow dust, strode into the bus station that didn't even have a door. It was hard to tell the original color of his clothes. *T, wait for me. Han Zheng, who got out of the car a step later, choked on the yellow dust that came out of the car. He coughed and jumped out of the car to chase after Xia Jinyuan. Who are you going to ask? How are you going to find them? We don't even have a photo. The fighter jet test lasted for nearly 2 months. Every night when the plane stopped working, Xia Jinyuan could be seen standing on high ground, looking in the direction of the Hetian River. There, after a radar scan, 3 red dots appeared on the radar display, which meant that there were people in the desert. The military sent people to investigate in secret, just in case. The results were shocking. But after that, the military didn't send anyone else. Obviously, they knew that the 3 people who stayed in the desert for a long time were not criminals who were spying on the military. Xia Jinyuan knew who the 3 people were. As for Han Zheng, he only found out 5 hours ago. Xia Jinyuan, who strode to the bus station staff to ask questions, didn't hear what Han Zheng said behind him. He looked tired and was asking about Yi Qian's whereabouts. According to the radar display, Yi Qian, Uncle Chen, and Uncle Zhen returned to Magadi County from the Hetian River 15 days ago. Based on the travel time, it would take about 10 days. According to his calculations, the 3 generations should rest for about a week after returning to the county. But he was wrong. The travelers who left the Hetian River would rest for a week in Magadi County to recover their energy before leaving. However, Yi Qian and the others only rested for a day before leaving. Xia Jinyuan had just finished a few months of fighter jet test missions. Last night, he began to inquire about the whereabouts of the 3 generations. Soon, he found out that they were at the bus station. In fact, when he was driving over, Xia Jinyuan knew that there was a 99% chance that Yi Qian had left McGathy County. There was also a 1% chance that there was a problem with the maintenance of the bus that came in and it needed to be parked for a few more days. As soon as Xia Jinyuan asked, the staff immediately knew who he was inquiring about. He smiled and said, "We've seen the young man and the 2 elders you mentioned. They left 4 days ago." The little girl was fair and clean. She stood out among the group of tanned tourists. One of the ladies even asked the little girl what she used to smear it on her face. In fact, Xia Jinyuan already knew the answer, but he still wanted to ask again. Outside, Han Zheng found out from another staff member that Yi Qian had already left 4 days ago. He secretly clicked his tongue. Are these 2 fated or not? Our motherland is vast, but they actually bumped into each other in the desert. If they were fated, it didn't seem like it. It wasn't easy for them to have the chance to meet each other, but they missed it. The New Year had just passed, and the small county still had a lingering New Year's atmosphere. Occasionally, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. Xia Jinyuan bought 2 bottles of mineral water that were 3 times the price outside. He stood alone at the place where Yi Qian had stood before, drinking the water and sighing helplessly. Little fox, you're really fast. You make me happy," and sigh. "Next time I see you, I have to ask for some interest." Chapter 346. What are you mumbling about? Let's hear it. Han Zheng, who was holding 2 bottles of mineral water in his hands, walked over, seeing his tall and straight back. His childhood friend exuded the aura of a soldier no matter where he went. He teased, "Your little fox can become a celebrity wherever she goes. I can grab any staff member, and they'll know her. She left 4 days ago and only rested for 1 day. She was lucky to meet the tour bus and left the next day. TSK, TSK, TSK. Mr. Xia, It's hard for you to catch your little fox. Xia Jinyuan tightened the cap of the half-empty bottle of mineral water. He glanced at his childhood friend, who was teasing him, and said with a smile, "Do you think my little fox is like those brainless women with big breasts? She had a plan to enter the desert and leave the desert. Luck? She never believes in luck. She only believes in herself and the truth." The truth was that they met the tour bus on the way back from the Hetian River. It was completely planned before they entered the desert and left just in time. Damn, there are benefits to having big boobs. I don't have to worry about them. Han Zheng was not convinced and snorted. I'll spend some money to get them. Unlike you, running around everywhere. How tiring. He did not have the patience to chase them like this. Xia Jinyuan laughed, even more coldly. Your pursuit is not worthy of praise. You spent money to find women, but in the end, they are all unreliable. What are you after? It's hard for me, but I'm willing to do it. Finding a girlfriend who can fight side by side with you is like finding a soulmate. It's the highest level of love between two people. People like you who spend money to find big boobs will never know what it means to be connected. You're destined to be single for the rest of your life. You want to feel superior in front of Xia Jinyuan? TSK, the word blow will make you want to cry. Han Zheng, who had been unable to gain the upper hand every single time, received a blow from his childhood friend. He was so angry that the mineral water bottle in his hand cracked. He gritted his teeth and said, "You don't even know where he is, and you're talking about telepathy with me." Pooh! Han Zheng, who did not admit defeat, was thinking differently. He could not deny that Xia Jinyuan's words did shock him. The women that he had spent money to find were all useless in the end, but the women that he had painstakingly pursued were able to fight side by side with him, no matter how he looked at it. He felt envious. Xia Jinyuan smiled as he walked past Han Zheng, who seemed to be deep in thought, and left with graceful steps. He did regret not being able to see the little fox, but that did not affect his mood. In the great mountains and rivers of the motherland, he and she had left their footprints in the same place at different times. Although they had never met, it was still perfect. The faint sound of firecrackers could be heard again. Xia Jinyuan raised his wrist and looked at the date on his watch. It was the 21st day of the first lunar month, the 6th day of the second lunar month. He and Little Fox had spent the spring festival in the same place. It felt pretty good. Then he jumped into the car and shouted at Han Zheng, who had yet to walk over, "We'll roast a whole lamb tonight. If we don't leave now, are you sure these few wolves will leave a lamb leg for us?" After standing still for a second, Han Zheng slapped his forehead and ran faster. "I almost forgot. Where's the lamb leg? It would be nice to have lamb hooves to eat if he went back late. Hurry, 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 let's go. We've been flying for 60 to 70 days, and I still have to control my weight. If I don't eat meat soon, my waist won't have any strength." Han Zheng jumped into the car and closed the door. He raised his eyebrows and smiled proudly. If a man has no strength in his waist, ha ha, young Master Xia, what do you think will happen? Chapter 347. You've always had weak kidneys and lost your youthful vigor at an early age. You should know better than me the consequences of a weak waist. As for me, first young Master Han, don't be jealous. Xia Jinyuan stepped on the gas pedal. Even the yellow dust on his body couldn't hide the elegance between his eyebrows as he laughed. He was very experienced in insulting his childhood friend. Han Zheng's disgruntled pooh could be heard from the car. The wheels rolled up yellow dust as they left the bus station. At that time, the hundreds of thousands of creatures in the western province were waiting to awaken. After Yiqian and the others arrived in the Western Province. They followed the plan and settled Uncle Jen down before starting the training. It's now the third year of the plan. Girl, there are benefits to taking a break from school. Principal Chun, who was holding a military map in his hand, looked kindly at the energetic girl. The 4-year plan has been brought forward by a total of 14 months. It's completely beyond our expectations. The 4-year plan started in April 1995. The first year was in April 1996, and the second year was in April 1997. It was now February 1997, and they were in the middle of the 1998 plan. The benefits of taking a break from school were obvious. In less than 2 years, she was already in the third year of the plan. Faced with Principal Chen's sigh, Yi Qian smiled and said, "I still have to thank number 1 middle school. Otherwise, how could Grandpa Jen and you agree to let me take a break from school?" "Clever girl. Just as you wish." Principal Chen laughed. This girl was actually quite clever. "Come, let's talk about the training this time." Entering the mountains wasn't done aimlessly. There was a strict route, and the coordinates and latitude could be matched on the military map. Where to enter, where to pass, and which exit to exit from were all strictly planned. Her peers were still sitting in the classroom and comparing their knowledge with the textbooks, but Yi Qian had already walked a long way in life. This was a distance that countless people could only dream of. It was a journey that countless people would never be able to reach in their lifetime. Yi Qian's life had already begun. Her life was destined to be extraordinary. On the military map, Principal Chun, who was holding a twig in his hand, had a serious expression on his face. He repeated the route again. "This is the starting point, and this is the end. 3 months later, we will meet up with Uncle Jen at the end. Lass, the Western Province's 100,000 forests. You don't need me to tell you how dangerous it is. We have to come out in 3 months. Once we enter the rainy season, there will be more unpredictable dangers." "I can but your old injuries." Yi Qian pursed her lips slightly. She was ultimately worried about Uncle Chen's old injuries. "How about we shorten the 3 months to 2 months? Principal Chen looked at Yi Qian coldly and said, "This is the training plan. You agreed to it yourself. You don't have to worry about me. Just take care of yourself." The lass was easily soft-hearted in front of him and Uncle Jen, but he had to make her understand that training was training. There was absolutely no room for discussion. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded. Her beautiful face, which was like a blooming hibiscus, was serious and cold. "Understood." Yi Qian, who realized that she had made a mistake, didn't say anything else. However, she made up her mind to take care of Principal Chen more when the time came. On the 8th of February, Yi Qian and Principal Chun, who were carrying waterproof military backpacks, rushed into the mountains and forests. Along the way, they alerted the enemy by walking through the bushes. They waved their military tongs, which could be used as knives, to cut the vines to open a path. They passed through forests that no one had ever walked through before. Facing the cliff, they prepared to climb the rope. Gritting their teeth, they climbed step by step like a fox. Chapter 348. When they came into contact with the river, they tightened their bags, waterproofed their guns and bullets, then stepped directly into the river, where they did not know if there was any danger. When they came out of the river, the sky was dark. They found a depression and rested, soaking wet. There was no fire or hot water here, and the only food they could eat was not cooked. From mushrooms to wild fruits, even raw meat could fill their stomachs. Yi Qian never complained about the hardships, nor did she shrink back. She was like a young girl chasing after the sun, running all the way to where there was light. Along the way, she trained. She did not know how many mountains and cliffs she had climbed. Finally, she successfully completed more than 10 field training courses. Although it was a daunting experience, it was Yi Qian's first time entering the forest. There were a few times when she really had a close brush with death. If it were not for Principal Chen's rich experience, Yi Qian knew that she would not have been able to walk out safely. But it was only in the first half of the month that accidents occurred. Soon, she adapted to the environment in the forest. Like a cheetah, she roamed the forest vigorously. At the beginning of May, the two of them walked out of the vast mountains. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were savages. Don't the two of you have a set of clothes that are a little more presentable? The climate in Beihai was pleasant, and Uncle Jen was not any less spirited than before. He looked at the two of them, who were dressed in rags and did not look well. He sighed. This must be an old beggar bringing a young beggar out to beg for rice. If it were not for the fact that the two of you are clean, I'm afraid that no bus would bring you back. Yi Qian put down her backpack. Her eyes became clearer, and she giggled. You guessed right. When we first left the mountains, Uncle Chun and I were waiting for the village bus. When we got on, everyone on the bus thought that we were beggars. Uncle Jen rented a house in a vacation village near the North Sea. He paid a hefty sum every month just to wait for Yi Qian and Principal Chun to come out. In the holiday village, Yi Qian rested until all the swollen mosquito bites on his body disappeared. He then took a medicinal bath prepared by the local traditional Chinese medicine doctor for half a month, until his blood was rosy and his skin was white and tender. Only then did he return to Fujian town. At the end of May, there were still 20 days left before the middle school exams. Yi Qian returned to Fujian town and appeared in class 1 of grade 3 of Fujian Town High School the next day. When she was in her 3rd year of junior high school, her classmates were still in their 2nd year of junior high school. Even though he was 1 year ahead of them, when the teacher led Yi Qian into the classroom, which had been filled with chatter, immediately fell silent. After a while, the students in the class couldn't help but discuss in whispers. Isn't this Yi Qian? Why is she here? Yi Qian is so awesome that he tore up the notice right in front of the vice principal. Are you here to repeat your studies? Oh my God, that's impossible. Even if she wanted to repeat her studies, she would have done it a year ago. How could she repeat her studies after a year? The homeroom teacher had received instructions from the school leaders. Regardless of what the students were saying, she simply smiled and introduced, "Students, quiet down. This is Yi Qian. I'm sure everyone has heard of her before. From now on, she will be a member of our class. Students, please give her a round of applause to welcome her back to school." The applause was extraordinarily loud. Everyone was curious about the legendary senior who had suddenly appeared in their class. After the applause died down, the homeroom teacher smiled and said, "If you have any questions about your studies, you can look for her. I believe that even if student Yi Qian were to take a year off from school, he would not be worse than any of the students in our class." Even if Yi Qian had left school for a year, she was still a good student in the eyes of the teachers in Fujian town. Chapter 349. The students in the class looked at Yi Qian, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with the teacher at the podium. For some reason, they didn't dare to look her in the eye. Her eyes were clear and beautiful like colored glass, but they also contained a dark and mysterious power that seemed to be able to see into people's hearts. Some of the students who still had some ulterior motives accidentally made eye contact with her and left in a panic in less than half a second. Their backs were drenched in sweat. Yi Qian just wanted to go back to school peacefully and focus on her exams. She didn't mind giving a warning to the restless students. Standing on the podium, she didn't feel like a stranger at all. She could even speak with Rong Qian. The students below the podium secretly sighed. A top student was a top student. She didn't feel any pressure standing next to the teacher. There was one more thing that both boys and girls agreed on. The legendary figure on the podium was even more beautiful than before. Yi Qian returned to school after a year. That day, she caused a stir in the school. She only took half a class to remember all the names of her classmates. After class, whenever someone came up to talk to her, she would call out their names as if they were old classmates. It's nothing. At that time, I felt that I might not fit into high school life, so I took a year off to relax. Yi Qian patiently explained why she tore up her acceptance letter last year to her classmates who were 1 year younger than her. The explanation of the person involved was naturally more convincing than the rumors and slanders. In addition, Yi Jian spoke at a moderate pace. She spoke like a spring breeze and had her own unique insight. In less than half a day, she gained a firm foothold in the class. Within a day, she had integrated into the group of third-year middle school graduates who were 1 year younger than her. That day, after leaving school, Yi Qian ran into a teacher she was very familiar with. Teacher Ko, who had been her class teacher for 3 years. Now, she was no longer a teacher. Instead, she was a woman who worked at a vegetable stall and bent over 5 buckets of rice all day long. Yi Qian didn't stop after she recognized her. She heard her arguing with a customer over a handful of onions. As she walked away, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Teacher Ko, who never knew how to give in to others, would accomplish nothing once she left school. There was no need to go over to show off. Teacher Ko was no longer worthy of her attention. When Yi Qian returned, the person who was most shocked was none other than Mayor Yi, who would be promoted to a leader in the city this year. These past 2 years, Yi Jifan's official career had been very successful. He had been the mayor for 2 years, and then he was promoted again. Therefore, he had long put aside Yi Qian, whom he had not heard any news about. Furthermore, because Sun Dongqing had accompanied her daughter, Yi Qian, to live in the provincial capital, Yi Shifan had not returned to the village for the past year. He had no idea that Yi Qian, who he thought would never amount to anything, had returned to school. He went to the city for a week for a meeting. When he came back, Yi Qian had already been in class for a week. Yi Shifan, who was about to be transferred to the city at the beginning of June, pondered for a moment. His eyes revealed a hint of a sneer as he dialed a number. "Old Who, you guys are in charge of marking the exam papers of the entire city's examinees, right? Look," his voice gradually trailed off and was drowned out by the chirping of the cicadas in the shade of the trees. His official smile could be seen on his face, but no one could hear what he said next. After the college entrance examination in June, it would be the middle school entrance examination. Yi Qian's name would also appear on the list of examinees. Her appearance caused the invigilators of every class to deliberately circle around Yi Qian to see what this legendary girl was like. Whether she can pass is still a problem. After all, she's a repeat student. Yes, but this student is smart. If she does well in all the subjects, it won't be a problem for her to get into a key high school. It'll be difficult. The repeaters don't have any grades in biology or geography. They can only rely on the results of the past 2 days to get into a high school, unless they get full marks in all the subjects. Chapter 350. While the invigilators were discussing regretfully, Yi Qian remained calm and began the middle school exams. Returning to the examination hall after nearly a year, the speed at which she wrote still surpassed all the other examinees. The invigilator standing beside her was dumbfounded. The speed at which she wrote was something that even the teachers could not catch up with. Politics, history, language, and English were still manageable. After all, they were rote memorization. But mathematics, chemistry, and physics were exams that required thinking. They needed to be calculated. They needed to be calculated on draft paper. But Yi Qian did not need to do that. When the mathematics exam began, the invigilator was shocked. You don't even need to calculate. The stunned invigilator raised his hand to press down on Yi Qian's exam paper. He looked at the legendary girl in surprise. You don't even need to calculate these. Only the last 2 application questions and 1 geometry question were left. When Yi Qian checked the exam paper to see if there were any problems, she had already memorized all the questions and calculated the answers accordingly in her mind. Even if the invigilator stopped her now, it would not delay her answering time. Hearing this, she smiled and said, "Of course I do. I've already calculated it in my mind." She pointed at the draft paper and said, "I can also save paper." The point was not to save paper. The point was, the invigilator took a deep breath and pointed at the exam paper. He forced himself to calm down and said, "Come, you should calculate these questions first. We'll talk after the exam." The last 3 major questions were important and also multiple point questions. No matter how shocked the invigilator was, he could not delay Yi Qian's exam. He knew that this girl did not score in biology or geography. He originally thought that Yi Qian would need to calculate the last 3 major questions or do some mental calculations. In the end, he saw the girl nod obediently after he removed his hand, and she started writing. She really started writing. Just like that, she finished the 3 major questions in one go without a pause. She did not need to use draft paper or do any calculations. She just started writing as if she already had the answers in her mind. After he was done, Yi Qian immediately put the test paper away. He did not want to leave anything that could be used against him. The invigilator did not realize that Yi Qian was wary of him. When he picked out his pen, Yi Qian stood up. "Sir, can I hand in my paper first?" There was no way to confirm if Yi Shifan had done anything, but it was always better to be safe than sorry. "There's still 80 minutes to go. Do you want to check the papers again? I'll collect it later." Looking at his watch, the teacher swallowed his saliva. "This question is too fast. No need, I'm done." "And teacher, can I hand in my paper and leave the exam hall now?" Yi Qian was already used to her teacher's shocked expression. This time, she deliberately increased her speed to let some people know that his tricks were nothing. Trying to trap her, it was simply daydreaming. Moreover, if they tried to frame her, then don't blame her for not giving them face. The invigilator was a teacher from Chengtang Middle School. When he heard that she was done, he thought he heard wrong and repeated, "Do you want to check the entire test paper? You didn't score in geography and biology, so you can't be careless in these exams." At this point, Yi Qian vaguely remembered that her name had been passed around by the teachers of various middle schools. She looked up and smiled politely. "Yes, I'm sure I'm done. Thank you, teacher." Chapter 351. All right then, put the test paper on the podium. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. The invigilator raised his hand and gestured for Yi Qian to hand in the test paper first before returning to his seat. However, he heard Yi Qian say, "Teacher, if you have any questions, you can ask me outside. Leave the exam room immediately after handing in the test paper. This is the rule." Yi Qian could tell that the invigilator did not have any ill intentions towards him, but he still maintained a high level of vigilance and would definitely not leave any traces of criticism. The invigilator patted his head and waited for Yi Qian to hand in the test paper and leave the exam room. Then he took out a piece of draft paper and walked out of the exam room. "You came out so quickly. The examinees inside are under a lot of pressure," the invigilator said with a smile. He was expressing his goodwill and did not want Yi Qian to misunderstand that he had ulterior motives. He said, "You did well in the teaching exam. You will achieve your wish." Sigh. Yi Qian's life as a student was not easy. As teachers, they could guess what happened last year if they thought about it. Fortunately, she did not give up on herself. After a year of adjustment, she returned to school. She did not do something stupid that would hurt her loved ones and please her enemies. Where there is destruction, there is hope. Where there is evil, there is good. And in this world, there is always more good than evil. Yi Qian could feel the invigilator's goodwill, and his smile deepened. "Thank you, teacher." Even a teacher that he did not know was cheering for him. As he spoke, the invigilator's pen flew across the paper and wrote down a question. Just the question alone took him nearly 3 minutes to write. "Come, try to solve this question." After drawing another geometric figure, the invigilator put away his pen. "Try to solve this question. We are outside, so you can rest assured." Perhaps he thought of something and smiled at Yi Qian. "You have handed in the test paper. Don't worry about anything else." It seemed that he had also heard about why Yi Qian tore up the acceptance letter in anger last year. After taking the pen, Yi Qian smiled and did not ask the invigilator why he wrote a question for him at the last minute. He began to solve the advanced mathematics question on the draft paper. From time to time, there would be leaders walking past the classroom. When they saw a student and a teacher standing outside, they thought that they had caught the cheating student and walked over. After the invigilator's explanation, they stayed back to watch Yi Qian solve the questions with interest. They then saw Yi Qian's clean-looking face. Under the teacher's orders, he was able to remain calm and composed. He lowered his head and quietly worked on the questions. Standing at the side, he had a tranquil and distant temperament. The teachers and leaders who surrounded him all smiled approvingly. After he was done, Yi Qian politely bowed to the teachers and school leaders who were looking at him. He said calmly, "I'm done. I'm sorry for wasting your time." Not only were her grades excellent, but her etiquette and manners were impeccable. What was even more surprising was that even at such a young age, when she was the center of attention, she was still calm and composed. Her every movement had a calm and steady aura, as if even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her, she would not bat an eyelid. There was no doubt that such a student was a good student in the eyes of the teachers. The invigilator took the question that she had only spent 20 minutes to solve and said to another invigilator, "Last year, number 1 middle school made things difficult for Yi Qian. They even asked her to tear up the acceptance letter. Did the leaders of number 1 middle school lose their minds? A student like this should be worshipped like a bodhisattva. How dare they make things difficult for others? What's the point of being an auditing student? A genius like her, only she can choose which school she wants to go to." She only used 20 minutes to solve this advanced mathematics question. Chapter 352. Another invigilator took a look and smiled. "Mr. Liu, Yi Qian has participated in the World Mathematical Olympiad and won a gold medal. Your question is really not difficult for her to solve. However, I agree with what you said. The leader of #1 middle school is really crazy. Yi Qian became the main character of the entire exam. Not only did the teachers pay attention to her, but even the leaders of the various schools came to see her from time to time. And Yi Qian's name was the name that teachers mentioned the most in class a few years later. Geniuses were born from luck. Yi Qian was like a sword that pierced through the sky and swept through the entire Anyang city. 2 days later, after the exam, all the examinees' exam papers were sealed and sent to the city for marking. Yi Zhifan, who had been waiting for news, received a call from Old Hu in the afternoon. He answered the phone with a smile, but when he heard the first sentence, "It's not easy," his face instantly changed, and he said coldly, "Not easy? Old Hu, aren't you the one who has been handling this? Old Yi, you want Yi Qian's exam papers to be invalid. Aren't you making things difficult for me?" Her exam papers were specially modified. They didn't even go through our hands. The army sent 2 captains, an invigilator, and a notary to the province for marking. You still have the nerve to be angry? I'm not even angry with you. If I didn't find Yi Qian's name familiar, I would have been F*King invited to the Commission for Discipline Inspection for tea. These words were like a clap of thunder. Yi Zhifan jumped out of his office chair. What? The army escorted the exam papers to the province for marking. What's going on? Old Hu, don't be angry. Quickly tell me clearly. Clearly? I also want to know what's going on. Last year, this examinee was admitted to #1 middle school. In the end, this examinee tore up the notice and was suspended for a year. Old Yi, we have been friends for many years. Let's not talk about last year's incident, but this year's incident, I'll pretend that you didn't call me. As for me, I'll pretend that I didn't know. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. Also, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't make any more moves. Be careful not to get into trouble. If it weren't for the fact that they had known each other for so many years, he wouldn't have reminded him. Yi Zhifan did not know when the other party had hung up. He did not know how long he had been listening to the beeping sound. He sat there in a daze for a long time before he slowly put down the phone. Originally, he thought that it was just a matter of moving his finger. But now, it seemed that it was not something he could do. If even the military were to step in, then who exactly was it that was protecting Yi Qian? Who was it? Was it someone he couldn't afford to offend? Was it someone he couldn't afford to offend? Yi Zhifan thought about a lot of things. There were many things that he did not understand, but there was one thing that he understood. Yi Qian's future was not something that he could cut off or interfere with. So, other than old Uncle Jen, who helped Yi Qian behind the scenes, who else could it be? Yi Zhifan sat quietly in his office for a while. He looked at the time, then stood up with a tense expression and left the office. Yi Qian did not know that her exam papers had been sent to the provincial capital before she left school. She was talking and laughing with her classmates in the same exam room as her as she walked out of the school gates. She felt a cold and heavy gaze on her. She was talking to her classmates when she raised her head indifferently. Her cold and sharp gaze swept in the direction of the gaze. She saw Yi Zhifan standing in front of her in a formal suit with a gloomy expression on his face. When he saw her suddenly look over, he was caught off guard. Soon, he walked over with a cold expression. Chapter 353. Seeing this, Yi Qian's eyes turned slightly cold. He whispered a few words to his classmates, then smiled and said goodbye to them. When Yi Jifan walked over, he maintained his smile and even took the initiative to speak. Mayor Ye's face is unfriendly. Who in Fujian town would dare to offend you? Yi Qian, I've really underestimated you. Uncle Yi Jifan was not very calm. He gloomily stared at his niece, who was giving him a headache. Do you want to force our family to be unhappy before you give up? These words were really unreasonable. However, it was impossible to reason with their family. Yi Qian smiled coldly. Mayor Yi is really interesting. Could it be that all officials are as unreasonable as Mayor Yi? What does it have to do with me, whether your family is happy or not? You go your way, and I'll go mine. Mayor Yi, be careful with your words. A dignified mayor was actually being lectured by Yi Qian. Yi Jifan's face darkened. He looked around and saw a few people who looked like teachers looking at him several times. His eyes darkened as he shouted in a low voice, "Don't try to argue with me here. Come over here. I have something to ask you." Being an official was different. His face darkened, and he shouted, but his imposing manner did not scare Yi Qian. Instead, it scared the students passing by. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and looked over with a cold gaze. He said with a smile that was not a smile, "Do I have to go with you just because you ask me? Mayor Yi, your authority is really strong. Sorry, I have a strong temper that cannot be subdued by force. If you talk to me nicely, I might give you some face. Sorry for being so rude. Goodbye." He naturally left as soon as he said he would. Why would he give him any face? Yi Jifan was so angry that he almost lost control of his authority. He quickly stepped forward to block him and said sternly, "Yi Qian, don't forget that I am your uncle." "Uncle? Now, you remember that you are my uncle? When you destroyed my future last year, didn't you have a lot of fun destroying it?" Yi Jian, whose expression didn't change, smiled and said coldly with a sarcastic expression, "Basically, you're my enemy, Mayor Yi. Do I still need to speak softly to an enemy?" He enjoyed Mayor Yi's change of expression. TSK, TSK, TSK. Green, white, red. It was really interesting. Last time, I said that Mayor Yi's family better not provoke me. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. You had to kick me out of number 1 middle school, thinking that you destroyed my future. But look, can you destroy my future? Even if I take a year off, I can still take the high school entrance exam. Yi Qian's eyes were very dark and cold. She was staring at the scorching sun. Yi Jifan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He stared at his niece, who really did not put him in her eyes. Yi Jifan sneered softly and said in a deep voice, "Take the high school entrance exam? Yi Qian, you think too highly of yourself. You don't deserve to be compared to Ying. She is in the province's number 1 middle school. What about you? Even if you take the high school entrance exam again, you can forget about surpassing Ying. Yi Qian, you are just a child with no one to rely on. What ability do you have to make things difficult for me? What ability do you have to think that you are better than Ying, who has the help of her parents? Look at you. Once something happens, you can only withdraw. You can't even go to a good high school. Yi Qian, if you are really smart, you should know how to lower your head. Chapter 354. His voice became colder and harsher, and the threat in his voice deepened. No matter who is supporting you, you can only survive if you learn how to lower your head. Otherwise, no matter how good your grades are, there are still people who can make it so that you can't enter a school or study. Yi Jifan had calculated everything. As long as Yi Qian showed even the slightest bit of fear, he would be in the palm of his hand. He thought that by threatening Yi Qian like this, he would be able to see the fear on Yi Qian's face. After all, she was still a child. Faced with the stern reprimand of an adult, she would more or less feel afraid. As long as she was afraid, he would be able to convince her to give up her studies. Then, he would use some tricks to make it so that she would never be able to return to the southern province. His threat made Yi Qian's gaze shift slightly. Was there a test in his threat? A possibility flashed through Yi Jian's mind. After hearing what he said, Yi Jian's chilly laughter was like the clear spring in the mountain stream. So cool that there was a hint of coldness in it. You want me to not be able to enter a school and not be able to study? Mayor Yi is very capable. Then, let's just wait and see. Wait and see? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I want to see how many marks you can get. You want to compare yourself to Ying? Who do you think you are? At this time, Yi Zhifan, who was already at a disadvantage, was completely under Yi Qian's control. He looked at Yi Qian with a gloomy gaze and revealed an arrogant expression. Yi Qian, Uncle will wait for you to cry and beg me. Who does Yi Ying think she is? I really don't want to compare myself to her. As for crying, please wait and see Mayor Yi. By the time he finished speaking, Yi Jianxian had already replied with a smile. Also, Mayor Yi, be careful that you don't fall from your horse. Officials were most afraid of hearing others say that they had fallen from grace, and Yi Zhifan was the same. When he heard this, his expression was already ugly, and now he was so angry that his face turned the color of pig liver. When Yi Qian saw his expression change again, his laughter became even more crisp. When he left, Yi Zhifan's face was still as dark as the bottom of a pot. He gloomily looked at Yi Qian's back as he left, and gloomily said, "You refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. You want to compete with Ying? You're overestimating yourself." From the beginning to the end, he did not have the confidence to say that one sentence from him could make Yi Qian unable to read. This was because he knew that this exam was not something he could touch. Yi Zhifan knew very well that someone from the army came and hired a notary to send the exam papers to the provincial government for marking. However, he was still angry and wanted to threaten Yi Qian. He also wanted to find out if she really had someone supporting her from behind. This test made him so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he did not get anything out of her. Unfortunately, not only did Yi Qian not take his words to heart, but she also saw through his intention to test if she had someone supporting her. After seeing through his intentions, Yi Qian saw Mayor Yi as a paper tiger who only had a ferocious appearance. After holding back his anger for a while, Yi Zhifan got back into the car. That night, he called his daughter, Yi Ying. He did not hide the fact that Yi Qian was coming back for the middle school exams from Yi Ying. It was good to let her be mentally prepared. Yi Ying, who was studying at home and preparing for her exams, laughed as if she had heard a joke. "Dad, so what if she's taking the middle school exams? She'll still be screwed if she gets into a third-rate high school. My teacher said that as long as her grades are in the top 30 of the grade, I'll be in the best class in the liberal arts and science classes. Moreover, a first-rate teacher will be the head teacher." A year had passed, and Yi Ying was more composed than before. When she heard that Yi Qian was coming back to school, she laughed disdainfully. "I still have 2 years to graduate from high school. She still has 3 years. Just you wait. I'll definitely crush her under my feet." Chapter 355. Her confidence made Yi Zhifan laugh out loud, and the haze in his eyes disappeared. "Ying Ying is indeed my daughter, Yi Zhifan. You have ambition, All right, I'm just letting you know. Since you don't take it to heart, I won't hold you back from your studies. Yes, and Dad, I won't be going back to the city during the summer break. I'll attend a few cram schools. If there's any news about Yi Qian, give me a call. Later, if she really gets into high school as her sister, I'll definitely call back to congratulate her. Yi Ying's tone was full of contempt. She was sure that Yi Qian would not amount to anything. Even if she got into high school, it would only be a third-rate school. The father and daughter were able to get along well. Sun Dongqing, who had heard the gist of the conversation, also laughed scornfully. After Ying hung up the phone, the mother and daughter continued to make fun of Yi Qian for a while before they stopped. Yi Qian did not care what the family thought. She returned to Shuku village that day without any psychological burden. She only stayed at home for one night. Before dawn, she went through the long tunnel behind her house and returned to the army that she had not been to for almost 11 months. The military camp was made of iron, and the soldiers were flowing like water. Yi Qian saw many unfamiliar faces as soon as she entered the army. They were the new recruits from last winter. There were also many familiar faces that she could not find anymore. They had retired and returned to their hometown. Little Jian, you've been hiding for almost a year. That's not very kind of you. The political commissar greeted Yi Qian as if she was his child. He patted her on the shoulder. Not bad. You've grown taller. You're no longer the little girl from before. In a year, Yi Qian's height had shot up to 165 centimeters. She was indeed considered a tall girl among the students. After returning to the familiar army, Yi Qian's smile relaxed. She smiled and said, "Of course I have to grow taller. If I don't grow taller, I'll really be short. If I can't reach the height requirement for female soldiers, then I won't even have a place to cry." You're still such a naughty girl. The political commissar was still the same as before. His smile had the dignity of a soldier, but also the concern. Let's go. Let's go to the field and practice 2 laps. Let's see if you've improved. After saying that, he led Yi Qian to the field. After taking a few steps, he looked at Yi Qian and sized him up. Let's go to the Internal Affairs Department to get a set of training clothes. I was wondering why he didn't look right. If he didn't wear his military uniform or training uniform when he came to the army, he would be an anomaly. We can't be outcasts. Thinking about Uncle Jen's request on the phone, the political commissar smiled and said, "Change your clothes and go to the field." Recently, there are a few troublemakers in the army. Come and teach them a lesson. Let's see if they still have the face to be troublemakers. Troublesome soldiers meant that they might be a little outstanding, but they didn't put the class leader in their eyes, and they would often speak ill of her. Before Yi Jian came, a few troublesome soldiers from the international metropolis crushed 2 green flies and threw them into the class leader's mung bean soup to relieve the heat. The poor class leader had diarrhea for an entire night and had even taken a few bottles of intravenous drips. These troublemakers needed to be taught a lesson. After putting on the summer training uniform, the 165 centimeters tall Yi Qian walked out. The political commissar couldn't help but clap his hands. This Yi Qian was no longer the little girl who just entered the army 2 years ago. She was valiant and formidable looking, as straight as a spear. Her military uniform gave off a proud and unyielding aura. When she stood there and gave a standard military salute, the political commissar saw her cold and inviolable military might. She was only 16 years old, and she was still a high school student, but she already had this kind of military might. Chapter 356. Good, good, good. As expected of the soldiers taught by the two old revolutionaries. Good job. Yi Qian. She was a soldier when she put on her military uniform, not a little girl. The political commissar did not return the salute. After all, Yi Qian had not yet joined the army. He walked in front of her and personally straightened her clothes and smoothed out the wrinkles on her shoulders. Go, Yi Qian. Your hot-blooded youth should be showered in the military camp. Don't praise me. However, the military camp is indeed my favorite place. Yi Qian tugged at the corner of her clothes and looked at the political commissar with her dark eyes that reflected the sky blue of the military camp. She smiled and said, "Forget about taking care of the troublesome soldiers. I just want to compete with them and see what kind of ability they have to be troublesome soldiers. Then you can't go easy on them. One of the troublesome soldiers comes from a wealthy family. He is indeed quite capable. He has learned self-defense, and his physical fitness test was excellent." Amidst the laughter of the political commissar, the first thing Yi Qian did when she returned to the military camp was to fight with the troublesome soldiers. When Yi Qian was angry, the veterans who knew her knew how ruthless she was. When they saw her taking care of the troublesome soldiers, they all laughed and waited to see how Yi Qian would deal with those arrogant new recruits. Yi Jian was the first person who had been in university for 2 years. Because he was too rebellious, his family had used their connections to send him to become a soldier. Yi Jian did not use force first. She stood in front of the bodyguard, who had a look of disdain on his face, and said with a smile, "Oh, so you're from an international metropolis. You speak English. Okay, let's recite each other's familiar English. First of all, I just graduated from junior high school. Don't feel pressured." Reciting was Yi Qian's strength. The moment she took action, she was able to compete with this soldier who had a sense of superiority. The next day, she challenged this troublesome soldier who thought he was great because he had been in university to a math, physics, and chemistry competition. The sun was still above her head, and her hand was holding a pen. It was noon, but Yi Qian did not move. Her opponent, on the other hand, got a heat stroke because he was nervous. From then on, he never dared to say things like, "I'm good at English. I went to college. You are all country bumpkins." Taking care of another recruit who knew some martial arts was even easier. Dueling was Yi Qian's favorite pastime. It didn't take a few hours. It only took a little more than 10 minutes. Only when the other party's face was bruised and swollen did he stop calmly. Recruit, remember this. The class leader that you threw flies that has participated in 2 large-scale military exercises, participated in flood relief, and saved several civilians from rolling rocks. What about you? Other than your punching skills, what other inspiring things have you done? Yi Qian was a girl, and she was also a student. Her actions not only served to intimidate them, but also made these troublemakers feel ashamed. They felt ashamed of their own arrogance and complacency. In just a few days, Yi Qian had finished the task given to him by the political commissar. Without the accompaniment of Uncle Jen and Principal Chen, Yi Qian used her own abilities to gain a firm foothold among the recruits. She quickly gained their trust. How to convince the masses and how to get along with the male recruits was not something that the elders could teach her. She could only rely on herself to figure it out. She had already become brothers with the recruits. The political commissar saw this and called Uncle Jen, who was left in the village. Uncle Jen had left the village for more than half a year. The first thing he did when he returned was to chat with the villagers who came to visit him. He did not care about how Yi Qian was doing in the army. Now that he received a call from the political commissar, he was truly relieved. Chapter 357. That's good, that's good. As long as she can make friends with the new recruits and make them believe in her, I can rest assured. Uncle Jen had always remembered Xia Jinyuan's words. Yi Qian is not good at integrating into the team and will have a hard time in the army in the future. Therefore, when Yi Qian went to the army, he immediately called the political commissar. This was why Yi Qian had to deal with the troublemakers as soon as he entered the army. Principal Chen was also very busy when he came back. By the time he finished his work and contacted Yi Qian, it was already early August. It just so happened that Yi Qian called on the day of the results. She was still in the army and answered the call from the sentry box. You did well, girl. You got what you wanted. Before Principal Chen could report the results, Yi Qian, who was already confident, said with a smile, even if you don't tell me, I know how I did. After that, he reported the results. It was only 5 points lower than the actual score, without the biology and geography scores, except for the Chinese essay, which was deducted 3 points. Yi Qian got full marks for all the other subjects. Yi Qian even lowered the score for the Chinese essay by 5 points. Yi Qian did not become the top scholar in the province, but he still got 4th place in the province. When the principal of number 1 middle school found out about Yi Qian's results, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. They had forced such an excellent student to leave the school last year. However, when he thought about Yi Jifan's current status and the fact that the Provincial Education Bureau had warned him not to publicize Yi Qian's results, the principal could only sigh inwardly. He did not show it on his face at all. When the provincial high school entrance exam results came out, Yi Jifan, who had been keeping an eye on it, did not let it go. He immediately called Old Hu, whom he knew from the Municipal Education Bureau. Yi Qian's results had been intentionally concealed by the Provincial Education Bureau. Old Hu, who was from the Municipal Education Bureau, naturally could not find out anything. If he could not find out anything, it meant that he did not get into the school. I only have the results of those who have been admitted to high school. Yi Qian's name is not on my list. Old Hu scanned the system but couldn't find it. When he saw Yi Jifan paying so much attention to the examinee's results, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. I say, Old Yi, why are you so concerned about this examinee's results? If I remember correctly, you only have one daughter, Ying, right? She seemed to have thought of something and tried to tease him. The candidate's surname is also Yi. Could she be an illegitimate daughter that you don't want to acknowledge? You are indeed a scholar. You have a rich imagination. He's a distant relative of mine. His parents have some conflicts with my family. I'm just asking. Knowing that Yi Qian didn't get into high school, Yi Jifan was overjoyed. He didn't want Old Hu to probe any further. He happily said, let's have dinner together tonight. Don't you want to follow Secretary Wu's path? Deputy Tseng has a dinner appointment with Secretary Wu. If you're free, come along. This sentence was to Old Hu's liking. He didn't care about other people's business. He smiled and said, thank you before hanging up. When Yi Qian didn't get into the school, Yi Jifan was happy. Naturally, Ying and Sun Dongqing were also happy. Stupid girl. I told you, she's a good-for-nothing. Look, it's obvious that she doesn't have the life to study. Sun Dongqing looked at her daughter, who had blossomed into a flower. She couldn't hide the pride in her heart. She said harshly, Ying, your sister didn't get into the school. You should give her a call later to comfort her. Ying, who was full of arrogance, raised her chin slightly. Her voice was thin and sharp as she laughed. Mom, you're right. I'll call the village chief's house tonight and ask her to answer the phone. Chapter 358. The arrogant Ying lifted her chin slightly and laughed in a thin and sharp voice. Mom, you're right. I'll call the village chief's house tonight and get her to answer the phone. She snorted with a look of disdain and said with a vicious look, She thinks she can compete with me? She's just an orphan. I can bully her however I want. Yi Qian had to answer Yi Ying's call so that she could show off her superiority. However, Yi Qian was not around, so she could only hold back her pride and ridicule. On the third day after the results were released, Yi Qian did not even know her ranking in the province for the middle school exams. At this moment, Jiasen gave her a fierce bear hug and punched her in the back. Yi Qian felt a little uneasy when she was blocked by her classmates who had graduated from middle school and had not contacted her for almost a year. Especially when she saw the unfriendliness on their faces, she was prepared to apologize. And Jiasen, your greeting gift is too warm. My back is going to bruise from your punches. Damn, it's already a good thing that I didn't cut ties with you. So what if you received a few punches from me? You have any objections? Do you know how long you've been missing? It's been almost a year. Damn, we've been asking around, but no one has seen you. And Jiasen's eyes reddened as she spoke. We were all worried about you. Where have you been for the past year? Zhang Na squeezed over from the side. I haven't hugged you yet. We'll start the scolding session after I hug you. As she spoke, she glared at Yi Qian and opened her arms to hug her. Yi Qian, just wait to be scolded by us old classmates. She hugged Yi Qian tightly and heard her slightly choked voice. Zhang Bin, who had entered the province's #1 middle school because of his specialty, stood at the back like a pillar. He looked at the girls hugging each other and laughed. Yi Qian, why don't we hug too? Damn, get lost. Trying to take advantage of me. And Jiasen kicked him in return. Learn from Zhou Liao. He's a gentleman. It's more polite to stand aside. Zhou Liao pushed up his glasses out of habit. After thinking for a while, he slowly smiled and said, I'm not a gentleman. I'm waiting for the girl to finish hugging me before I do it myself. 1 year of high school had changed the shy Zhou Liao of the past. Jane, let's ignore them. Now, Zhang Bin is the boy who makes the girls in school scream. He plays basketball and is handsome, just like before. And Jiasen put her arm around Yi Qian's shoulder and looked at Zhang Bin provocatively. So what if he's handsome? You still can't hug Yi Qian. Just like when they were in junior high school, the two of them started arguing after a few words. Looking at them, Yi Qian knew that his friendship with them hadn't changed because of time. He smiled as he watched the two of them quarrel again. After exchanging a glance with Zhang Na, they both smiled knowingly. As for why, it was probably the thoughts of those young men and women. After laughing and arguing, the few of them sat in the bamboo forest behind Yi Qian's house. Each of them had a bamboo chair and held watermelons that had been soaked in well water in their hands. They talked about their high school lives and their academic results. After chatting for a while, Yi Jian found out that the 4 of them had taken part in the competition together, and all of them had chosen to enroll in the city's #1 middle school. Zhang Na and Zhou Liao had always been top scorers in their classes, so getting into the city's #1 middle school was a given. Zhang Bin was admitted to the province's #1 middle school as a student with a specialty. Chapter 359. And Jiasen was good at her subjects and applied for #1 middle school. In the end, it was her geologist father who stepped in and spent money to get her into #1 middle school in the province. It was indeed a joyous occasion that two of her former classmates had entered #1 middle school in the province. How did you do this time? Don't tell me you got into #1 middle school. The few of them were concerned about where Yi Qian would be going to school this year. Zhou Liao, who was more mature, asked, "We didn't come here for any other reason. We just wanted to know where you will be studying so that we can keep in touch." As soon as he spoke, Yi Qian could clearly feel the nervousness on their faces. They were worried that she would be upset. Ming Yan's eyes moved like water in the swaying bamboo shadows. Looking at their nervous faces, a bright smile bloomed on her face. Yi Jian raised her eyebrows and said, leisurely, "You should have done well in the exam. You have also received the notice." "Damn, you scared me to death." After Jiasun heard this, she let out a long sigh of relief and took a deep breath. She had been holding her breath, waiting for Yi Qian to speak. "Great, great. When school starts, I can tell that be *TCH Ying. Let's see if she can still be so smug." She screamed happily as she jumped up from the bamboo chair and pounced on Yi Qian. She was so fierce and inaccurate that Zhang Bin cried out in shock, "Tomboy, be gentle." He was afraid that she would fall. "You're a human sandbag. You're really heavy." Yi Qian was also worried that she would fall. He quickly stood up and hugged her. He joked, "You're already a year older. Why are you still like a child?" Zhang Na smiled and glanced at the nervous Zhang Bin. She pursed her lips and laughed alone. "Tell me, where will you be studying? Hurry up and tell me." And Jiasun, who had pounced on him, sneaked her hand under Yi Qian's armpit and tickled him. She asked cheerfully, "Hurry up and tell me, or Nana and I will do it together." Tickling was nothing. Yi Qian opened his arms and smiled. "Come, tickle me all you want. I won't laugh when you touch me. You're so stubborn." After scratching for a while, Jiasun gave up. She curled her lips and said, "If you're not afraid of this, what else are you afraid of?" She wanted to ask more, but Zhang Bin pulled her back and secretly gave her a look. Although he majored in sports, he had a father who was a policeman. Zhang Bin's temperament was also extremely meticulous, and he knew when to stop. "Don't ask any more. Why don't you use your brain if you don't have results in geography and biology?" After Yi Qian started chatting with Zhou Liao, Zhang Bin secretly reminded Jiasun, "Can't you see that we're not asking anymore? You stop talking so much." Zhou Liao noticed that Zhang Bin was obviously warning the tomboy. He smiled and said to Yi Qian, "I don't know how Ying found out that she spent money to buy a school. Whenever she sees her, she will definitely mock her. You also know that tomboys can't tolerate it. Ying said that she couldn't tolerate it. Once she said it, they started arguing. In the end, both sides suffered. After all, they weren't from the same school, so Zhou Liao's knowledge was limited. He only knew bits and pieces about Zhang Bin and other students who entered the provincial first high school. Yi Ying's name. He hadn't heard it for almost 2 months. When he heard it again, Yi Qian's eyes turned cold. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Ying won't dare to say such things again." Chapter 360. Zhou Liao's eyes lit up. He looked at his classmate, who had always been indifferent, in surprise. Then he let out a long, "Oh," and smiled sincerely. "Yi Qian, you always surprise people. It may be a surprise to you, but it must be a shock to some people." She raised her eyebrows slightly. Her casual and indifferent temperament changed instantly. There was a frosty air about her. "Thank you for your concern. Let's keep in touch." Zhou Liao pushed his glasses and reached out his hand. We can't go to the same high school, but I hope we can go to the same university and continue our friendship. I hope so too. Yi Qian reached out to shake his hand and smiled. Continue our friendship. This was a promise. Regardless of whether it would be in the future or not, at least he was her classmate, her friend, and she sincerely hoped they could continue their friendship in university. On the other side, and Jiasin raised her voice and said cheerfully, I'll give you a call when I get back. Ha ha ha, I want to anger her to death. Classmate, and I don't want there to be a situation where I can't study. So, please keep this a secret for me. It won't be too late for you to tell me after I finish the admission procedures. Yi Qian, who already knew that his results were concealed by the Provincial Education Bureau, immediately stopped her with a smile. I really can't tell you now. I'll only tell the four of you. After a short silence, there were four voices of assurance in unison. Uncle Jen, who was enjoying the cool air in his house, heard the laughter coming from behind the house. The old man, who was lying in the rocking chair, gently fanned himself with his eyes closed. He didn't want to disturb the gathering of the young men. Since school was about to start, the four of them stayed over at Yi Qian's house for a night and left early the next morning. And Jiasin was still reluctant to leave after getting into the car. She squeezed out 2 drops of tears and held Yi Qian's hand. You heartless person, you must remember to write me a letter or else. This is too embarrassing. Hurry up and pull her into the car. Yi Qian, who was covered in goosebumps, pulled his hand away and motioned for Zhang Bin to pull her into the car. Everyone in the car was watching, and Jiasin laughed heartily. The car started, and Yi Qian saw 4 hands reaching out of the car window, waving goodbye to him. This was what friends were like. Because they were worried about you, they traveled thousands of miles just to see you. A week after they left, Yi Qian walked out of the village again with the letter of acceptance in his hand. He went to the province to study alone. Compared to last year, his state of mind was different this year. The car drove along the mountain road, bringing Yi Qian to a vast space. That was the provincial capital where she would be living for the next 2 years. Since someone was spouting nonsense and thought that it was a great thing to be admitted into the provincial first school, then she naturally had to walk in front of her and tell her that it was not a great thing to be admitted into the provincial first school. If she could pass the exam the first time, she could also pass the exam the second time. The provincial first high school. In the end, Yi Qian chose the provincial first high school. The train ticket was the same as before. It left at 8:30 p.m. and arrived at the provincial capital train station early in the morning. Yi Qian, who was taking the train to the provincial capital for the 3rd time, quickly found her seat. This time, she did not buy a sleeper ticket. Instead, she chose a more affordable seat ticket. She rode the bumpy train all the way to the provincial capital. When Yi Qian got off the train, she smelled like sweat. She ran to a travel agency near the train station and spent a few yuan to take a shower. She then changed into a clean set of clothes before coming out. Chapter 361. The travel agency was quite close to the train station. As soon as Yi Qian walked out of the travel agency, she suddenly heard a search broadcast from the train station. The broadcast was looking for a girl named Yi Qian, student, short-haired, 165 centimeters tall. Name, identity, hairstyle, height, all of these were possible. Yi Qian froze for a moment as she held onto her luggage and thought of a possibility. Could it be that Uncle Chen knew from Grandpa Jen that she was coming and came to get her early in the morning? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Jian ran to the broadcasting room of the train station as fast as the wind after hearing it. The broadcast room was in the train station. Yi Jian found a staff member. The staff member looked at her student ID and took out his walkie-talkie to contact the broadcast room. Broadcast room, broadcast room. Yi Qian is in Gate A of the train station lobby. Yi Qian is in Hall A of the train station lobby. After repeating this, he said to Yi Qian, "Just wait here. The person looking for you will be here soon." He looked at Yi Qian and said sternly, "Children shouldn't run around. The train station is crowded and messy. Someone like you, who is fair and clean, and also a student, is a perfect target for human traffickers." He treated Yi Qian as a child who had been separated from her parents. She didn't argue and accepted the kind reminder politely. "I'm sorry for the trouble. Then I'll just wait here, right? Stand on my side. Don't run around." The staff member was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He probably had a child around Yi Qian's age at home. He spoke as if he was reprimanding his own child. "It will take about 10 minutes to get here from the broadcast room. Just wait here, okay?" Yi Qian always gave people the impression that she was well-behaved and obedient, especially when she smiled. When her clear eyes curved into crescents, she was the standard image of a well-behaved girl. She quickly nodded and didn't say anything. The staff member didn't have the heart to say anything more. Instead, he softened his tone and said, "You students don't know anything. You think you're an adult now that you've grown up. How much do you know about the evil in people's hearts? Uncle isn't scolding you on purpose. I'm just reminding you." She smiled slightly. Although she was standing obediently to the side, she was like a winter plum blossom swaying with a faint fragrance. She was proud and elegant. "Little fox, your appearance is really bewitching. Fortunately, I met you in the mountains and saw your boldness. Otherwise, I might have been fooled by your obedient appearance." Yi Jian, who was chatting with the staff, suddenly felt a gaze full of tenderness fall on her from the front. She thought it was Headmaster Chen, so she looked up happily. Her palm-sized lotus face was smiling like the dew on a lotus leaf in the morning, so clear and pure. Uncle was already at the tip of her tongue, but she quickly swallowed the word back down her throat. Yi Qian was shocked when she saw who was looking at her. A handsome man stood in front of her. His features were handsome, and he exuded a noble aura. He was wearing khaki trousers made of linen and a pure white shirt. It was casual wear, but on him, it not only made him look casual, but also incomparably elegant. It had been more than a year since she saw the dangerous man. She had forgotten. Yi Jian's heart skipped a beat when she saw him again. Her reaction was, "Why is he here?" Chapter 362. The staff member looked at Yi Qian, then turned to look at the man walking over. She laughed and said, "Your brother is here. Hurry, stick close to your brother next time. Don't get separated again. You're making people worry." She mistook Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan as a pair of siblings. There was no other reason other than the fact that the two of them had a similar temperament. They were like steel and spears, exuding a biting cold aura. Before she could explain, Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed casually, walked over and politely apologized to the staff member. "Sorry for the trouble." Even the words he used were the same as Yi Qian's. What made Yi Qian feel most awkward was that after taking 2 steps, the staff member turned back to look and muttered, "What kind of parents do they look like to have such a pair of good-looking children? They're a little too handsome." Both of them had sharp ears and eyes. No matter how soft the staff member's voice was, they could hear it clearly. The man who was as white as snow in spring laughed. The staff member was quite thoughtful. Wasn't he her brother? However, the word brother was different from the word brother. He really wanted to hear her call him brother. You're stunned just because I'm here? Xia Jingyuan's clear voice came slowly. There was a hint of a smile in his voice, and it was as intoxicating as wine. Brother came from afar. Why is my little sister so cold? She didn't even give me a warm hug. There was no warmth, no surprise, and no surprise. Her expression only said, "Why are you here?" Her indifference made Xia Jinyuan, who had been waiting for her for a few hours, feel sad. His little fox, you're really cruel. Even if it was an old friend meeting, there should at least be a little surprise. However, she was so unique. Why did he even appear in front of her? Yi Qian choked on the words brother and little sister. Her fair face flushed red. She glanced at him and said calmly, I don't have a brother. Captain Xia, don't randomly acknowledge people as family. It had been a year since they last met, but Xia Jinyuan was still the same Xia Jinyuan from a year ago. He was still flirting with her and teasing her. I'm older than you, so it's fine for you to call me brother. The shade of crimson on her face was truly breathtaking, not a bit more, not a bit less. Her natural beauty was perfect with light makeup and heavy makeup. The smile on Xia Jinyuan's face deepened. He hadn't seen her for more than a year, and the little fox had grown up again. The familiar Xia Jinyuan was back. Yi Qian was alarmed. He discreetly put some distance between them and said calmly, I'm not used to calling other people big brother. Also, why are you here? Did Uncle Chen come with you? When she spoke, she calmed herself down. Because of the man in front of her, Yi Qian felt that time had treated him too well. He was not a soldier serving in the military, but a young man who was as white as snow in spring. He was elegant and radiant. His calm tone concealed Yi Qian's intention to put some distance between them. Just as Xia Jinyuan thought, she was not surprised at all when facing him. Xia Jinyuan, who quickly recovered from his sadness, raised his eyebrows and naturally took the luggage in her hand. He smiled and said, Uncle Chen is very busy now. It takes some time to get used to a new working environment. He's not free today, so he asked me to pick you up at the train station. Uncle Chen is not free? How would he know? Yi Qian stopped and did not immediately follow him. Xia Jinyuan took 2 steps forward and realized that she was still standing in the same place. He smiled and walked back. Chapter 363. With his other hand holding the luggage, he freed up his right hand, which was beside Yi Qian's shoulder. He skillfully raised his right hand and wrapped it around Yi Qian's slender shoulder. This time, I have to keep a close eye on you. I almost lost you just now. Luckily, there's a broadcast. Otherwise, where would I have found you? How am I going to explain this to Uncle Chen when I get back? While Yi Qian kept her gaze forward, she frowned and glanced at the hand on her shoulder. It was slender and beautiful, like the hand that played the piano in the Golden Palace. But she knew how powerful and sharp his movements were when he fired the gun. Uncle Chen said that he works in the provincial capital. He'll come and look for me when school starts. You know where Uncle Chen works? Yi Qian frowned, but didn't shake off his hand. Even though she didn't like being so close to him, she tolerated it. It was a pleasure to have a guest from afar. She was from the southern province, so she had to maintain the courtesy and reserve of a southern province citizen. Yi Qian's tolerance made the wolf Xia Jinyuan smile. He used Uncle Chun as an excuse to get close to her. She had no choice but to accept it. Uncle Chen's workplace. He said he wanted to give you a surprise, so I can't tell you now. Let's go and have breakfast first. She smelled faintly of soap, which was unique to her. It was a refreshing fragrance. You can't register until 9. It's still early. It was only 6 o'clock, and the sun hadn't driven away the coolness of the night. With Xia Jinyuan's arm around her shoulder, Yi Qian pursed her lips. When they entered a kanji shop, he let go of her and secretly sighed. She waved her hand gently, as if doing so could get rid of the minty smell he left on her. The breakfast shop was doing well. Yi Jian chose a table near the glass wall and sat down. The tables near her were filled with parents accompanying their children to enroll in school. While eating breakfast, the parents did not forget to lecture their children. One moment, they told their children to be bolder in school. The next moment, they told them not to be reckless. Yi Qian smiled helplessly. Poor parents. Sometimes their words didn't make sense. A boy was annoyed by his parents' nagging. He put his spoon in his bowl and retorted, "Mom, can't you let me have breakfast in peace? I'm 16 years old, not 6 years old. I wonder if I'm retarded if you keep saying that." Fine, fine, fine. I won't say it. When the mother saw this, she immediately gave in and pushed half of the salted duck egg over. "Eat the egg. Go report after you're done." Only parents would accept their children unconditionally. Yi Qian quietly lowered her eyes and chuckled. Just like Uncle Chen and Grandpa Jen, they were strict with her, but also unconditionally tolerant of her. Even though she didn't have parents to protect her, she was glad that she had two kind elders who cared about her. Xia Jinyuan, who had just returned from the cashier, stood not far away. He gazed softly at Yi Qian, who was sitting quietly like a painting. His deep eyes were dark like the occasional flickering light in the depths of the ocean. It was so dark that no one could guess what he was thinking at that moment. He walked over and sat across from her. His deep and handsome eyes contained a faint smile. He looked at Yi Qian and smiled. A bowl of congee, a salted duck egg, and a bowl of youtiao. This is the most sumptuous breakfast I've had this year. Chapter 364. Do you want to tell me what kind of breakfast I had from February to May? Yi Qian pulled out a tissue and handed it to him. You seem to be very hot. You're sweating. There were small beads of sweat on his forehead. Xia Jinyuan didn't take it. Instead, he leaned forward and said with a half smile, "Since I went through so much trouble to pick you up, can you help me wipe my sweat?" He really wanted to tease her all the time. He knew that she wouldn't dare to do it, but he couldn't help but want to try. Seeing that her hand that was holding the tissue stiffened, Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Such a man with such a handsome face balanced the majesty of a soldier and also blended into the atmosphere of the mortal world. He was so lively and elegant. "Hey, I'll do it myself." Xia Jin, who knew when to stop, raised his eyebrows. As he spoke, he reached out to take the tissue from Yi Jian's hand. "You can't even wipe your sweat." A shadow flashed in front of his eyes. The tissue that should have been within his reach was pressed softly against his forehead and pressed down on it. He was completely caught off guard. She really did wipe his sweat for him. "I'm just wiping your sweat. I spent the summer in the army, and I've wiped the sweat of countless male soldiers when I was competing with them." Yi Jian purposely used her wrist to block his line of sight, blocking the teasing in his eyes that she couldn't take. She said calmly, "It's just a small matter. Captain Xia, You can just say it next time. Is he still trying to tease me until I feel uncomfortable? I have to let him know that he doesn't think I can't fight back. With a sly smile on his face, Yi Qian wiped his sweat. When he noticed that Xia Jinyuan's expression was a little stiff, his smile became even more sly. Xia Jinyuan, you finally have a day like this. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't expect to be teased by Yi Qian, laughed. His low and deep laughter was like the strings of a zither, pleasing to the ear. Not bad. You've improved. Yi Qian gently wiped his forehead from left to right. He understood the meaning behind Xia Jinyuan's words and smiled calmly. It's normal to improve. Last October, I went to the desert and ate the first raw snake meat in my life. I spent the spring festival in the desert. Captain Xia, if I don't improve, Grandpa Jen and Uncle Chun will be disappointed. Her voice was really clear without a trace of impurity, but the words she said always made him feel helpless. The improvement, he was referring to the fact that she dared to occasionally tease him. However, Yi Qian casually turned all of this into her own improvement and the nurturing of her two elders. Look at how interesting it was when the little fox made her move. Okay, Captain Xia, please accept my gratitude. After he finished wiping his sweat, Yi Qian naturally withdrew his hand. However, Xia Jinyuan was faster. He grabbed her wrist and raised his eyebrows. He smiled and said, although soldiers have to be swift and decisive in their work, they still need to be meticulous in all aspects. As he said this, Yi Qian's expression changed slightly. He looked at her vigilantly and didn't withdraw his hand. Although she dared to go against him, she was just a smart and innocent little fox. No matter how sly she would still be at a disadvantage because of her naivety. Xia Jinyuan held her wrist with just the right amount of strength to clamp her wrist. There was a faint smile in his dark eyes. Little fox, there is sweat on my neck too. You didn't wipe it off. His little fox was at a disadvantage because of her naivety, and he was the one who took advantage of her. If someone else dared to do this, he would have cut off their claws. Chapter 365. How could the wolf, who was full of ideas, let go of the fox in front of him so easily? When they were in the county town of Machadi, he had said that the next time they met, he would ask for some interest. This interest had just begun. Sure enough, when it came to playing a game with him, one could never let one's guard down. Wiping sweat was not a simple task. Smiling, Yi Qian glanced at the hand he was holding, then met his smiling gaze. The more he fought, the braver he became. Yi Qian glanced at the clean tissue, then slowly said, Captain Xia, you have to let go of my hand first before I can take the tissue. This man had a nasty side to him that always caught her off guard. She thought he would let go, but unexpectedly, he pushed his luck even further. You can take the tissue with one hand, and you can also wipe your sweat with the other. Do you think I'll cooperate? Captain Xia. Yi Qian did not try to break free, but kept a faint smile on his face. If you don't let go, then I'll have to ask you to wipe your sweat yourself, Captain Xia. From the moment he appeared in front of her, the man with the temperament of a mountain had covered up the remaining panic on his face. Also, the sweat that flowed down his neck and into his collar told her that he was indeed in a hurry. Because of this, she did not refuse when he asked her to wipe his sweat, because there was no way she could refuse. His progress was extraordinary. If it was before, the little fox would have said, Xia Jinyuan, if you don't let go, I'm going to get angry. Then she would stare at him with her star-like eyes. Her eyes were so clear that only his figure could be seen. Now that they had taken a step, it was even more interesting. He stepped forward, and she met him head on. It was like a spear against a shield. Neither of them had the upper hand. Naturally, he had to let go of her hand. He did not really want her to wipe the sweat on his neck. Xia Jinyuan pulled out the tissue and smiled lazily. "The porridge is here. Fill your stomach first. As for the sweat, I'll wipe it myself." Yi Jian retracted her hand and gently put aside the sweat-soaked tissue that she was still holding in her hand. Naturally, she retracted her hand and hid it under the table. Her fingers were trembling. Just now, her fingertips had inadvertently brushed against his damp forehead. It was as if she had been burned by fire, and her wrist, which he had grabbed, had been burned to the point that she was a little flustered. Going up against Xia Jinyuan again was definitely a game of chess. She had no choice but to put in 120% of her energy and focus on the game with him. However, it was undeniable that such a game was rather satisfying. It only took a few seconds for Xia Jinyuan to wipe off his sweat. Before he could even feel it, the touch of her fingers had already disappeared. Fortunately, he was quick enough to grab her wrist. He could feel the temperature of her skin at such a close distance and reminisce about the delicate touch of her skin. Also, when she looked at him, her eyes were filled with helplessness but would not back down. It was so interesting. Breakfast was served to both of them. Xia Jinyuan was no longer teasing Yi Qian. He even prepared a spoon for her and handed it to her. As if the wind had just blown by, he smiled indifferently and said, "It's still early. Come, tell me about what happened in the desert. Is there anything interesting you can tell me?" He was no longer doing anything that would give her a headache. Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief and scooped a spoonful of vegetable porridge. He lowered his gaze and looked at the crystal-clear porridge and the crispy green vegetables. He said indifferently, "There are no interesting things in the desert. There are only dangerous and life-threatening things. Quicksand, poisonous snakes, dehydration. I encountered all of them in half a month." Chapter 366. When she recalled the training in the desert, it felt like it had just happened yesterday. When she mentioned the desert, Xia Jinyuan also thought about his 70-day test flight in the desert. During the test flight, there were 2 engine problems, and he almost lost his life in the desert. But when she brought it up again, there was no danger in his memories, only joy. A barren land with no life, an endless stretch of yellow sand isolated you from the rest of the world. When I heard travelers passing by, I felt like I was still living on Earth and not in outer space. When Yi Qian talked about those precious memories that would not fade even when she grew old, her whole body lit up. Her eyes were like the sun, full of vigor and vitality, so bright that it made people dizzy. The sun shone gently from behind her, as if she was bathed in holy light. She raised her eyebrows and talked about the various things that happened in the desert. The faint sunlight shone, stunning not only the time, but also the people who looked at her. "Deputy Qin, sorry to keep you waiting." Outside the glass, a man in a suit and leather shoes jogged over. It was early in the morning, and he was still wearing a tie. He ran over to a man who looked especially young from the back. He was also in a suit, but he was as elegant as a Kaffir lily. Sorry, I made a mistake at work and did not pick you up on time." The sound of panting and hurried footsteps could be heard clearly through the glass wall. Yi Qian, who was talking, looked outside and saw the figure of a man walking out from the side of the main pillar of the building. His gaze fell on Yi Qian's face. When he walked out from behind the pillar, he smiled slightly, as if to explain that he just happened to be standing behind the pillar to avoid the sun. This was a man who looked as elegant as a poem, and also a man who was very cultured. He was wearing a pair of straight, light brown trousers without a single wrinkle, a white shirt, and a tie of the same series as the trousers. He was formal and elegant in every aspect. Just one look, and you could tell that this person was well educated. Yi Qian was stunned. He didn't understand why a stranger would explain himself to him. Outside, the man who was addressed as Vice Qin by the staff smiled faintly. He had excellent etiquette in his bones. "It's fine. Everyone in the station knows that I don't know the way. It's my own fault. It has nothing to do with you. Where is the car parked?" "This way, please." "The car is parked on the side of the road." When the staff heard this, even Yi Qian could sense that he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, took another look at him. His deep eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was trying to guess his identity. He looked away faster than Yi Qian. Seeing that her attention was also on the outside, he said in a cool voice, "How long have you been in the desert?" "You don't look like you've been there for a long time. You don't look like an African." Yi Qian looked up casually, as if he had inadvertently seen the scenery. He looked away and smiled at Xia Jinyuan. "I was there for 4 months. At the time, I didn't think it was very hard. Now that I think about it, it was actually quite hard. The desert is very hard. You were able to endure 4 months. Not bad." He didn't mention that he had also gone to the desert. He had gone to the desert for the country. It was an A-level secret in Red Heart. He couldn't even reveal a word about it to his loved ones. Chapter 367. Yi Qian thought about it, then shook his head and said, "You can't use the word endure. You can't use the word endure when it comes to what you like and what you're interested in. You should use the word enjoy. I really enjoy this process. You've seen my training plan. I like every aspect of it, so I enjoy this process." At the time, he had seen that the training plan was based on the Delta Special Forces training plan. He had also hinted that it might be a little difficult for a young girl to persevere through it. Uncle Chen smiled and replied, "You'll know after you try. You'll know after you try." Actually, Uncle Chen already knew that the little fox in front of him would be able to persevere and enjoy it. Now that he heard her say that she enjoyed the training process with his own ears, Xia Jinyuan finally understood how tough she was. How could Yi Zhifan defeat a little fox like her just by messing with her? Did he want to continue messing with the little fox's exams this year? Wasn't he afraid of ruining his own career? Xia Jinyuan drove over, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He waited for the surrounding customers to disperse before his elegant smile faded a little, and he said, "Yi Zhifan has someone backing him up. Little fox, try not to meet him alone in the future. But you don't have to worry. Principal Chow of the Provincial First High School is not a simple person. Once you enter the school, he won't be able to make things difficult for you." Yi Qian's eyelids twitched slightly as he gently placed the salted eggshell in his hand on the table. His gaze was fixed on Xia Jinyuan, who had revealed a lot of information in a casual tone. He pursed his lips slightly and said in a deep voice, "Captain Xia, do you know something?" Yi Qian's sharp senses made Xia Jinyuan ponder for a moment before he said, "Before your exam, Yi Zhifan contacted someone from the Municipal Education Bureau. After the exam was closed, he contacted this person again. But he is indeed someone. Just because of a few words, he immediately realized that your exam wasn't something he could interfere with and immediately gave up. He even let someone from the Municipal Education Bureau, have a taste of his medicine. Xia Jinyuan's deep and cold eyes stared at the inexperienced girl who had a hard shell to protect herself. He said softly, word by word, "So, little girl, you need to avoid him. Don't go head-to-head with him before your wings are fully grown. Because he has someone backing him up, right?" Yi Jian narrowed her eyes slightly. Her indifferent expression made it seem as if she already knew some key points. She smiled faintly and said, "That's why he can be promoted so quickly. It's because someone is supporting him, right?" Her sharp senses and expression made Xia Jinyuan's eyes change slightly. She was unusually sharp and could see the crux of the problem at a glance. She could even calmly say that Yi Zhifan had someone backing him up. Why did it feel like she already knew? Xia Jinyuan nodded with some doubts in his heart. The smile on his handsome face had long disappeared and was replaced by a serious and cold expression. "That's right. It's precisely because he has someone backing him up that you absolutely can't go head-to-head with him. So there really is someone backing him up." Yi Qian slightly lowered his gaze. The corners of his mouth curved, and his eyes gradually darkened. In her previous life, Yi Zhifan's official career had been smooth sailing up until her death. He had gone from a small town mayor to the second in command of a large province. If there had been no help in between, how could he have risen so quickly? And how could Yi Ying have married into a prestigious family and become a young mistress? Chapter 368. As for Uncle Jen, he had also avoided Yi Zhifan. After transferring her household registration, he had never interacted with Yi Zhifan again. From this, it could be seen that Uncle Jen probably knew a little about him. In the end, when Uncle Chun left the school, wasn't it also to avoid the sharp edge? For her, the two elders had taught her to be self-reliant and independent. Only then could she go further and reach the peak that even Ying could not reach. She could reach the peak where no one could threaten her. Putting all these things together, it was clear to her that Yi Zhifan had someone backing him up, and she had to be so strong that even the person backing him couldn't do anything about it. Yi Zhifan was in politics, and she was in the military. As long as she had a firm foothold in the military, even if someone wanted to touch her, they would have to think twice about it. After Xia Jinyuan confirmed his suspicions, Yi Qian felt a lot more relaxed. He raised his head and smiled faintly. "I've never met him head-on. Last year, number 1 middle school's actions made me realize that no matter how good my grades were, I would still be under his control if I stayed in school. So I tore up my acceptance letter and left AY City. Yi Zhifan's current sphere of influence is still limited to the city. As for the province, from the moment I received the acceptance letter from the provincial number 1 middle school, I knew that his influence had yet to reach the province. No matter how fast he gets promoted, it's impossible for him to get promoted every 2 years. As for me, before he reaches the province, I will leave Nannan province." At this point, Yi Qian paused for a moment. Under Xia Jinyuan's increasingly gloomy gaze, he leisurely said, "I won't meet him head-on, but I have to let him know that I, Yi Qian, am not someone who can be easily bullied." With Yi Zhifan's cautious and suspicious personality, he must also be wondering if I have someone backing me up. After weighing the pros and cons, his actions in the open will only become smaller and smaller, but his actions in the dark will also have to be wary of my backer. Why is he so certain that I have someone backing me up? It's very simple. I'm sure Xia Jinyuan has already guessed it. Not only did he guess it, but he also felt it. The little fox in front of him was indeed a fox. If it continued to be so smart, it would ascend to the heavens. She made use of Yi Jifan's suspicions to reveal her strength step by step in front of him. She even told Yi Jifan that she wasn't worried about not being able to go to school at all. Of course, she wasn't worried. How could someone as smart as her not be able to go to school? Even if in the eyes of others, Yi Qian had fallen on hard times and had to stop studying, in the end, she used a year to complete the Special Forces training and returned to school to retake the exam. She used her own strength to tell everyone that Yi Qian was not someone who would admit defeat easily. Thinking of this, Xia Jinyuan casually leaned back in his chair and asked with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that Yi Jifan will really tamper with your exam papers?" When 3 people form a wall, public opinion can melt metal. I handed in my exam papers early and solved the questions in front of so many invigilators and school leaders. After the exam, the students from the other schools also knew about my performance. Yi Qian. Ha! Yi Jifan wants to tamper with my exam papers. If the person who agreed to his request isn't stupid, they'll know that it won't go according to his wishes after a little investigation. Moreover, when I came back, Principal Chow personally told me that regardless of my results, I can still go to number 1 middle school in the province. Last year, Director Li of number 1 middle school in the capital also wrote to me. As long as I'm willing to return to school, I can use his recommendation letter to enroll in number 1 middle school. Chapter 369. I have a way out and someone to prove me. Moreover, I passed the exam with my own hard work. Besides, Yi Jifan hasn't reached a place of great power yet. What do I have to be afraid of? When she spoke, her voice was like glittering jewels and jade, clear and melodious. Her features were picturesque, like green mountains and clear waters. This was her spirit. Her gaze was clear, but the ripples in her eyes were like the waves of the sky. She had a lofty and oppressive aura, but it faded away with a smile. The only thing that could be seen was her attitude and her arrogance. This was her soul. Xia Jinyuan smiled. His elegant and handsome face was as gentle as water. He looked at her with his deep black eyes, which were full of amazement. So, this time, regardless of whether Yi Jifan did anything to you, you can still study in a famous school, right? There was a subtle sigh in his voice. Xia Jinyuan was sighing at himself for doing something unnecessary. He contacted the army and sent 2 captains, but they were captured by the career woman and became her bodyguards in exchange for special privileges for Little Fox's exam papers. A teacher, 2 captains, and a notary personally escorted her to the provincial government to mark her exam papers. Then, the Provincial Education Bureau hid Little Fox's scores. Unimportant people, even the city's education bureau, couldn't find out. He didn't want her to know about these things. He just wanted her to have a smoother life. Who knew? His little fox didn't need any of this at all. She could handle it herself. Yi Qian finished the last bite of the deep-fried dough stick and wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue. She looked at the man who was eating elegantly and said meaningfully, "As long as I can think of something, I can do it well. I don't need to rely on others. Captain Xia, I like to rely on my own hands and not others." You're right. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. This is why I admire you. Xia Jinyuan pretended not to hear the meaning behind her words. He picked up the car keys on the table and said, "We can leave after we finish eating. I have 3 days to rest. There's no need to rush to finish talking." He got up and left, leaving Yi Qian with a view of his tall and sexy back. He didn't give her a chance to continue the conversation. Yi Qian furrowed her brows and had no choice but to follow him. He was always like this. Even though she had made it so clear, he would still be able to pull out 1,000 caddies with just 4 taels of silver. Xia Jinyuan knew very well that he would not be able to spend the next 3 days with this cunning fox if he didn't brush it off lightly. During breakfast, he was amazed by every step Yi Qian took. Every step she took was so steady that it was like the foundation stone of a skyscraper. Unshakable. What made him even more amazed was her temperament. She had cultivated both inside and outside to the point where her smile was elegant and her coldness was oppressive. Both her spirit and soul had been greatly tempered. Only 16 years old. She was only 16 years old. Growing up in such a difficult environment, her temperament should have been developed long ago. However, she didn't. After she walked out, it was as if she had washed away all the dirt on her body and was reborn on her own path. When they walked out of the breakfast shop, the sun was a little too bright. The ladies walking around had already opened their umbrellas. For a girl like Yi Qian, who spent all her time in the military camp, an umbrella had never appeared in her bag. Xia Jinyuan wanted to remind her, but when he saw her straight legs under her hot pants, which were so fair that they reflected the sun's light, he realized that she didn't need an umbrella. Rolling in the desert, passing through the jungle, camping in the military camp, her legs were as white and tender as tofu under the sun and wind. Chapter 370. It wasn't a long drive from the train station to the school. Yi Qian arrived at the school before 8 o'clock. Registration was supposed to start at 9 o'clock, but the school had already started at 8 o'clock. Yi Qian did not ask for Xia Jinyuan's help. She went through the admission procedures by herself. Then she looked back at the words Provincial Number 1 Middle School that were shining under the sun. She did not expect that she would choose this school in the end. She chose the Provincial Number 1 Middle School that was 18 hours away from home. Xia Jinyuan watched as she walked towards him under the sun. Her short hair danced in the sun like a musical note. She walked calmly among the students coming and going. He could tell from the bright smile on her face that she liked the school as much as she liked the army. Put your luggage away first. Where are you assigned to your dorm? When she came closer, Xia Jinyuan, who had been waiting for her, smiled seductively and took out a school map. The boys' dorm is here, and the girls' dorm is near Swan Lake. Which one is yours? Yi Qian only had an admission form in his hand and nothing else. When she heard him, she said cheekily, "The dorm hasn't been assigned yet. It'll be done in a few days. I have to look for Principal Chow first. Captain Xia, why don't you— What? Have you learned to kick me to the curb? Uncle Chen told me that I have to deliver you to him personally." Xia Jinyuan saw through her little scheme. She wanted to chase him away. His gaze darkened, and even his voice deepened. Xia Jinyuan, never break my promises. I'll keep my promises." Xia Jinyuan didn't smile, and his expression was cold. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. She looked away and pursed her lips. After a while, she said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Captain Xia." Sigh, if he didn't be serious with her and continue to smile with her, he would definitely be kicked out of school. He didn't use all his tricks when facing enemies, but when facing her, he really had to use all his tricks. However, it was indeed very interesting. The more she wanted to escape, the more he wanted to get closer. 16, 17, 18 years old. Even if he was 60, 70, 80 years old, he would still approach her tirelessly. He was so outstanding, and he could become a comrade who could fight side by side with him. It was difficult for him to give up. Principal Chow was having a small meeting with several school leaders and a teacher in his office. The main topic of the meeting was Yi Qian. Faced with Class 1's form teacher's question, Principal Chow smiled and said, "Oh, you don't try to bargain with me after getting what you want. Didn't Teacher Zhu already tell you? What? You want to take advantage of me? You were the one who fought for Yi Qian. Back then, I didn't want to go overboard and hand her over to you. She's the famous Abbess Miju in the school. I'm afraid you'll drive her away." Teacher Miju, Teacher Tong, was a special grade teacher. She was also the treasurer of the province's #1 high school. Together with the math teacher, Teacher Zhu, they sent out 40 key undergraduates and 14 second-tier undergraduates. There were 62 students in the class. Other than those who studied abroad, all of them were on the list. Teacher Tong didn't give the name Abbess Miju by her classmates, but she gave it to herself. It actually meant that she didn't make the list. In her class, there was no such thing as failing the list. Teacher Tong was in her early 50s. She was a cheerful teacher. She wasn't like the other form teachers who always put on a poker face. She always had a smile on her face, and she had the dignity of a teacher and the kindness of an elder. Chapter 371. Teacher Tong glanced at the newly appointed librarian, Old Chen, who was qualified to attend the meeting. She spoke slowly, and with a smile, "Principal, do you already know what I'm going to say before I even mention it? Come on, tell me. Let me listen." Hearing this, Principal Chow pretended to be all ears. He laughed and said, "Let's see what Teacher Tong, who is the most popular student in our school, wants to fight for her student." Teacher Tong was the most popular student in the school. Sometimes her students would even call her Sister Tong. This was enough to show how good Teacher Tong was in the eyes of her classmates. "If Yi Qian comes to our class, other than free tuition, can you give her priority in the competitions and activities? Every activity will give her a certain amount of scholarship. Rather than sponsoring her for free, I think it would be better to stimulate her motivation to study and let her know the benefits of studying can also improve her life." She was really thinking from the perspective of the students. Principal Chow nodded and agreed with her suggestion. At that time, there was only one reason why he did not consider arranging Yi Qian to be in her class, and this reason could not be told. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door, followed by a low and steady voice. "Is Principal Chow here? I'm Xia Jinyuan." Xia Jinyuan. Principal Chow, who was in the middle of a meeting, glanced at the newly appointed librarian and said, "Old Chen, you know, this comrade Xia. Is he looking for you? I met with him yesterday and asked him to pick up Yi Qian this morning." Old Chen, who was also Principal Chen, was now an idle librarian in the provincial first high school. He stood up and smiled at Teacher Tong. "It should be Yi Qian. Teacher Tong, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. She's very brave and has no stage fright." In order to not fall behind Yi Qian's training, Principal Chen declined the position of director and became a librarian who had nothing to do after work, especially during the winter and summer vacations. The door opened and several school leaders filed out. When they saw Yi Qian, they smiled and left with the dignity of a leader. "Come in, come in. Major Xia, come in and have a seat." Principal Chow politely shook hands with Xia Jinyuan. When he saw Yi Qian behind him, he couldn't stop smiling. Last year, he was still lamenting the fact that his school had lost a good student. In the end, this flower still fell into the hands of the provincial #1 high school. Looking at Yi Qian, who had grown taller and had a calmer temperament, She said, "Classmate Yi Qian, I feel much more at ease now that you're here. Come in and have a seat. Your future homeroom teacher, Teacher Tong, is also here." And Principal Chow leaned sideways so that Yi Qian, who was looking straight ahead, could look up and look in the direction Principal Chow was pointing at. "Old Chen has been waiting for you for a long time. If you didn't come, I'm afraid he would have gone to the train station to pick you up himself." Principal Chen, who was wearing the school's staff name tag, walked over and laughed as he looked at the dumbfounded girl. He said to Teacher Tong, "This child didn't know that I came to the provincial #1 high school. I didn't tell her all this time. Now she's in shock. She couldn't be in shock, right?" So the reason why Uncle Jen was so confident in leaving her alone was because Principal Chen was also at the provincial #1 high school. Teacher Tong was familiar with Yi Qian. Last year, Yi Qian had left a deep impression on her during the provincial #1 high school's intensive training. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fought so hard to get a student into her class. Chapter 372. Yi Qian, who had a photographic memory, recognized Teacher Tong. After a while, the two of them started chatting happily. On the other side, Principal Chun and Xia Jinyuan were already shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries. On the other side, Teacher Tong was already asking about Yi Qian. She was a very kind teacher. At 50 years old, she had a pair of gentle but stern eyes. She asked about everything from Yi Qian's life to his studies to his personal problems. Teacher Tong also liked the quiet and strong student in front of her very much. She smiled the entire time and said, "All of us have looked at your test papers. Not only can you keep up with the class, you can even directly enter the 3rd year of high school. Class will officially start tomorrow. You will enter the classroom with me and give a simple self-introduction. I will also give you a list of your classmates in advance. You can look at it in advance. But don't worry, the arts and science classes have been separated. Our class is also a new class." She had once met an extremely unreliable form teacher who even wanted to destroy a student for his own selfish reasons. Then she looked at the teacher in front of her, who was always considerate of her students. They were both teachers, but the difference in their ethics was like heaven and earth. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Thank you for your concern. I don't have many difficulties in life, but if there is anything I don't understand in my studies, I will need your help." The more polite she was, the more the teacher liked her. "Good, good, good. You are indeed a good student. Then come to the office later and get the list of your classmates from me." Teacher Tong gently patted the back of Yi Qian's hand. She stood up and said to Principal Chow, "Principal Chow, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Yi Qian had met such a virtuous teacher in high school. He could already foresee that her high school life, which she had never experienced before, would definitely be colorful. After Teacher Tong left, Principal Chow walked out from behind his desk and sat down in the meeting room. He looked at Yi Qian with a slightly serious expression. "There is something I need to tell you in advance. You have to be mentally prepared before you go to the classroom tomorrow." For some reason, Yi Qian instinctively looked at Xia Jinyuan. It was as if looking at him would make him feel more at ease. Coincidentally, Xia Jinyuan, who didn't know what was going on, also looked over. Their eyes met across Principal Chun for a moment, and Yi Qian hurriedly looked away when Xia Jinyuan gave him a playful smile. Why was she looking at him out of nowhere? Yi Qian, who had been caught red-handed, felt a little annoyed. He collected himself and asked calmly, "Please speak. I'm listening." Yiying is also in the provincial first high school. You know that, right? Principal Chow didn't lay out any foreplay. Instead, he went straight to the point. My original intention was to put you in Class 6. It's a class where the learning atmosphere isn't too tense, and the class teacher in charge of Class 2 isn't too bad either. But after Teacher Tong saw the name of the class, she defeated the heroes and won you over to her class. Because of this, the class teacher in charge of Class 6 still has some opinions about Teacher Tong. The reason why he used the phrase defeated the heroes was because Teacher Tong had already argued with the school leaders. She also tried to convince the class teacher to let Yi Qian go to Class 1. For some reason, the class teacher in charge of Class 6 actually agreed to let Yi Qian go to Class 1. By the time she realized what had happened, it was already a foregone conclusion. Teacher Tong has taught 12 graduating classes. She has 24 years of experience as a class teacher. With her as your class teacher, I can rest assured. The only thing I am worried about is that you will be in the same class as Ying. Chapter 373. That was the reason why Principal Chow couldn't say that he wanted to transfer Yi Qian to the 6th class. Yi Qian, who thought it was a big deal, laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if we're in the same class or not in the same school. So what if we're in the same class? It's not a big deal. I think it's not that I don't want to see her. She should be the one who doesn't want to see me." Xia Jinyuan laughed as well. It was indeed not a big deal, but his handsome face tensed up slightly and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had to be careful. It seemed that he had to trouble his strong female cousin. Looking at the time, it was already 10 in the morning. Remembering that he had something to do at noon, Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Uncle Chen, I've successfully completed my task, but I still have something to take care of, so I won't be able to accompany you for lunch. Goodbye." As he spoke, he stood up. His tall and slender body made the 3 people sitting in front of him look down at him. When Yi Jian saw his handsome chin, the memory of him asking her to wipe the sweat on her neck flashed through her mind. Her expression was a little unnatural. When his gaze landed on her, Yi Qian, who had finally relaxed, suddenly tensed up. She quickly stood up and said, "Then I'll see Captain Xia out. Uncle Chun, Principal Chow, I'll go look for Teacher Tong later. I'll also go back to the dormitory to pack my luggage." Xia Jinyuan was a little surprised that she took the initiative to see him out. Then she pushed him out of the office. When he heard her slam the door shut like a thief, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh. He seemed to understand why she took the initiative. "Why do I feel like something bad is going to happen when I hear you laugh?" Yi Jian's ears were a little red. Just now, she was afraid that he would say something like, "See you tonight, little fox," again. In a moment of desperation, she didn't care too much. She pushed his back with both hands and impolitely left the office. At this moment, Yi Jian's hands, which were still warm from his body temperature, were placed behind her back. Her fingers moved unnaturally. Yi Jian knew that her face was burning to the point that even her ears were red. Unnaturally, she stubbornly met his gaze. Her pupils clearly reflected his exquisitely sculpted, handsome face. Perhaps the school was a place that was filled with innocence and made it easy for people to calm down. Yi Jian suddenly realized that the eyes of the man whom she had not seen for more than a year were darker than before. They were as dark as a bottomless abyss. She looked at the pair of eyes that were as vast as the sea. They could hold the world and everything in it. Time had been kind to him. It did not leave any traces on his jade-like handsome face, but it had imperceptibly increased his aura. Back then, he had a piercingly cold aura that made all living things in the forest crawl. Now, there was a layer of profoundness on top of that. When he raised his eyes, the light that burst out from his eyes was unstoppable, with a might that made people unable to disobey. He was a soldier who had cultivated the prestige of the nation and made people tremble in fear. Is this a gift or not? Why, are you still thinking about whether you want to go back on your word? She just stared at him with her beautiful brows furrowed. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand and stroked her brows with his warm fingertips. Why do you frown so much at such a young age? Be careful that you don't get wrinkles between your brows before you get old. He was so quick that Yi Qian only had time to tilt her head slightly. Because she was too engrossed in looking at him, his fingers stroked her brows. Chapter 374. His warm fingers miraculously smoothed her furrowed brows. She tilted her head, took a step to the side, and escaped from his gentle touch. Yi Qian, whose mouth was a little dry, said calmly, "Captain Xia, don't you have other things to do? Let's go. I have to go to Teacher Tong's office later." Like a frightened deer, she only wanted to leave the hunting area as soon as possible. Xia Jinyuan, who saw her unnatural behavior and escape, smiled faintly and walked down the stairs leisurely. The car did not stop at the campus. Instead, it stopped at the entrance of the campus. After they got downstairs, Xia Jinyuan said lazily, "I left a gift for you in the car and forgot to take it. Little girl, you have to accompany me to the school gate." He easily blocked Yi Qian's excuse of only walking him downstairs, so she had no choice but to follow him obediently. Xia Jinyuan could be said to be self-taught when it came to creating more time for each other. It was already past 10 o'clock, and the sun was already quite bright. Groups of students came and went in the school. Parents carried boxes, mats, buckets, and boxes, and the whole school was bustling with activity. No matter how hot the weather was, it could not take away the smiles on everyone's faces. The scenery at the school was very beautiful. After all, it was a famous school with 100 years of history, so the scenery was incomparable to that of ordinary schools. When Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan stop by a broken wall, her heart tightened. She pretended not to see him and continued to walk forward. Xia Jinyuan looked at her hurried back and laughed. How much did this sly little fox not want to spend another minute with him? What should she do? She didn't want to, but she couldn't stop him from wanting to. One walked in a hurry, while the other walked unhurriedly, taking advantage of his long legs. Fortunately, it was the registration day, so the students and parents who came and went were only concerned with their own things and did not pay much attention to them. Otherwise, one was handsome and the other was beautiful. Who knew how much attention they would receive? Later, I'll go see Teacher Tong with Dad and ask her out for a meal tonight. You'll be assigned to Key Class 1. You must have a good relationship with the class teacher. A familiar voice with a completely different tone drifted out from the crowd. Yi Qian, who had been hurrying along, stopped in his tracks. He stood under the shade of a tree and swept his cold gaze over. She saw Yi Zhifan carrying his luggage and walking past her with Ying in tow. Behind them, Sun Dongqing was talking to a few of her classmates' mothers. She couldn't help but feel proud of herself. As for Ying, he had not seen her for more than a year, and she had grown a lot taller. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a light blue denim dress. In terms of appearance, her temperament was much better than that of her classmates. Another thing was that she was much fairer than she was in her previous life. It was true that whiteness could cover up all ugliness. She looked much prettier than before. He was in the same class. Very good. He was back to his junior high school life. Fortunately, he didn't meet Teacher Ku. Yi Qian smiled coldly and looked away. At the same time, Xia Jinyuan walked up and said, "At least you have the conscience to wait for me." It seemed to be another beautiful misunderstanding. His tall figure happened to block Sun Dongqing's unintentional gaze. "Yi Ying's mother, what are you looking at? Your Ying is waiting for you in front." One of the parents greeted her warmly and said with a hint of flattery, "I didn't expect my daughter to be in the same class as Ying again. Ying, please guide her in the future, especially that you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.